the game of the true apocalypse. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 76 Brotherhood of Steel. Before they could exchange a single word, a flash of red light suddenly shone against the night sky. Outside the building, the three-gun alliance reinforcements, already armed with heavy weapons, had already formed up in the warehouse and launched a fierce attack on the third floor where Lin Mingyuan and his companions were. "Get down!" Lin Mingyuan roared in anger. A rocket, trailing a long flame, exploded on the third floor, shaking the ground and the building. 4 people fell to the ground. Lin Mingyuan immediately activated his Hunbian wings to shield them all. Huge rocks fell, crashing down on the wings that seemed cast from steel. The rocket was merely the prelude to the enemy's heavy firepower. Bazookas, heavy machine guns, rifle grenades, and the massive explosions, mixed with a hail of bullets, tore through the building's facade. The modern firepower suppressed Lin Mingyuan and his companions so fiercely that they could barely raise their heads. Yan Qianxue, her hair matted with dust, tried to unleash her epic skill, heaven-shattering hate rain, to counter-suppress the enemy's fire. Just as she rose, she was pinned down by Lin Mingyuan. Several 12.7mm sniper rounds pierced the white wall behind her. The enemy snipers weren't already in position, they were being targeted. "Don't be afraid. Crawl outward. I'll cover you," Lin Mingyuan had to shout amid the intense gunfire to be heard. Ding Hongtao sneaked out of the danger zone, while Zhou Shang and Yan Qianxue, one in front and one behind, slowly crawled forward, using their elbows and knees to push against the ground. Lin Mingyuan's cover, of course, didn't involve physical resistance. With his 20+ physical strength, a single round of fire could raise him to pulp. The Hunbian cloak's Crowman support effect activated, and a whirlwind of feathers swept past. The White Crow instructor, leading 10 Crowman soldiers, appeared, spreading their wings and soaring through the hole torn by the artillery fire, toward the outside of the building. The Crowman summoned by the Hunbian cloak were of exceptional quality, on par with Lin Mingyuan's level. The Crowman mastered the art of combined attacks, and the White Crow instructor was also proficient in the art of the Crow Court sword. Even a level 40 professional wouldn't be a match for the White Crow instructor. However, the results of these 11 elite Crowmen charging into the hail of bullets were disappointing. The White Crow instructor, the strongest of the group, charged at the forefront, his massive, pristine white wings a perfect target, instantly riddled with machine gun fire. Upon leaving the building, he lost his balance and spun to the ground. A rocket, precisely anticipating its impact, shattered the White Crow instructor. Crowmen were not tanks, but agile creatures, possessing immense speed. Their weak constitution and limited vitality were the price they paid for their speed. Before they could escape the room, 6 of the 11 Crowmen had fallen, leaving the remaining 5, wounded and slain, before they could even disrupt the enemy lines. Lin Mingyuan summoned the Crowmen from upper location, right in the third-floor room under fire. As soon as they appeared, they faced a saturation attack from the three-gun alliance's firepower positions, wiping them out before they could even begin to function. The Crowmen had already served their purpose. Lin Mingyuan summoned them simply to serve as cannon fodder, needing them to absorb a single round of firepower while Lin Mingyuan and his men retreated to safety. Did they say the attackers, including Lin Mingyuan, were only 4? What just flew out? Liu Baojun, observing the situation through binoculars from a safe location, communicated via communicator with frontline commander Sun Weiguo. "It looks like the Crowmen from Lottie Mall. The enemy has the ability to summon monsters, but they've all been killed by our troops. It's not good now. Lin Mingyuan has broken in," Commander Sun Weiguo reported the battle situation eagerly. Before he could finish, a massive sword energy whistled through, severing the 9 soldiers wielding bazookas. Sun Weiguo couldn't understand how Lin Mingyuan, pinned down by our own fire on the third floor just 10 seconds ago, could suddenly appear in our own camp. Could he have teleported? As he suspected, taking advantage of the time bought by the Crowmen's reckless charge, Lin Mingyuan escorted Yan Qianxue and Zhou Shang to safety. Then, with a single, fleeting step, Lin Mingyuan dove behind the enemy lines and dispatched the most threatening bazooka operator with his sword. The slaughter had begun. Having eliminated the bazooka operator, Lin Mingyuan spread his wings and soared into the sky amidst a hail of flying bullets. Blades of sword energy, transformed into crows, shot out, merging into the darkness. Simultaneously, Yan Qianxue, having left the divine capital building, found her attack position and unleashed an arrow into the sky, unleashing the heaven-shattering rain of hate. Thousands of arrows rained down from the sky, exposing the three Spear Alliance soldiers in their positions to the hail. Several were caught unawares, pierced through the skull, and killed instantly. Some frantically hid under the bus stop visors, others pried open manhole covers and held them above their heads, while others used the bodies of fallen comrades as shields. Everyone sought cover. Those who couldn't find it were quickly ripped apart by the hail of arrows, leaving no trace of flesh on their bodies. Zhou Shuang seized the opportunity to shoot and kill 2 soldiers, leaving the enemy, preoccupied with dodging the barrage, unable to retaliate. As the 8 immortals displayed their powers, no one noticed the countless crows circling in the sky, quickly forming a circle that surrounded everyone. As the 1,000 illusion crow killing formation took shape, the arrow rain continued before crows began to dart through the sword formation. A moment of great beauty arrived. A hail of deadly arrows rained down from the sky, and crows flew through the air, their vertical and horizontal arrows slicing the area encircled by the sword formation into countless smaller areas. The cover the 3 Spears Alliance soldiers had found could withstand the arrows, but it couldn't withstand the piercing and slicing sword energy of the crows. Could there be more than 1,000 crows darting through the sword formation at once? In a matter of seconds, countless crows slaughtered the soldiers surrounded by the sword formation, leaving not a single one alive. Sun Weiguo's voice vanished from the communicator, and Liu Baojin trembled as he lowered his binoculars. Lin Mingyuan had wiped out all 143 of his soldiers, all of whom had completed their first transformation and possessed heavy weaponry. And then there were the over 100 professionals who perished in the divine capital building. The 3 Guns Alliance had been completely annihilated by Lin Mingyuan alone. Liu Baojin knew Lin Mingyuan had help, but that was beside the point. The true culprit for the 3 Guns Alliance's destruction lay solely with Lin Mingyuan, who had nearly single-handedly annihilated the alliance. The thought chilled Liu Baojin's hands and feet, and he felt a surge of despair. The 3 Guns Alliance is doomed. Lin Mingyuan's rise is unstoppable. We must call for reinforcements. Liu Baojin pushed open the door, the stench of blood overwhelming him. He peered closer to see the guard at the door lying in a pool of blood. Before he could react, a dagger was thrust across his neck. His position had been revealed. "Brother, I'm Liu Baojin. Do me a favor and spare my life. I'll give you all my disaster coins and my hidden arsenal." Liu Baojin remained calm in the face of danger, unfazed even with a knife at his throat. He even tried to bribe the Taiping Mountain assassin Deng Hongtao, who had captured him, into giving him a chance to live. "Stop the bullshit and follow me." Deng Hongtao remained unmoved, stomping Liu Baojin into silence with a kick. He then escorted him to the battlefield to meet Lin Mingyuan. Witnessing the crisscrossing wounds slashed by the sword energy of the crows, the asphalt ripped from the road, Liu Baojin finally understood what had happened to the soldiers surrounded by the crows. He sighed, unable to bear the sight of the bodies, none of which were intact. "Are you Liu Baojin?" This was the first time Lin Mingyuan had ever seen Liu Baojin. Who could have imagined that the leader of the 3 Guns Alliance, once the dominant force in TS City, who had destroyed and plundered countless small and medium-sized camps, would be a plain-looking middle-aged man who would pass by without even a second glance. "It's me, Chief Lin. I've long admired you. I never thought I'd meet you as a prisoner." Despite the imminent danger, Liu Baojin remained unfazed, even managing to smile in the face of Lin Mingyuan, who held the power of life and death over him. "You're mistaken. I'm not a leader. My brothers Li Tong and Li Chuang are the leaders of the Taiping Mountain camp. Li Chuang will soon bring his men to seize the 3 Guns Alliance's territory and weapons." Lin Mingyuan paused briefly before adding, "Establishing the 3 Guns Alliance is your greatest achievement. Doesn't it sting to watch it being destroyed by me?" Liu Baojin's pain echoed that of Lin Mingyuan, who had watched helplessly as Wang Tao and his men destroyed the Taiping Mountain camp. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Lin Mingyuan no longer needed to endure all the pain of this life, he was the victor. Liu Baojin remained silent, overcome with grief, unable to utter a single word. "Since you have nothing to say, let's get going. Brothers Zhang Jianbai and Wang Cheng are waiting for you down below." Lin Mingyuan unsheathed his sword, but Liu Baojun suddenly stopped him, saying, "You can't kill me. If you do, you'll be buried with me, Brother Yuan, let me kill him. He's gone mad and started talking nonsense. Killing him would only dirty your hands," Zhou Shang suggested, seeing a rare opportunity to show off. Liu Baojun ignored Zhou Shang and raised his head. "Do you think you'll have a good life after destroying the 3 guns? I'm afraid you don't know, but I've persuaded Jianbi and Ah Cheng to join me in joining the Brotherhood of Steel. You didn't destroy the 3 guns, but the Qianxue branch of the Brotherhood of Steel." Lin Mingyuan's face darkened slightly at this. If he hadn't known how powerful the Brotherhood of Steel was, it would have been a formidable behemoth. He knew exactly what kind of a behemoth it would become, along with the Floating City and the Orc Group, one of China's 3 great powers, a formidable force. The Floating City is located in the East China Sea. The Orc Group, headquartered in Shanghai, has deep roots in the south. The Brotherhood of Steel is the preeminent force in the north. At its peak, it boasted over 150,000 secondary classes, over 100 legendary classes, and 5 demigods. The early days of the Cataclysm were the Brotherhood of Steel's peak strength. The 3 guns possessed several bazookas, and rifle grenades were already a formidable force, while the Brotherhood of Steel possessed missile bases, fighter planes, and tanks, capable of razing TS City to the ground. Lin Mingyuan vividly remembered that the first world-class boss to descend upon China a year after the Cataclysm, the 100-eyed giant Chaos, was slain by a barrage of missiles from the Brotherhood of Steel. He had no chance to demonstrate his power before being annihilated by the barrage. Chaos and the small city he descended upon were reduced to rubble. Lin Mingyuan deeply hated to offend the Brotherhood of Steel. Chapter 77: A difficult decision. When human power is limited, the strength of one person is truly insignificant against the top powers dominating the North. No, how could the 3 guns have a connection to the Brotherhood of Steel? I've never heard of any connection between the 3 guns and the Brotherhood of Steel in my previous life. Is that old Liu Baojun trying to scare me? Lin Mingyuan wondered. He had forgotten the term butterfly effect. With the increasing changes brought about by Lin Mingyuan's rebirth, many of his preconceived notions from his previous life were no longer accurate. Li Ziwen, who would one day unify TS City and later marry a Silver Empire princess to rise to prominence, had been murdered and buried in a mass grave. Similarly, the 3 guns were no longer the all-powerful group they once were. Lin Mingyuan's powerful rise had severely suppressed their prestige. The 3 guns no longer held the same prestige and dominance over Qianxue. Li Ziwen was left to his own devices. If it weren't for the public outrage caused by the 3 guns' perverse actions, their evil rule would have continued. What Lin Mingyuan didn't know was that in his previous life, the Brotherhood of Steel had also approached the 3 guns. Any organization that championed technology was considered a kindred spirit by the Brotherhood, but the Brotherhood's attempts to recruit them had failed. The reason was simple: it's better to be the leader than the tail. The 3 guns were already well established in TS City, so who would want to be their underling? Furthermore, the Brotherhood of Steel was packed with experts and had strict rules. Once a member, they had to behave themselves. The arrogant and reckless 3 guns couldn't tolerate this. The situation was vastly different now. Within the same city stood the Pengcheng camp, a camp of comparable size and strength. Lin Mingyuan and his Taipingxian camp, feared by the 3 guns, were entrenched in the wealthy district outside the city. Life was already tough for them. So, upon receiving the Brotherhood's offer, Liu Baojun was immediately tempted and persuaded Zhang Jianbai and Wang Cheng to accept. Having more backers was always a good thing. Different situations call for different choices. An ordinary worker earning 3,000 yuan a month would naturally be overjoyed to receive an offer from a Fortune 500 company, but a tycoon with assets exceeding 100 million yuan would undoubtedly throw the offer into the fire with a smile. Seeing Lin Mingyuan's skepticism, Liu Baojun immediately pulled a black metal disc from his pocket and placed it on the ground. Do I need to lie to you at this point? The truth will be clear at a glance. With that, Liu Baojun pressed a button, and the metal disc radiated light upward, forming a projection of a figure in camouflage. The figure looked no more than 40 years old, with a lion-like nose, a broad mouth, and a powerful appearance. Standing like a pine tree, he exuded a simple, efficient military demeanor. Are you the leader of the illegal forces in TS City? I command you to immediately release all 3 Gun Alliance soldiers and Liu Baojun, he spoke sternly, immediately accusing Lin Mingyuan of being an illegal force. Who are you, Lin Mingyuan? undeterred by a single word, inquired about his identity. Qi Hongzhen snorted coldly, "I'm Qi Hongzhen, a level 56 Special Forces soldier. I'm currently the director of the Internal Affairs Department of the Brotherhood of Steel Central China region. I served 7 years in the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Force and, before the cataclysm, was the chief instructor of the General Political Department's Guard Division." "What have you accomplished?" Every prefix before Qi Hongzhen's name carried considerable weight, including his personal rank, which overshadowed Lin Mingyuan's. This didn't surprise Lin Mingyuan. Qi Hongzhen's high position and command of a corps of modern equipment made it easy for him to defeat field bosses, and his rank naturally rose rapidly. Lin Mingyuan said, "I can't compare to you. I only single-handedly destroyed the Three Guns Alliance." "That's not much of an achievement." Qi Hongzhen's Versailles-style sarcasm was met with sarcasm, but Lin Mingyuan, no pushover, responded with action. "You said you've already destroyed the Three Guns Alliance." Qi Hongzhen's tone suddenly turned cold. "That's right. The Three Guns Alliance occupied the Crystal Monument, set up checkpoints to collect taxes, and bullied the weak and harmed small and medium-sized camps. When I wiped out the Three Guns Alliance, all the professionals in the city applauded. Also, you just said that I was the leader of an illegal force. Then I want to ask you, is the Three Guns Alliance, which is cruel to all living beings and harming one side, the legal force you believe in?" Lin Mingyuan's words were as sharp as the sword in his hand. Qi Hongzhen said disdainfully, "You are so sharp-tongued. The headquarters didn't know about the previous actions of the Three Guns Alliance. Even if what you said is true, how to deal with the Three Guns Alliance is an internal matter of our Brotherhood of Steel. It is not your turn as an outsider to intervene. You have committed a heinous crime and yet you dare to quibble. Little do you know that you have been recorded on the blacklist of the Brotherhood of Steel. I will be magnanimous and give you a chance to atone for your sins. Immediately lay down your weapons and surrender to Liu Baozhen. Let him gather the old members of the Three Guns Alliance and stay on standby. I will send a troop to take over the old members of the Three Guns Alliance. From now on, the Brotherhood of Steel will officially enter TS City. I will also remind you that no illegal forces with more than 1,000 people are allowed to exist in the territory of the Brotherhood of Steel. It is recommended that you disband the camp immediately and wait for disposal." "There is still a glimmer of hope," Qi Hongzhen sneered, thinking of himself only as the Buddha, and Lin Mingyuan as the monkey in the palm of the Buddha. Even if he had thousands of skills and magical powers, he could not escape from Qi Hongzhen's palm. After listening to the conversation between Qi Hongzhen and Lin Mingyuan, Liu Baozhen's heart, which had been pounding in his throat, finally settled down. He didn't have to die. He couldn't help but lament that he had joined the Brotherhood of Steel, otherwise, who would back him now? His life was in Lin Mingyuan's hands. Liu Baozhen didn't dare taunt him like Qi Hongzhen had. He advised, "Listen to him. There's no gain from going against a Brotherhood of Steel. Director Qi is a man of his word. He won't hold you accountable." Lin Mingyuan remained silent. He faced the most difficult choice. Ignoring Liu Baozhen and killing the remnants of the Three Guns would put him on the Brotherhood's blacklist. But if he let Liu Baozhen go, the Brotherhood would undoubtedly station troops in TS City. Given the Brotherhood's dominance and xenophobia, they would certainly not tolerate the Taipingtian camp. He had to either leave or endure the humiliation. Even joining the Brotherhood, if they couldn't defeat him, was a dead end. The Brotherhood only wanted professionals with a technological background. Even if he completed his second transformation and became a sword master, the Brotherhood would still look the other way. To kill, or not to kill? Yan Qianxue and the other two remained silent. They had no idea who the Brotherhood of Steel was, but seeing Lin Mingyuan's caution, they knew they couldn't afford to offend the Brotherhood of Steel. "What are you still hesitating about? My terms are already generous enough. If you hadn't known that the Three Guns had joined the Brotherhood of Steel, the crimes you've committed would be enough to be executed 100 times, Qi Hongzhen raised the stakes and threatened. Qi Hongzhen pressed on, forcing Lin Mingyuan to make a choice. He licked his lips, made up his mind, and said, "You keep saying crimes, crimes. Is killing a bunch of scum a crime? Even if I am guilty, you have no right to convict me." As soon as the words fell, the sword flashed, and blood spilled into the night sky. Liu Baozhen's face was filled with shock, and his head and body were separated. Liu Baozhen was brutally beheaded. He was still hesitating before, how could he suddenly become so decisive? Lin Mingyuan's act of killing someone right in front of him completely infuriated Qi Hongzhen. His facial muscles twitched as he roared, "You're lucky, Little bastard. If I were here, I'd slap you to death. Don't even fucking let me see you, haha. You should be thankful you're not here, or I'd kill you too. Who the hell do you think you are? After tolerating Qi Hongzhen for 5 minutes, Lin Mingyuan finally exploded, pointing at Qi Hongzhen's nose and cursing furiously. He then stomped on the portrait projector, causing it to explode. Thousands of miles away, on the large screen in the command room of the aerospace carrier, the video froze at the moment Lin Mingyuan crushed the projector. Then the signal cut out, and a garbled image appeared on the screen. Qi Hongzhen stood in front of the screen, his rage boiling over, and with a single punch, he shattered the display, which had cost tens of thousands of dollars. The adjutant advised, "Director, there is no need to be angry with a small gangster. It is a blessing for him in his previous life to have the honor of talking to you. When we take over the central China region, won't the leader of an illegal force be at our mercy? I can't swallow this breath. No one has dared to scold me for almost 20 years. He actually dared to scold me. If I don't teach him a lesson, you really think I'm made of mud?" Qi Hongzhen's murderous intent was high. He must make sure that Lin Mingyuan pays the price for his arrogance. He ordered in a cold voice, "Let the cheetah squad kill him." The adjutant looked embarrassed. "Director, the cheetah squad is the boss's favorite. If something goes wrong in TS City, we can't afford to be offended." "Huh? Do you really take the crazy words of that little bastard seriously? What dangers can there be in a small third-tier city? You go and arrange it. And I will take full responsibility if anything happens." Lin Mingyuan was well aware that offending the Brotherhood of Steel would inevitably lead to retaliation. If tyranny were indexed, the 3 guns would be 1, and the Brotherhood of Steel would be 10 from top to bottom. The Brotherhood of Steel was imbued with a fierce xenophobia and unconscionable behavior. Most people dared not offend the Brotherhood of Steel, knowing that provoking them would guarantee retaliation, with no chance of reconciliation. Even if someone from the Brotherhood of Steel came to retaliate in the future, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't be surprised. The Brotherhood of Steel was a force of its own, a corporate culture. Liu Baojian's death marked the utter destruction of the 3 guns, so provoking the Brotherhood of Steel and inviting retaliation was a matter of the future. Lin Mingyuan launched his attack at 1 a.m. simultaneously. Li Trang, stationed at Taiping Mountain, summoned all professionals and announced that the Taiping Mountain camp had officially declared war on the 3 guns and Pengcheng camp. Even if spies lurking within the Taiping Mountain camp sent word, it would be too late. Lin Mingyuan and Xin Ai had already launched their attack. The battle on Lin Mingyuan's side was completely over, and Li Trang had just arrived with his men to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. After squatting in the middle of the night and experiencing another bloody battle, Lin Mingyuan was exhausted and left in a car with Yan Qianxue and others. Zhou Shang and Deng Hongtao were very considerate. They did not squeeze into the same car with Lin and Yan, but changed to a jeep and followed behind. "You looked very handsome when you pointed at Qi Hongzhen's nose and scolded him just now. Thank you for the compliment. I don't want to show off. If he hadn't pressed me step by step, I wouldn't have torn my face with him." Lin Mingyuan leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes and said, "Don't blame you, he is too aggressive. What is the background of that Brotherhood of Steel? You seem to be very afraid of them," Yan Qianxue asked curiously. Lin Mingyuan sat up straight and explained seriously, "The Brotherhood of Steel is the largest force in the north. They have the technology to manufacture missiles, fighter jets, tanks and even individual mechas. It is a paradise for those in the technology field. I am not afraid of the Brotherhood of Steel, I just don't want to conflict with them. It's better for everyone to keep to themselves and develop on their own. I don't want to make enemies, but I have no choice. Fortunately, the Brotherhood of Steel is headquartered in the north, and the power in central China is very weak, and their interference is limited, so there is no need to worry too much." The main reason that finally prompted Lin Mingyuan to make the decision was that central China had not been occupied by the Brotherhood of Steel in the original timeline, and that Qi Hongzhen, who is as arrogant as a millionaire, was not famous in Lin Mingyuan's impression. He was not considered a big shot on the Brotherhood of Steel. Lin Mingyuan offended him, and at most he would be targeted by the Brotherhood of Steel in the future, but it would not lead to a mortal enemy. Chapter 78 Corrupted Angel. While many were still asleep, the situation in TS City had already changed. Overnight, the 3 Guns Alliance and Pengcheng camp were annihilated. The 3 Guns Alliance suffered the most, nearly being annihilated, with only a few small fry escaping. The weakly cohesive Pengcheng camp, faced with the overwhelmingly powerful mage Xin Ai, surrendered, suffering losses of no more than 30% and being completely annihilated by the Taipingtian camp. The next day, many awoke to discover that professionals from the Taipingtian camp had flooded into TS City, completely seizing the territories of the Three Guns Alliance and Pengcheng camp and seizing their resources. Simultaneously, they announced that the Crystal Monument would be permanently and free to all professionals in TS City. This move immediately catapulted Taipingtian camp and Lin Mingyuan to immense prestige. Individual players, as well as large and small camps, readily accepted the fact that TS City was under the control of Taipingtian camp and expressed their willingness to cooperate. With TS City unified, Lin Mingyuan would devote all his attention to searching dungeons for the remains of the fire demon Baal. Further responsibilities in TS City would be handed over to Li Tong and Li Chuang. Lin Mingyuan had previously expressed his reluctance to assume the leadership of Taipingtian camp months earlier to avoid further complications. The sky was a black carpet, dotted with stars like gems, casting an eternal, everlasting light across the dark crimson earth. Returning to the eternal battlefield, Lin Mingyuan arrived at the camp, only to find it deserted. Only the neutral merchant, Liu Mezi, remained guarding his shop. "Old Liu, where are the people in the camp?" Lin Mingyuan asked. Lin Mingyuan and Liu Mezi had successfully completed 2 transactions, particularly the latter for the flawless sapphire, for which Lin Mingyuan had spent 3,000 disaster coins, making him a major customer. Liu Mezi was exceptionally friendly towards Lin Mingyuan, saying, "A high-level boss was discovered half an hour ago, and all the professionals in the camp have gone. You might be able to snag a bargain if you head over now." They're heading west. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingyuan headed directly west. He wasn't looking for a bargain, he was determined to determine if the unfortunate reappearance of the fire demon Baal had caused the exodus of the camp's professionals. He wasn't about to miss any chance of Baal's remains emerging. Passing the Thousand Skull Tower and traversing the Bone Wasteland, Lin Mingyuan found the professionals at the location marked on the map as the Angel Pit. Ahead lay a massive pit, the width of 50 football fields and 2 kilometers deep at its deepest point. Tens of thousands of angel corpses lay buried within. The professionals pieced together the clues uncovered by their investigation, revealing a hidden truth. The Angel Pit was a trap set by the cunning demon Mimir during the previous Eternal War, drawing in an army of angels. Ultimately, he unleashed his boundless divine power, slaying tens of thousands of angels in a single wave. The dead angels emanated a terrifying aura of resentment and violence. Periodically, angels, corrupted by evil forces, would fly from the pile of corpses. Every day, people would guard the Angel Pit, just as they would at a boss spawn point, waiting for the boss to drop equipment. As the saying goes, climb the mountain high and you'll eventually encounter a tiger. The men guarding the Angel Pit had no idea the corrupted angel that emerged was a massive level 71 boss. They were slain by the corrupted angel before they could escape. Their transmitters immediately signaled the camp, alerting them to the presence of a high-level boss in the Angel Pit, and the professionals rushed out in force. The ARC Group, which had been co-governing China with the Brotherhood of Steel, was undoubtedly a formidable force. They prioritized talent, recruiting those who came their way, and the pool of talented individuals was overflowing. After half an hour of grueling battle, the level 71 corrupted angel in the pit had its wings severed, its half-rotted body covered in wounds and scars, clearly unable to hold out for much longer. The ARC Group's professionals in the Eternal Battlefield dungeon were incredibly skilled, capable of defeating a level 71 boss. Had the corrupted angel descended upon TS City, the TS professionals wouldn't have been able to defeat the boss, and would likely have been decimated. Lin Mingyuan arrived too late, and the battle was drawing to a close. He was certainly out of meat, and he probably wouldn't have any soup either. As for the idea of taking the boss's head and its equipment, Lin Mingyuan gave it a quick thought before giving it up. Killing a level 71 corrupted angel did have the chance of yielding good equipment, even attribute fruits. The chances of obtaining attribute fruits increased when challenging a higher level enemy. But Lin Mingyuan wouldn't do that. His ultimate goal in the Eternal Battlefield was the legendary swordsmanship hidden within the heart of the remains of the fire demon Baal. Before he obtained the inherited swordsmanship, Lin Mingyuan didn't want to stir up trouble and draw attention. Everything he did would be watched, which would hinder his search for the remains of the fire demon Baal. Unwilling to intervene in the fight, Lin Mingyuan cast an insight spell at the corrupted angel from afar, gaining a better understanding of its abilities. This would allow him to better understand his enemy should he encounter one in the future. Corrupted angel, LV-71, status, severely injured, race, Undead, Strength. 42 Agility. 40 Constitution. 37 Intelligence. 39, Talent. Power of the Crypt, slowly restores HP in a cemetery. Will of Vengeance. Corrupted angels resurrected from death still retain their hatred for demons, increasing damage to demons by 30%. Skills. Cross of Evil Slash. Releases a cross-sword energy, dealing double damage to demons, undead, ghosts and other evil creatures. Corrupted Flame. Originally the Flame of Heaven, corrupted by evil power, replaced by a low-temperature corrupted flame with stronger adhesion. Mana Burn. Every attack of yours will burn the mana of the person being attacked. Angels' enemies are not just demons, but mages as well. Evil Judgment, sealed. Dedication, sealed. Epic, Heaven's Gate, sealed. Epic, Death Scream, releases a death ultrasonic wave, destroying all enemies within range. Equipment, damaged angel armor, gains 1 layer of Heaven's Blessing every 5 minutes, blocking 1 damage of any type. Due to the armor's damage, it can only gain a maximum of 1 layer of Heaven's Blessing. Sword of the Angel of Power, Corruption. Using Corruption enchants the weapon with Corruption Flames. Applying the Corruption Flames effect to every subsequent attack, because the corrupted angel was severely injured, even though Lin Mingyuan was 20 levels higher, he could still clearly see most of its abilities. Angels are a race with well-balanced attributes, without weaknesses. Created by the gods to serve them, a typical entry-level 2-winged angel has all attributes exceeding 50 points. The corrupted angel, emerging from the mountain of corpses, had all its attributes decreased due to aging due to prolonged death. The corrupted angel still maintained all its attributes around 40 points, proving that it was likely not an ordinary angel in life, but most likely a mid-level angel of power. Equipped with the Sword of the Angel of Power, Lin Mingyuan confirmed his suspicions. Having become an undead race, many of Angel's abilities have been sealed. Judgment of Evil, Risk, and Heaven's Gate are all light-based abilities, and the corrupted angel, imbued with fell energy, can no longer use them. Furthermore, due to the prolonged time since death, their memories and bodies have been damaged, and many talents and abilities have been lost. A typical 2-winged angel possesses at least 5 talents and over a dozen skills. Their epic year reflects the opulence of a high-level heaven, and their challenge level is 100. Chapter 79 Accident. Just as Lin Mingyuan activated his clairvoyance, the Crow God's inheritance pendant on his chest suddenly lit up. The surging energy unleashed a fiery heat, like a red-hot coal burning through his chest, scorching Lin Mingyuan's skin. Ever since Lin Mingyuan acquired the Crow God's inheritance pendant, it had remained obediently adorning his chest. It would only enter the inheritance realm to challenge him when he accepted a challenge. The last time his spirit entered the realm to learn the ultimate sword technique, the Thousand Illusion Crow Slaying Formation, took several days, nearly starving Lin Mingyuan's main body to death. This realization made him realize that his swordsmanship wasn't high enough to complete the final challenge, and he temporarily forgot about the inheritance realm. But then the pendant suddenly gave way, unleashing a scorching heat that threatened to burn through Lin Mingyuan's chest. Before he could comprehend the cause of this sudden change, the severely injured corrupted angel suddenly raised his head, gazing at Lin Mingyuan, standing high above the pit. More precisely, he gazed at the Crow God's inheritance pendant on Lin Mingyuan's chest. The corrupted angel seemed to have had a grudge against the Raven God in his lifetime. Already exhausted and gravely wounded, he suddenly rose to life upon seeing the inheritance pendant. With a last-ditch effort, he opened his pitch-black maw and unleashed a burst of high-frequency ultrasonic waves powerful enough to shatter his internal organs. Ripples appeared in the space-time before him, and the professionals in the cone-shaped area ahead were instantly shattered. Only one shield guard, dual-wielding tower shields and primarily focused on stamina, survived. His shields shattered to dust, and he looked as if he had been thrown into a giant blender for an hour. His joints were all dislocated, and his body twisted like a ghost doll used to unleash a foul sorcery. The purpose of clearing the area ahead was to clear the runway and create a path directly to Lin Mingyuan. Having killed a dozen evolvers with a single roar, the corrupted angel, energized, charged towards Lin Mingyuan. Stop it! The corrupted angel is trying to escape, Go Huang, sword in hand, roared, straining his neck as he saw the corrupted angel trying to escape. Veins popped from his forehead in anxiety. It was he who severed the corrupted angel's wings. To capture it, Go Huang had already lost 4 of his comrades and left the dungeon dead. Having paid such a heavy price, he must take the corrupted angel's head. As a fellow art group professional, No one would deny Gao Huaiyang respect. However, the runway had been cleared, and the corrupted angel's path to Lin Mingyuan was unstoppable. The dying corrupted angel used its epic skill, Death Scream, draining the last of its energy. By the time it reached Lin Mingyuan, it was already utterly weakened. Before it could strike Lin Mingyuan, its hand, oozing green corpse fluid, could strike. Lin Mingyuan had already unleashed his sword to slay the corrupted angel. A powerful slash of sword energy cleaved the corrupted angel's body. You killed the corrupted angel, gaining 891,702 experience points. You have reached level 42, gaining 2 free attribute points. The experience points awarded by the level up challenge doubled. The corrupted angel, which provided nearly 900,000 experience points, doubled, giving Lin Mingyuan nearly 2 million experience points. Lin Mingyuan was overjoyed, having leveled up twice in an instant. In addition to the experience points, the corrupted angel also dropped 3 items, a broken angel armor and 2 attribute fruits. The angel armor, though battered, was still useful. The attribute fruits, not to mention the attribute fruits, were worth over 10,000 disaster coins for a single attribute bonus. The 2 attribute fruits dropped by the corrupted angel, 1 blue and 1 green, together provided Lin Mingyuan with a massive 5-point attribute bonus. His biggest shortcoming in becoming a sword saint was his lack of attributes, and the attribute fruits and attribute-enhancing equipment were exactly what Lin Mingyuan needed. What a pie in the sky. This was a pie in the sky. Lin Mingyuan, who had only come to watch, had scored a huge bargain. Not only did he level up twice without any effort, but he also reaped a huge profit. This was a profit that would make other classes jealous. Brother, you're lucky. If luck had an attribute, you'd be 100 points lucky enough to have such a good thing happen to you. Lu Yanlong and his team approached, their tone tinged with jealousy. Lin Mingyuan was about to offer a polite remark when the victim arrived. Gao Huaiyang's face darkened as he glared at Lu Yanlong, snorting coldly, "How can there be so many coincidences? You clearly used some trick to lure the angel of corruption over here. It wouldn't have run away earlier or later, but you showed up and took the initiative to run over and kill it. It's clearly you behind the scenes, deliberately plotting to steal the kill." Lin Mingyuan had no reason to argue with Gao Huaiyang's accusations. The incident itself was no coincidence. The angel of corruption's sudden charge towards Lin Mingyuan was inextricably linked to the inheritance pendant bestowed upon him by the Crow God. It was the sudden energy fluctuations from the pendant that attracted the angel of corruption, and after the angel of corruption died, the pendant returned to its calm state as if nothing had happened. Even if Gao Huaiyang explained the facts, he wouldn't believe them, only thinking Lin Mingyuan was weak. It's come to this, I don't want to explain, nor do I need to. I killed the corrupted angel. Are you unhappy? Just bear with it. With that, Lin Mingyuan slowly picked up the corrupted angel's dropped items in front of everyone. Gao Huaiyang saw this as a provocation, a blatant demonstration. Whether inside or outside a dungeon, only the person who kills the boss with a final blow can claim the loot dropped after the boss's death. No one else can touch it. The timer starts after the boss dies, and for an hour, the loot has an owner. After that hour, if no one claims it, it becomes unclaimed and can be taken by anyone. This is why there's the saying of stealing someone's head. Landing the final blow not only grants the boss full experience but also all the loot. During boss sieges, it's common for someone to be lazy in the early stages, only to unleash all their might and go for the kill once the boss is nearing death. Such individuals are incredibly disgusting and unsavory, and no one wants to team up with someone with a history of head stealing. By chance, Lin Mingyuan became the character he hated most in his previous life, the head-stealing dog. What a fucking bastard. We've been besieging this place for ages, and over 30 people have died, and you took their heads. It's unjust for us not to give us some compensation, isn't it? The black-clad rogue, clad in a tight black suit, said sarcastically, demanding Lin Mingyuan hand over his loot. Gao Huaiyang chimed in, indeed, you're lucky to have taken the experience. I urge you to hand over what's not yours. If you agree, we'll let this go, and I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. As Gao Huaiyang finished speaking, his brown-skinned orc warrior Fangdali, who had transformed into an orc, and Phantom Gunner Hiki, who had achieved the second-level soldier rank, surrounded Lin Mingyuan. Gao Huaiyang was a peak swordsman at level 50, stuck at the second-level rank threshold. He was accompanied by a level 46 orc warrior and a level 53 phantom gunner. And even that wasn't Gao Huaiyang's complete team. 4 of his teammates had already died in battle and were forced to leave the dungeon. Including the other brothers not assigned to the eternal battlefield, Gao Huaiyang commanded over 20 elite professionals above level 40. He and his team were hardly unknown figures in the teaming art group, which was why the other professionals in the eternal battlefield dungeon were willing to give him the corrupted angel's head out of respect. Let me be honest, I absolutely will not give up what I've got. Killing me would at most expel me from the dungeon, and you'd get nothing. So, are you determined to make me your enemy? Lin Mingyuan calmly spread his hands, unfazed by Gao Huaiyang's threats. Gao Huaiyang grinned, his white teeth glinting with a cold gleam. Kid, who do you think you are? What's the harm in being your enemy? Hand over all your spoils, or I'll find you even outside the dungeon and rip you to pieces. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight was about to begin. Lu Yanlong quietly stepped back, declaring his intention to stay out of the situation. He and Lin Mingyuan had only met once, and it wasn't worth it to offend Gao Huaiyang over him. Unrelated people stepped aside, leaving the field for Gao Huaiyang and Lin Mingyuan. Someone asked Lu Yanlong, "Who's that kid? He's so impressive he dared to challenge Gao Huaiyang." Lu Yanlong shook his head. "He's the new guy who just arrived yesterday, and I don't know him well. I heard he's quite generous and has business dealings with Liu Mazi. I don't know anything else about him." The Chinese loved to join in the fun, and everyone gathered in a circle, wishing they could have a cart selling sunflower seeds, wooden benches, and mineral water. Unfortunately, the crowd was doomed to be disappointed. Lin Mingyuan didn't want to fight. Gao Huaiyang and the others weren't pushovers. If he did, all of Lin Mingyuan's cards would be exposed, and he might even lose. Rather than revealing everything, Lin Mingyuan would choose to reveal just one. A whirlwind whipped through the air, and the Hundian cloak's effects took effect. Lin Mingyuan sprouted a pair of massive, jet-black wings from his back. With a flap, he soared into the sky, escaping. Ahem, damn, you can actually fly. Gao Huaiyang, swallowing a mouthful of ash, stamped his feet in anger. The sky was a forbidden zone for professionals, with only a select few possessing the ability to fly. Once a professional could fly, they were invincible. Gao Huaiyang, however unwilling, had to endure it, because he could never catch a professional who could fly. If this was the end of the incident, Gao Huaiyang would have to accept his loss at the hands of Lin Mingyuan and face him squarely. However, Gao Huaiyang wasn't the only one who refused to give up. Phantom Gunner Huey aimed his gun at Lin Mingyuan for several seconds, unable to lock onto him. Giving up the idea of shooting, the futuristic tactical eyepiece, resembling a Bluetooth headset, suddenly activated, and an orange energy lens appeared in front of Huey's right eye. The tactical eyepiece was a rare blue piece of equipment, similar in function to the antique master's monocle, but with the added bonus of insight. It was far more advanced, capable of scanning an enemy's height, measurements, muscle distribution, Achilles tendon length, and other detailed information. Lin Mingyuan, who had spent his days hunting geese, was finally pecked in the eye by a goose. Insight had allowed him to anticipate enemy movements countless times and obtain crucial information. When he used insight to peek at an enemy's attributes, he never imagined that one day someone would use it to observe him. When Lin Mingyuan's complete stats panel appeared before Huey, his jaw dropped to the ground, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth as if he were in a state of dementia. Chapter 80 Eternal Divine Body. Both the tactical eyepiece and the antique master's monocle are of rare blue quality, but the insight bonus granted by the future technology tactical eyepiece is superior to the monocles. Besides providing more detailed character information, the insight bonus granted by the tactical eyepiece can be used 5 times daily, significantly more powerful than the monocle's 3 times use bonus. Lin Mingyuan doesn't use the monocle daily, sometimes even less than once a month. For example, in the Colosseum dungeon, most gladiators are well informed and their talents and skills are relatively simple, making them unnecessary to review. Lin Mingyuan only uses insight to gain a deeper understanding of a difficult opponent or an unprecedented monster. Because the monocle's insight bonus can only be used a few times daily, Lin Mingyuan relies on it for crucial moments. Huey, who possesses the tactical eyepiece with 5 daily uses of insight, is less stingy and uses it whenever he wants, much more casually than Lin Mingyuan. A spontaneous burst of clairvoyance revealed to Huey Lin Mingyuan's hidden secrets: the S-rank talent Two-Faced, the S-rank talent Samsara Sword Body, the epic skill Blink, the epic skill Battle Frenzy, the epic inherited Raven Court Swordsmanship, and the legendary equipment Hunpion Cloak. Lin Mingyuan's talents, skills, and equipment made Wei drool with envy. Even though Wei was significantly higher in level than Lin Mingyuan and had already completed his second transformation, he stood no chance in a real fight. He had only one B-rank talent, and most of his skills were standard, acquired from the skill tree using skill points gained every 10 levels. He possessed no epic or legendary equipment, not even a single blue item. A green Garen rifle and green mechanical marching boots were all he possessed. Even though Wei had completed his second transformation and was 11 levels higher than Lin Mingyuan, he couldn't match Lin Mingyuan's immediate combat power, who hadn't yet completed his crucial transformation. Not to mention his future potential. Lin Mingyuan's potential was unfathomable, while Wei's was nearing its limit. Let's go, what are you thinking about? The more you think about it, the angrier you get. Go Huaiyang patted Wei's shoulder hard, bringing him back to his senses. The crowd had mostly left, without something exciting to watch. Who would want to stay in the angel pit, reeking of corpses? Wei gave Gao Huaiyang a wry smile and said, Brother Gao, I remember you said a few days ago that becoming a sword saint of the second rank requires mastering 3 inherited sword arts, right? Yeah, I'm so worried about it. You don't know how rare inherited sword arts are. Li Qianxue, the talented swordsman we're training, has only mastered one so far. Go Huaiyang felt a headache at the thought of the demanding requirements for becoming a sword saint. Inherited sword arts were incredibly rare, and they were only one of the prerequisites for becoming a sword saint of the second rank. Besides the 3 inherited sword arts, there were also demanding attribute point requirements and the insanely high requirement of creating your own epic sword skills. By the way, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Go Huaiyang asked curiously, not understanding what Wei was trying to say. Lin Mingyuan, who just flew away, possesses an inherited sword technique, epic level. Holy crap. That's so impressive. Did you spy on his stats with the tactical goggles? Wei nodded solemnly, tapping Go Huaiyang's temple with a finger, sharing the information the goggles had captured. Lin Mingyuan's stats were high, but Go Huaiyang didn't care much. The ARC group was teeming with talent, some with initial stats exceeding 20 points. But when he saw that Lin Mingyuan possessed 2S level talents among his 4, Go Huaiyang's composure finally faltered. He exclaimed, 2S level talents? Is he even from Earth? This was just the beginning. Go Huaiyang was completely speechless when he saw Lin Mingyuan possess 3 epic skills, including an epic inherited sword technique. He had thought the constant shock was nothing, but when he saw the golden, gleaming Hunpion cloak on his equipment bar, Go Huaiyang's eyes flushed with envy. Top talents, top skills, top equipment, how come he has all the good stuff? We worked so hard to defeat the corrupted angel, but as soon as he showed up, the corrupted angels rushed over to get killed. Is this bastard God's illegitimate child? I'm so fucking convinced. Those mediocre losers call us geniuses, but they don't know that compared to the real geniuses, we are nothing. Wei laughed at himself. He was hit hard by Lin Mingyuan. After a moment of inward sorrow, Wei spoke, Brother Gao, we've found a treasure. Lin Mingyuan's talent rivals that of several of the group's leaders. I don't think he's even joined yet. If we bring him in, the reward for this achievement might be just as great as killing the corrupted angel. Hearing this, Go Huaiyang sneered, I admit Lin Mingyuan has some talent, but even talent comes in different levels. Compared to those exceptional talents in our group, Lin Mingyuan is just so-so. Wei had used the insight spell at least 800 times. Lin Mingyuan's stats were the most impressive Wei had ever seen, surpassing many bosses. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction at Go Huaiyang's slander of such talent. What? You don't believe me? Zion Audio La Beauty, I'm going to open your eyes today. Keep your mouth shut and don't go around spreading the boss's secrets, or we'll all be in trouble. Go Huaiyang mysteriously pulled out a character card crafted from matte black alloy and displayed it. This character card was used by Fang Xiu before, but he has now exchanged it for a diamond card. The discarded black card should have been destroyed. I spent a lot of money to bribe the staff who handled the discarded cards to get the black card that Fang Xiu registered when he first came to the group. With a light touch of the hand, an illusory blue panel immediately popped up on the character card to display the owner's identity information. Everyone in the ARC group has a character card, which is equivalent to an identity card. Only with a character card can one enter the ARC building. Fang Xiu, LV4, race, Eternal Protus, occupation, none, strength. 17 agility. 17 constitution. 17 intelligence. 17, talent, eternal divine body. You can only improve your main attribute. When your main attribute improves, all attributes will improve accordingly. Intelligence has been selected as the main attribute. Unburned, permanent immunity to fire damage. Son of Chaos, your body is filled with chaotic energy. All spells you cast are converted into chaotic attributes, with a power increase of 50%. Skills, none. Equipment. Legendary Heart of Eternity, immune to one death. Either I'm crazy, or the world is crazy. Why are there so many perverts? Wei murmured. He encountered 2 perverts with S-level talents in a row, and each one was more perverted than the other. His worldview was about to collapse. Why was the gap between people greater than the gap between people and dogs? While Wei might have dared to aspire to Lin Mingyuan's talent, Feng Xiu's talent was beyond his reach. With 3 S-level talents at level 4, Feng Xiu wasn't just some god's bastard child, he was the reincarnation of God. No matter how amazing Lin Mingyuan is, he's already in his 40s. Feng Xiu is so impressive at level 4, so you understand why he abandoned the black card after joining the group and didn't upgrade to diamond. Anyone witnessing such a terrifying talent would be impressed. Now that boss Feng Xiu is level 70, practically reaching legendary status, you can imagine how outrageous his stats are right now. Guo Huaiyang's face was filled with admiration. It wasn't his fault he looked down on Lin Mingyuan. Even Lin Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh in disdain at Feng Xiu's stats. So what are you going to do? Even if Lin Mingyuan isn't as skilled as a true master, he's still a rare talent with decent combat prowess, meeting the requirements of our group. He'd be a bit short of a diamond card if he joined, but he could always get a gold or silver card, Wei asked. That's true, but it's too good of a deal for him. Why should I fawn over him just because he stole my things? Guo Huaiyang said, furious. Find him first. Talk to him. If he's willing to hand over the spoils, or share his inherited swordsmanship with me, I'll recommend him to the group. Otherwise, I'll leak his information. I don't think that's a good idea. If his information leaks, there will be plenty of people willing to vouch for him and bring him in. He might even become our boss. Would that just be shooting ourselves in the foot? Wei hesitated. Fang Dali, the orc warrior who had been listening in for a long time without commenting, said in a muffled voice, don't you understand what Brother Gao is saying? There's a certain type of person that the group won't recruit, no matter how talented. Instead, they'll be seen as a thorn in their side, the 4C's gang. Wei slowly uttered the name of the faction that every art group professional hated. In the pre-cataclysm, neither the art group nor the Brotherhood of Steel were yet the future superpowers that would jointly rule China from the south and north. Each had its own enemies. The Brotherhood of Steel, obsessed with climbing the tech tree, occasionally clashed with the nature cult, which advocated for harmonious coexistence between man and nature. Meanwhile, the art group, rooted in Shanghai, and the 4C's gang, also based in coastal cities, were at loggerheads. While the Brotherhood of Steel and the nature cult merely clashed, not yet engaged in direct conflict, the art group and the 4C's gang had already engaged in a bloody battle for their own interests, their bloodlust raging, each eager to annihilate the other. I have a classmate in the 4C's gang's human resources department. Adding Lin Mingyuan's name to the gang's roster is a piece of cake for me. If that unaffiliated bumpkin wants to fight me, I can kill him with a snap of my fingers, Guo Huaiyang said with a cunning laugh. It's not that we won't give him a chance. It depends on whether he can seize it. If he's sensible and obedient, we can still be friends. But if he's still naive, he deserves his death. It depends on how he chooses. I hope he's smart, Wei sighed. Guo Huaiyang wove a vast net of conspiracy around Lin Mingyuan. Completely unaware, Lin Mingyuan drifted in the sky. The thin air and the biting cold wind were extremely unsuitable for survival. Lin Mingyuan's weak constitution prevented him from staying at high altitude for long. Once he could clearly see the terrain ahead, he would immediately lower his altitude. After completely escaping the angel pit and arriving in a secluded area, Lin Mingyuan began to count his spoils. First up is the damaged angel armor. Angel armor is a full-body armor. Once equipped, the effects of accessories like tops, belts, and shoes are lost. While it can still be worn, all attached special effects will disappear. Only accessories like necklaces and rings will still function. Unless it's a particularly high-quality full-body armor, Many players opt for a customizable gear set. Lin Mingyuan currently doesn't have many good accessories, and the damaged angel armor is quite useful. However, it's so damaged that it only covers half the body and one leg, making it even more basic than a beggar's outfit. Of course, that's a concern for powerful players. Ordinary players don't even have many basic pieces of equipment, so having any is a plus. The attribute fruits gave Lin Mingyuan a big surprise. The rare blue +3 fruit gave him much needed strength, while the superior green +2 fruit gave him constitution. With the 2 free attribute points allocated to strength, Lin Mingyuan's 4 attributes now stand at strength 29, agility 52, constitution 24, and intelligence 20. Chapter 81 Treasure House. Despite apparently earning 5 stat points and a generous bonus of experience for free, Lin Mingyuan's brow furrowed. After leaving the scene, his heart palpitated, a constant feeling that something bad was about to happen. Before leaving, Lin Mingyuan sensed a subtle, prying gaze, a momentary feeling as if his very soul had been seen through, filling him with unease. After counting his gains, Lin Mingyuan immediately left the dungeon and returned to reality. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting specks of light. In the shady woods behind Taiping Mountain, Yan Qianxue closed her eyes, listening to the sounds of nature. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, cicadas chirped from their perched trunks, and playful squirrels leaped from branch to branch. Her ears twitched slightly, the echoing sonar echoing through her mind, creating a forest image. The Amazon archer's self-inflicted injuries had rewarded her with enhanced perception. Suddenly, Yan Qianxue acted, drawing her bow with such speed that only the sound of the bowstring could be heard as the arrows in her quiver dwindled. 3 blasts of the bow pierced the ground, and 3 squirrels, pierced through, fell to the soft, leaf-covered forest floor. In the iron cage beside Yan Qianxue, a dozen squirrels huddled in a corner, trembling, fearing they would be chosen by Yan Qianxue. This female demon always let a few of her companions escape before shooting them down. The apocalypse in the eyes of the squirrels was merely Yan Qianxue's daily training. Diligence breeds skill, playfulness breeds indolence. Since the apocalypse began, Yan Qianxue has practiced shooting without interruption, shooting fixed targets, moving targets, live animals, and even shooting live animals with her eyes closed. Now, even the swift and agile squirrels can't keep up with her needs. She's already issued a quest to purchase a batch of hummingbirds, but the faster, smaller, and more flighty hummingbirds haven't arrived yet, so Yan Qianxue can only train with squirrels. With dozens of lives on her hands and countless monsters slain, Yan Qianxue isn't the kind of hypocritical woman who'd say, "Why eat rabbits when they're so cute?" Killing adorable, fluffy squirrels carries no weight. No one achieves success easily. While it's true that hard work can make up for lack of talent, sometimes those more talented than you may actually work harder. Yan Qianxue is one of those people. Just as the female demon was about to release another batch of squirrels, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation of being watched. Muscles immediately appeared on her graceful, supple frame, and her muscles tensed instantly. Yan Qianxue drew her bow and arrow, pointed at the corner where the prying sensation came from, and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Lin Mingyuan slowly stepped out of the corner. "Don't be nervous, it's me. Didn't you go to the dungeon this morning? How did you get out so soon today?" "Did it go well?" Yan Qianxue asked, her tense body relaxing. "It went pretty well. First, tell me how you felt just now," Lin Mingyuan pressed. Yan Qianxue carefully recalled the feeling and said, "My hair stood on end, and I got goosebumps. It felt like I was stripping naked and someone was watching me. It was a terrible feeling." Yan Qianxue's feeling was exactly the same as the chilling feeling Lin Mingyuan had felt before leaving the dungeon. Now he was finally certain he had been scanned by Insight. His secret exposed. At this thought, Lin Mingyuan's brow furrowed, but quickly relaxed again. As the saying goes, the emperor is far away. Neither the Brotherhood of Steel nor the Art Group currently have any reach into central China. Once Lin Mingyuan has grown in strength, those top powers will still be monsters for him, but he will no longer be a small figure who can be easily bullied. It's not uncommon for him to fend powerful forces and still live freely. Yan Qianxue noticed Lin Mingyuan's sudden change in demeanor. When she asked the reason, Lin Mingyuan told her the story of what happened that morning. In order to find out whether this feeling was caused by someone using Insight, I left the dungeon to find someone to test it. I first went home and cast Insight on Xin AI, but she was too slow to notice anything. Then I came to you. You are always alert, so you can keenly observe that I am using insight to observe you. This is very good. Keep it up. This experiment made Lin Mingyuan realize that if insight is used on people with strong perception and vigilance, they are likely to expose themselves. Insight should be used with caution on others, otherwise it is likely to cause trouble out of nothing. After a quick stroll back home, Lin Mingyuan returned to the dungeon. He had only explored the 1,000-kilometer radius surrounding his camp, a mere drop in the ocean of the boundless eternal battlefield, vaster than even the Eurasian continent. Su Wuyan wouldn't find the remains of the fire demon Baal until the end of the year, and Lin Mingyuan didn't have the time to waste. Rather than waiting in vain for others to survey and locate landmark after landmark on foot, he decided to take the initiative. He could fly, circumventing numerous dangerous areas while soaring high and far. With good luck, he could search a 1,000-kilometer radius in a month, and within 2 months, he'd find the remains of the fire demon Baal. Exploring the vast eternal battlefield was tedious work. There was nothing much to say, just continuous flight and noting down valuable landmarks. By dusk, Lin Mingyuan had explored 70 kilometers to uncharted locations off the map. In a desolate Gobi desert, he encountered a ferocious and disgusting abyssal worm, which fed on the corpses of demons. The abyss worm is approximately 20 meters long, its body covered in a dark, sinister exoskeleton of bony spikes, its abdomen covered in dark red, lava-like skin. Its blood dissolves iron, and its normal mode of movement is crawling. In combat, it can stand upright and blast flames from its mouth parts. Lin Mingyuan battled it for half an hour, leveraging the ghost blade's unstoppable defense-penetrating power and its flying ability to kite it, single-handedly defeating the level 67 abyss worm. The high experience gained from the cross-level challenge allowed Lin Mingyuan to level up again, revealing a green continuous fireball skilled book and blue demonic strength arm guards, which grant 5 strength bonuses. Any equipment with these bonuses is extremely valuable, and Lin Mingyuan carefully stored the loot. Wearing his battered angel battle armor, he could no longer wear other equipment. While 5 strength points are valuable, the angel battle armor's stacking of heaven's blessing every 5 minutes is incredibly powerful, reaching a maximum of 2 stacks, equivalent to 2 absolute defenses. Without the angel battle armor's heaven's blessing, Lin Mingyuan would likely have been severely injured by the abyss worm's bone spurs. Insight does have its flaws. Once it surpasses level 20, Lin Mingyuan can only discern a tiny fraction of his enemy's abilities. He was unable to detect most of the abyss worm's abilities. Thanks to the angel armor's double layer of absolute defense and the agility of his flash step, he was able to defeat the abyss worm unscathed. Leaving the dim eternal battlefield, it was already dark in the real world. Lin Mingyuan headed straight for Li Tong's house. A large lion crouching in front of the door confirmed Li Tong's presence. Pushing the door open, he found Li Tong sitting cross-legged on the sofa, sipping wine and eating walnuts. A classic Hong Kong film from the 1990s played on the TV. Upon seeing Lin Mingyuan, Li Tong knew his purpose and stood up, saying, "The treasure vault has been quietly built. The entrance is in your backyard. I'll take you there." Lin Mingyuan's house was too small to accommodate his treasure collection, so he asked Li Tong to help him build a basement vault. Any equipment he acquired but didn't need would be stored there. The two returned to Lin Mingyuan's backyard and moved a potted plant. Below was the iron door to the cellar. They descended the ladder and turned on the lights. The nearly 60 square meter space, excluding the sidewalk, was filled with shelves displaying nearly 200 pieces of equipment, emitting a white, green, and blue glow. In the corner, a giant anchor shone with the purple light of epic equipment. It was the epic deep-sea anchor that had dropped after Lin Mingyuan defeated the blood anchor, but it couldn't be equipped for the time being because its attributes didn't meet the requirements. The remaining equipment was a small portion of Lin Mingyuan's own spoils of war, while the majority was seized from the capture of the Three Guns Alliance and Pengcheng camp. Among them were the giant's belt and stinky leather boots that Lin Mingyuan had once sold to Li Zuan. Most of the equipment was green, with a few blue and a few white items with particularly good attributes. Lin Mingyuan's treasure trove was filled with exquisite items. Distribute according to work. Everyone deserves credit for wiping out the 2 camps. It's absurd to just stuff all the equipment into my pocket. Lin Mingyuan looked displeased at the room full of equipment. He wasn't one to eat alone. What belonged to him was his. He wouldn't take anything that didn't belong to him. Leave it all here with you. We'll come back if we need it. Before sending it to your treasure vault, the brothers each picked out 3 pieces of equipment they liked. Only the unwanted ones were placed here, Li Tong said with a chuckle. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Killing Without a Knife. Lin Mingyuan is a hands-off boss. Aside from expressing his opinions and intervening in major events affecting the camp's future, he remains aloof from all other matters, leaving them to Li Tong and Li Trang, who nominally rule as the camp's leaders. In reality, Li Tong doesn't really have a say. Essentially, all matters, big and small, are handled by Li Chuang. Li Tong often jokingly scolds Li Chuang for being born to toil, but Li Chuang relishes the task. Managing a camp is a profound art, and he simply loves to delve into it. Power often ties into profit, with power comes profit. But Li Chuang knows that his sole control is thanks to Lin Mingyuan. Taipingshan camp's stability is due to Lin Mingyuan's presence. For nearly 6 months, the Three Guns Alliance, Pengcheng Camp, and Taipingshan Camp maintained a 3-way stalemate. Lin Mingyuan's single move broke the deadlock, unifying TS City. Li Chuang knew that while Lin Mingyuan wasn't in charge, and wasn't officially the leader of the Taipingshan Camp, he couldn't afford to neglect him. If Lin Mingyuan displeased him, he could always start a new camp or switch sides. 80% of the elite soldiers and generals at the Taipingshan Camp would willingly follow Lin Mingyuan, and by then, the Taipingshan Camp would be relegated to a third-rate, insignificant camp. Li Chuang was clear about who was the grandson and who was the grandfather, and he maintained an extremely formal attitude. Although he held absolute power, he maintained that he worked for Lin Mingyuan. If he was general manager, Lin Mingyuan would be chairman. Furthermore, Li Chuang gave the majority of the Taipingshan Camp's profits directly to Lin Mingyuan. For example, from the equipment seized from the 2 camps, he would first reward those who had made contributions, and then select all the finest equipment to replenish Lin Mingyuan's treasure trove. For several days, Lin Mingyuan's life became remarkably regular, entering the dungeon early and returning home late. On the 7th day, Lin Mingyuan's supplies ran out, and he had to return to camp to restock his rations and water. Upon returning to camp, Lin Mingyuan sensed several furtive gazes watching him. He ignored them and headed straight for the neutral merchant Liu Mazi's shop, selling the useless equipment he'd acquired from the past few days of monster hunting, while also purchasing a large quantity of compressed rations and purified water. Liu Mazi glanced at Lin Mingyuan's shopping list and said, "You're a straightforward person and never haggle. Here's a piece of advice, buy more consumables." "The more, the better," Lin Mingyuan asked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Liu Mazi dipped his finger in tea and wrote a name on the mahogany counter, Go Huaang. Could it be him? Seeing Go Huaang's name reminded Lin Mingyuan of the time he'd found a bargain a week earlier. Before he left, someone had used clairvoyance to see through his true nature. Could it be Go Huaang's clairvoyance? Just as Lin Mingyuan was beginning to doubt himself, Go Huaang and 2 other team members, Feng Dali and He Wei, arrived. The furtive gazes Lin Mingyuan felt upon entering the camp were the work of Go Huaang's spies. "Lin Mingyuan, you've kept me waiting. I've had people guarding every dream portal in Shanghai, but we still haven't found you. I thought you'd never show up again." Go Huaang's sneer sent a chill through Lin Mingyuan's heart. Go Huaang was quite powerful. To find him, he had even planted spies at every dream portal in Shanghai. Fortunately, Lin Mingyuan entered the dungeon through the dream hub. If he were a local professional in Shanghai, all his family information, relationships, and even the kindergarten he attended would have been exposed. "I've done nothing wrong, so why am I afraid of ghosts knocking on my door? But you're the one who's haunting me. Are you determined to fight me to the death?" Now that the information was exposed, there was no need to hide it. Lin Mingyuan asserted himself, his hand on the hilt of his sword gleaming with murderous intent, as if he'd kill you all if we didn't agree. He Wei, aware of Lin Mingyuan's power, felt immense pressure. He paled and took a step back, drawing Go Huaang's disapproving gaze. "You useless piece of trash." After cursing He Wei, Go Huaang said to Lin Mingyuan, "You stole the spoils that belong to me. You don't think you can get away with it, do you? Return what belongs to me. There's still hope. I don't understand what you are talking about. I have already eaten the attribute fruit. How do you want to return it?" "Eat it." It doesn't matter. If you lose the attribute fruit, you can still compensate with your inherited swordsmanship. As long as you are willing to tell me how to obtain the inherited swordsmanship, we can still be friends in the future." Gou Huaiyang's eyes were burning and intimidating. From the beginning to the end, Gou Huaiyang's goal was Lin Mingyuan's epic Crow Court inherited swordsmanship. The attribute fruit was indeed precious, but its actual value was far less than the inherited swordsmanship. If he could get an epic inherited swordsmanship, it would be nothing to laugh off the grudges with Lin Mingyuan. "I'm sorry, but the Raven Court sword art is completely extinct. I have only one copy." Lin Mingyuan wasn't lying. The Raven altar had been closed, and there was no longer any way to communicate with the Raven god. Lin Mingyuan's Raven Court sword art was the only one in the world. Furthermore, Lin Mingyuan hadn't yet fully mastered the Raven Court sword art, lacking the crucial sword intent. Therefore, he couldn't pass it on to others. Gou Huaiyang's plan was in vain. "So, you have nothing to give me. Don't blame me then." Gou Huaiyang lowered his head slightly, a fierce look on his face. Lin Mingyuan was ready to take action, but Gou Huaiyang did not make a move. Instead, he shouted loudly, "I caught Lin Mingyuan, the spy from the Four Seas gang is here." "What Four Seas gang? Who is the spy?" Lin Mingyuan was confused, and when he saw Gou Huaiyang's look of success, he suddenly understood. "You framed me. It's all your fault that you don't know how to appreciate it. You cherish the inherited sword skills and you steal my spoils and refuse to return them. What can I do but send you to death? I'll give you one last chance. Give me your cloak." There's still room for turning things around. Gou Huaiyang was still trying to use the power of the art group to intimidate Lin Mingyuan into cheating him of his equipment. In fact, Gou Huaiyang had already done something extreme. After not finding Lin Mingyuan for several days, Gou Huaiyang, who was humiliated and angry, directly submitted Lin Mingyuan's identity information to the top management of the art group. Having discovered another genius, the art group excitedly prepared to recruit Lin Mingyuan. However, they discovered that Lin Mingyuan had already defected to the Four Seas gang, his name appearing on a list of core members. Furious, the art group's leadership issued a direct kill order, not only to expel Lin Mingyuan from the eternal battlefield dungeon, but also to exterminate him in the real world. This was Gou Huaiyang's revenge, a simple, unskillful act that plunged Lin Mingyuan into irretrievable doom. Unfortunately, Gou Huaiyang was unaware of the dream nexus. Lin Mingyuan, not a Shanghai-based professional, fell outside the art group's control, otherwise his scheme would have succeeded. Liu Mazi's earlier, well-intentioned warning finally revealed the reason he had been targeted by the art group. Having provoked a brotherhood of steel, Lin Mingyuan now offended the art group. Having offended two of the three major factions that would dominate China, it's unclear whether he would incur the wrath of the floating city in the future. Professionals rushed over upon hearing the news. Lin Mingyuan, at this point, was no longer convinced by Gou Huaiyang's lies. "Fuck you." A sharp blade clanged unsheathed, and a slashing sword energy flew out of his hand. Battle fever instantly ignited, and Lin Mingyuan's figure vanished. Gou Huaiyang suddenly felt a sharp, slashing sword energy approaching from behind him. It was the ferocious combo of a flash step close in attack, a fierce attack from Blade Storm. A death block just blocked Lin Mingyuan's slashing sword. A wealthy second-generation Gou Huaiyang had once studied under a Japanese swordsman, not just to show off his sophistication, but also because he possessed a remarkable kendo talent. However, even his refined swordsmanship was now powerless against the slashing sword and blade storm unleashed from both sides by Lin Mingyuan. He could block the front, but not the back. Lin Mingyuan's emanating death storm was already approaching. Unable to see what lay ahead, Gou Huaiyang could only close his eyes and wait for death. Even as disaster loomed, Gou Huaiyang managed a faint smile. His death would only mean leaving the dungeon, while Lin Mingyuan would face not only disaster within the dungeon, but also the pursuit of the art group once he left. He was doomed. Gou Huaiyang wasn't afraid of death, but it didn't come. A portal suddenly appeared beneath him, and he fell through it, transported to a safe area dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Fang Dali and He Wei weren't so lucky. They were strangled by the storm of blades before they could dodge. Chapter 83 Scavengers. Who gave you the courage to commit such a crime in my presence? The one who used the portal to rescue Gou Huaiyang was Lu Wenru, a second-rank mage from the art group. He wore a light, breathable robe, a jeweled ring imbued with powerful magical energy gleaming, thick-rimmed black glasses, and a book of spells whose pages moved without a breeze, giving him the air of a scholar. Lu Wenru's abilities weren't the strongest among the art group's experts in the entire Eternal Battlefield dungeon, but he held the highest status, as he was a second-ranked arcanist. The second-ranked mage branched into many branches, the most prominent of which was the elementalist. Mastering a single element, they could unleash devastating damage. Lin Mingyuan's girlfriend, Xin Ai, was a highly skilled ice mage. Arcanists were also a popular choice for second-ranked mages, more suitable for those without a predisposition to elemental magic. They could cast spells from all elemental factions, offering greater flexibility and possessing specialized arcana, making them even more versatile than the more specialized elementalist. After using the portal to rescue Gao Huaang, Lu Wenru unleashed his slowing stance to slow Lin Mingyuan. Simultaneously, a half-meter diameter orange-red fireball blasted into the neutral shop. If you want to fight, go outside. Get out. Liu Mazi's shop was forcibly destroyed by the fierce battle. Liu Mazi angrily slammed the table. Lin Mingyuan was then repelled from the neutral shop by an invisible force. Not only Lin Mingyuan, but the slowing stance that restricted his speed also disappeared. The fireball aimed at him deflected and landed on a nearby tent. A powerful explosion, accompanied by soaring flames, destroyed the tent. A professional in the crowd nearly cried out. His home was destroyed by the fireball. What had he done to offend anyone? Neutral merchants possessed no force and belonged to no one side, but no one can rob or even kill them. Neutral merchants contribute to the perfection of the world's trading system, and they are also protected by the rules. Nearly 100 professionals had surrounded him. Lin Mingyuan possessed the strength to fight 100 alone, but that 100 was presumably ordinary professionals. Every professional who could survive the eternal battlefield was skilled, and there were already over a dozen who had completed their secondary transformation. If a fight broke out, Lin Mingyuan would undoubtedly be killed. Taking advantage of the brief moment he was expelled by the neutral merchants, Lin Mingyuan activated his maximum teleportation range and appeared outside the camp in an instant. Immediately after completing the teleportation, Lin Mingyuan didn't pause for a moment, activating the third effect of his Hunpian cloak and soaring into the sky without a glance back. Lin Mingyuan was no longer visible in the area surrounded by the art group professionals. His profile had been revealed, and everyone present knew his abilities. Blink Step is really strong, worthy of being an epic skill. His entry and escape are both first-rate. It's not difficult to defeat him, but catching him is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Not only Blink Step, he also has battle fever. The longer the fight lasts, the higher his all attributes are. Don't look at him being only level 40. If he delays for 5 minutes, all attributes will increase by 10. Few people dare to say that they can definitely beat him in a one-on-one fight. You are a beautiful woman, but you are a thief. It would be great if you was from our art group. Listening to the noisy and controversial crowd, Lu Wenru closed his spell book and snorted coldly. You escape quickly. Turning to face Gao Huaang, Lu Wenru put on a smiling face again and said, Xiao Gao, how are you? Are you hurt? When I came to the dungeon, your eldest brother specifically asked me to take care of you. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I'm fine, thank you, Brother Lu. I'll treat you to dinner when I get out. Hey, we're family, why be so polite? I'm leaving now. If you run into trouble out there, just send me your location. As long as it's not too far, I can teleport over to save you. Lu Wenru smiled, looking easygoing. Thank you for your concern, Gao Huaang said even more politely. He knew that Lu Wenru was only kind to him because his eldest brother, Gao Xiongfei, was a teammate of Wang Wudi. Wang Wudi was on the same level as Feng Xiu and was one of only 6 holders of diamond ID cards in the ARC group. He had a promising future and was someone that even Lu Wenru, a distinguished mage, could only look up to. Everyone in the camp was happy. After Lin Mingyuan's departure, the world fell silent, and life went on as usual. But the Eternal Battlefield dungeon was no longer safe for Lin Mingyuan. Everyone he encountered while exploring the dungeon was an enemy, and he was always out of supplies. Once food and water ran out, they were gone, and he couldn't return to camp to buy more. After a final check of the supplies in his backpack, Lin Mingyuan was relieved to find none of them had been tracked by the signal tracker. It seemed that neutral merchants were indeed, as the legend said, staying out of any disputes and focusing solely on transactions, regardless of who they were dealing with. The road ahead was long, and the reclusive Lin Mingyuan would have to avoid the professionals of the ARC group. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed. The ARC group had already issued a bounty to civilians and low-level professionals who entered the dungeon, offering a reward of 100 disaster coins to anyone who spotted Lin Mingyuan sending a signal from his location within the dungeon. In that month, Lin Mingyuan was discovered 9 times, escaped capture 6 times, and on 3 occasions, he took the initiative to kill the civilians who discovered him and destroyed the signal transmitter. For a month, Lin Mingyuan was chased around like a rabbit being chased by a dog. He killed over a dozen ARC group professionals and was severely wounded by a surprise attack. Lin Mingyuan had no idea that the enemy had come prepared to capture him, sending a sorcerer. Using the blood he had collected on the battlefield, Lin Mingyuan unleashed a vicious blood curse at the start of the battle. Paralyzed and unable to move, Lin Mingyuan was pierced by 7 or 8 arrows and bullets. That time, Lin Mingyuan nearly died and left the eternal battlefield dungeon forever, missing out on the opportunity to challenge the Fire Lord's furnace swordsmanship. Fortunately, the heavens showed mercy to these despicable villains, and not a single arrow or bullet hit him. Despite his wounds, Lin Mingyuan survived. He fought back and killed the sorcerer who posed the greatest threat to him, then calmly fled the battlefield. After that dangerous experience, Lin Mingyuan became more cautious. He returned to camp, changed into cold weather clothing, and spent most of his time flying high in the sky, making him invisible. During the month of facing siege from all sides, Lin Mingyuan's greatest achievement was reaching level 50. The eternal battlefield was teeming with high-level monsters, and challenges of higher levels offered high experience points. Lin Mingyuan reached level 50 in the first week, reaching the second threshold for a professional. The challenge now lay ahead for Lin Mingyuan, the second transformation. Failure to complete it would permanently lock him at level 50, unable to advance. At level 50, Lin Mingyuan's 3 attributes were Strength 30, Agility 45, and Constitution 28. To reach the minimum requirements for a second transformation sword Saint, Strength 50, Agility 60, and Constitution 40 were still a full 47 attribute points short. This was despite Lin Mingyuan's cheating to obtain extremely high initial attributes, and despite consuming countless attribute fruits along the way, he still lacked 47 attribute points. A normal professional would never have achieved second transformation sword Saint. Temporary stats granted by skills don't count towards a character's natural attributes. Any missing stats can only be compensated by wearing equipment and acquiring stat fruits. Fortunately, challenging monsters above your level not only grants more experience, but also increases the chance of stat fruits dropping. Within a month, Lin Mingyuan had found 3 more stat fruits, including an epic strength fruit that grants +4 strength. A month later, Lin Mingyuan's 3-dimensional stats were Strength 34, Agility 47, and Constitution 30. Rumors circulated that a small auction would be held in the camp mid-month, featuring stat fruits. Unfortunately, Lin Mingyuan wasn't even eligible to attend. His wealth wouldn't allow him to purchase them. Besides the stat gains, reaching level 50 also granted 1 skill point and 1 evolution skill point. This skill point allowed Lin Mingyuan to directly learn Phantom Sword Dance, one of the swordsman's 2 advanced sword techniques. The other, of course, was Blade Storm, which Lin Mingyuan had already mastered. While it was easy to add attribute points, Lin Mingyuan didn't waste any time adding evolutionary attribute points. He currently had plenty of offensive capabilities, and his instant step was sufficient for cutting in and escaping. However, his defense was still a bit low. Swordsmen had no defensive skills, so they could only learn them through skill books. However, Lin Mingyuan didn't get any defensive skill books, which was quite regrettable. Another change worth mentioning was the addition of an A-level talent to Lin Mingyuan's talent panel, Scavenger. Chapter 84 The Wind Rises. Lin Mingyuan possessed the Scavenger and Survivor talents from his previous life, and he knew exactly how to unlock them. The requirement for the Scavenger talent was to survive in the wilderness for a month without any tools or prepared supplies. The benefit of the talent was that it made it easier to find food, water, and shelter. Who possessed the Scavenger talent? Only beggars living at the bottom of society, without a roof over their heads, surviving by scavenging trash. Those pampered and high-ranking corporate professionals couldn't imagine the hardships involved in awakening the Scavenger talent. He rejoiced when he encountered a corpse on the road, as if it were a food cache. He removed any rotten or spoiled meat, carefully cutting off the edible parts and roasting them into jerky for storage. He collected rainwater and sewage, distilling it into purified water for bottling, ensuring every drop wasted. When water was scarce, he even resorted to drinking urine to survive. Lin Mingyuan faced no challenges, for he had faced far greater odds in his past life, and he had weathered them all. He simply turned the hardships and humiliations he encountered into hatred. If there were no chance, it would be fine. But if there was, Lin Mingyuan would settle the score with Gao Huaang. The challenges were matched by the rewards. After a month of painstaking exploration, the map he had purchased from Liu Mazi had long since been discarded. Lin Mingyuan hand-painted a new map, twice the size of the original. Now, encounters with ARC group personnel were becoming increasingly rare, and he had already ventured deep into uninhabited territory. Lin Mingyuan had a vague premonition that he was close to the remains of the fire demon Baal, and that it wouldn't be long before he found his target. Until then, he needed to be extremely cautious. After a month of exhausting exploration, Lin Mingyuan took a day off. "Hey, you're here. Please come in," Wei Sanbao, standing at the door greeting guests, called out enthusiastically upon seeing Lin Mingyuan from afar. Wei Sanbao is Lin Mingyuan's fellow villager, also from northeast China. The family of 3 moved to TS City 10 years ago. Wei Sanbao is a hard-working and down-to-earth person, selling barbecue at night and breakfast in the early morning. He persevered for a decade from his small stall, less than 10 square meters. Now he owns a house and a car, his son is in college, and he can send 2,000 yuan back to his parents back home every month for their retirement. That was before the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, Wei Sanbao had no talent for combat or anything else, so to support his family, he had to return to his old ways, now selling breakfast daily. When Taipingtian professionals lined up for steamed buns, they made way for him. As a privileged class, Lin Mingyuan simply enjoyed this privilege. It was well deserved. Lin Mingyuan was a regular customer of Wei Sanbao's. Eating rotten meat and drinking dirty water in the dungeon was forced by necessity, but in the real world, Lin Mingyuan would never tolerate such humiliation. After a few days of eating in the cafeteria, he despised the pastry chef's poor craftsmanship. After discovering Wei Sanbao's treasure shop, he came every day. Steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, the usual 3. 2 orders today, okay, take care. Wei Sanbao picked out the best buns and fried dough sticks and handed them to Lin Mingyuan, who was warmly seen off. Leaving the breakfast stall, Lin Mingyuan arrived at Xin Ai's house. The curtains were drawn, blocking out any sunlight. Xin Ai was still asleep. Without even entering the door, he instantly entered her bedroom. Xin Ai, with her extremely low alertness, hadn't noticed the extraneous presence in the house. The last time Lin Mingyuan used his clairvoyance to spy on her, he'd noticed that alertness wasn't in Xin Ai's vocabulary. Deciding to teach her a lesson, he placed breakfast on the table, covered her eyes and mouth with a towel, and placed a cold fruit knife against her neck. "Don't move." Robbery. Lin Mingyuan's snarky voice startled Xin Ai for a few seconds before she realized he was the one causing the trouble and gently bit his finger through the towel. "Little ancestor, don't you ever think we're still living in peacetime? You're sleeping like a dead pig, and you didn't even notice I'd been here for ages? What if an assassin sneaked in and killed you?" What a shame. Lin Mingyuan was the only one who could offer such harsh but honest advice. No one else dared to offend the respected and powerful first mage. "With you protecting me, I'm not afraid of bad guys," Xin Ai said, acting cute and forgetful. Lin Mingyuan simply threw back the covers and slid in, grinning. "How can I protect you if I don't live with you? I'll live here from now on, and I'll be watching over you 24/7, go away. You're going out here without taking off your clothes or showering. You're so dirty." Xin Ai pushed Lin Mingyuan out, a look of disgust on her face. "So you want me to take off my clothes, you idiot? You're disgusting." After a while of playful banter, Xin Ai, sweating profusely, gave up. With her average physique, she couldn't push Lin Mingyuan. The two of them finally shared a bed. Lin Mingyuan sniffed the fragrance of Xin Ai's hair as he lay peacefully. He knew Xin Ai's boundaries and respected them. He would never do anything inappropriate before marriage. Lin Mingyuan, already a 40-year-old man, knew that good things come late, and he could wait. "Why didn't you go to the dungeon today?" Xin Ai's question was poignant. Most of the time, by the time she woke up, Lin Mingyuan was long gone. Only when he returned at night could they have a few moments of intimacy, and those moments were usually short. Xin Ai could see Lin Mingyuan's fatigue and knew his time in the dungeon must be tough. "Give yourself a day off to relax. Oh, by the way, you said you reached level 50 yesterday. Did you succeed in your second level? Lin Mingyuan's main reason for giving him the day off was that Xin Ai's second level was imminent. If she succeeded, it would be a celebration. If she didn't meet the requirements, Lin Mingyuan would help her complete them. Of course I succeeded. How could I fail? Xin Ai's adorable, proud expression was endearing. Lin Mingyuan couldn't help but kiss her cheek, smiling. This is a reward for you, you're just taking advantage of me. How can that be considered a reward? Xin Ai pouted. Then I'll do nothing all day and just keep you company. Are you satisfied? That's more like it. They went boating on the lake this morning. While Lin Mingyuan and Xin Ai were rowing, hundreds of people, including many professionals, began to overhaul and renovate the long-closed amusement park in preparation for the two distinguished guests that afternoon. The entire Taipingtian camp was working to support Lin Mingyuan and Xin Ai's romance. This was Lin Mingyuan's claim to being the top dog, but it wouldn't be long before Xin Ai would truly be the top dog. After completing her second transformation, Xin Ai emerged like a dragon entering the sea. 5 new talents were added to her talent panel: silent casting, simple casting, rapid casting, spell penetration, and frost shatter. Simple casting allows Xin Ai to cast spells without a wand. Silent casting is even simpler, eliminating the need for incantations, making it impossible to detect her casting and, by implication, to determine her intended spell. Rapid casting is the most practical talent, shortening Xin Ai's casting time. Spells that once took 10 seconds can now be cast in 2 or 3 seconds, effectively instant casting. Spell penetration, as the name suggests, increases Xin Ai's magic penetration and grants a certain degree of immunity to magic resistance. Frost shatter is another S-rank talent, increasing the damage of all Xin Ai's ice-based spells and giving them a chance to shatter the enemy's body. Taipingtian camp will soon have another corpse shredder. Besides her natural talent, Xin Ai possessed a far greater skill set, possessing even more spells than Lin Mingyuan's swordsmanship. The strength of mages stemmed from their ability to learn independently. Leveling up with skill points to acquire spells was a step down. Truly gifted mages mastered magic on their own. Inheriting the legendary Mages Codex, Xin Ai mastered every ice spell recorded therein, even mastering forbidden spells. While she might appear to be a lazy person, meditating at home daily, her strength improved even faster than Lin Mingyuan's. Witnessing Xin Ai's talent, Lin Mingyuan finally determined he wouldn't offend the floating city. He had heard of the several displays of humility displayed by the floating city to attract talented mages like Xin Ai, and with Xin Ai's connections, the floating city would proactively extend its goodwill to Lin Mingyuan. Chapter 85 Doomsday Prophecy. After a rare day of fun with Xin Ai, Lin Mingyuan returned home to an unexpected visitor at his doorstep. It was Lu Xiaodong, the psychic who had just celebrated his 17th birthday the previous week. He hesitated at the doorway, unsure whether to come in. Xiaodong, what do you want to talk to me about? Let's go inside and chat. Do you have any new predictions? Lin Mingyuan ushered Lu Xiaodong inside. He knew Lu Xiaodong wouldn't come to him for no reason, so his visit was probably related to the prophecy. Lu Xiaodong nodded and said, I saw some fragments of the future while meditating this morning. I wanted to tell you, but you weren't home. Then I heard you and Sister Xin were out having fun, and I didn't want to spoil your fun, so I came now. With his parents dead, Lu Xiaodong had arrived alone in a strange city, cautious and understanding. Your emotional intelligence is strong. Keep it up, Xin Ai said, ruffling Lu Xiaodong's hair with satisfaction. Lin Mingyuan asked, what did you see? Lu Xiaodong swallowed, his eyes filled with fear as he spoke. I saw missiles blanketing the sky, Taiping Mountain engulfed in flames, mech pilots crushing Brother Li Tong's lion, and corpses strewn across the camp. I saw the end of the Taiping Mountain camp. Did I see me in your prophecy? Lin Mingyuan pressed eagerly, eager to know whether the Taiping Mountain camp's destruction was due to his inability to participate in the dungeon or due to irresistible force. If the latter, Lin Mingyuan would have to consider retreat. Lu Xiaodong shook his head. He hadn't seen Lin Mingyuan in the prophecy. Your prediction was wrong. As long as I'm here, the Taiping Mountain camp will never catch fire. My ice magic will crush all enemies. Xin Ai didn't believe Lu Xiaodong's prediction. She had just completed her second transformation, and her strength had increased dramatically. She simply didn't believe the Taiping Mountain camp, with her guarding it, could be destroyed. What else did you see? Lin Mingyuan asked. Nothing. That's all I saw. Lu Xiaodong shook his head. You should go back first. I understand your concerns. I'll be stationed at the camp for the next few days and mobilizing all professionals to search for the source of the danger. Don't worry, with me here, Taipingsheng camp will be safe, Lin Mingyuan reassured Lu Xiaodong, telling him not to be afraid. After sending Lu Xiaodong away, he turned around and said solemnly, "We're in trouble. The Brotherhood of Steel's retaliation is imminent." When Lu Xiaodong mentioned missiles, mechas, and other surreal weapons as the culprits behind the destruction of Taipingsheng camp, Lin Mingyuan knew he wasn't speaking nonsense. His prediction was true. Whether it was the missile attack or the futuristic mechas, they were all tricks of the Brotherhood of Steel. The aftermath of the destruction of the three guns had indeed arrived. The Brotherhood of Steel's retaliation was on its way, arriving as early as tomorrow and no later than a week. Having annihilated a local faction that hadn't even officially joined the organization and clashed with a high-ranking official, the Brotherhood of Steel shouldn't be sending an army of professionals to attack me. They should be sending a small group. Even without me, the Taipingsheng camp still had experts like Xin Ai, Yan Qianxue, Li Tong, and Fang Daoshan in command, yet they were completely wiped out by them. This small group must be extremely powerful. Lin Mingyuan pondered the identities of the individuals who had attacked the Taipingsheng camp. Don't worry too much. We'll deal with the enemy as they come, and we'll deal with the water as we go. In the worst-case scenario, we have a way out. I've learned how to use a portal and can transport important members away. Xin Ai gently smoothed the wrinkles from Lin Mingyuan's forehead. When it came time to get serious, Xin Ai had even more leadership qualities than Lin Mingyuan. Actually, you're the one who should be protected the most. You're absolutely right. If you were at the Taipingsheng camp, we wouldn't have been engulfed in flames. You could have put out the fire with a single freezing rain spell. But Lu Xiaodong's prophecy didn't show that scene. The most likely scenario is that you were killed before the battle began. Probably not. Xin Ai refused to believe she would die before the battle began. You know how poor your vigilance is. I don't need to tell you. If the Brotherhood of Steel had a skilled special forces soldier or sniper, could you have avoided their assassination? Don't treat others like fools. Fighting a positional battle against you knowing you're a mage is courting death. They'll definitely try to eliminate you. Lin Mingyuan wasn't exaggerating. He'd heard of many similar cases. Mages are a high-risk profession, always the enemy's first target. So, for the next few days, I'll be your personal bodyguard. Temporarily training Xin Ai on her vigilance might not be enough, so Lin Mingyuan offered a solution, to personally protect her and ensure her safety. Lin Mingyuan always made her feel safe, and Xin Ai felt like she was drowning in a jar of honey, enveloped in happiness. A long-lost sense of love reigned supreme. Perhaps I should be grateful to the attackers. If they hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you cared so much about me. The sweet smile on Xin Ai's face proved she wasn't joking. In the face of a terrifying crisis that could have wiped out the entire Taipingsheng camp, Xin Ai was still embroiled in romantic affairs. Lin Mingyuan couldn't understand her unusual train of thought. After all, she's still a young girl, unreliable. The future of the camp rests on my shoulders. Lin Mingyuan sighed softly, embracing Xin Ai in his arms and silently pondering a solution. Lin Mingyuan assumed the Brotherhood of Steel wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest, but he was wrong. The Cheetah Squad, sent by Qi Hongxian to destroy the Taipingsheng encampment, had already arrived in TS City 3 days prior. Cheetah Squad leader, Mechanic Zhao had always planned everything carefully before taking action. They wouldn't act rashly without thoroughly investigating the Taipingsheng encampment. Damn it. I almost fell for that bastard Qi Hongxian. Tiny TS City has no powerful individuals worth mentioning? That's bullshit. If we'd believed his lies, we'd have been killed. Upon seeing the intelligence gathered by Agent Bai Yongnian, the fiery soldier Li Zhuang angrily smashed the table, his furious roar filing the hotel's presidential suite. Hold your composure. If the enemy is truly easy to deal with, why would we, the Cheetah Squad, be tasked with carrying out a mission? Team leader Zhao Haid took a leisurely sip of tea, remaining composed. He continued, we know the two strongest individuals in the Taipingsheng camp are the swordsman Lin Mingyuan, who lives behind the scenes, rarely participating in worldly affairs, and spends most of his time exploring dungeons, and the ice mage Xin Ai, who may have completed her second transformation and possesses a legacy. From this, we can formulate a strategy. First, we'll choose tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Normally, Lin Mingyuan would be in the dungeon at this time, making him our must-kill target. However, we can clip Lin Mingyuan's wings first and then slowly deal with him. Taking a breath, Zhao had looked at Agent Bai Yongnian and said, Old Bai, the key to victory in this battle lies in you. We must assassinate the enemy mage Xin AI before we act. No problem. I've already tracked down Xin AI's daily activities. She's just a naive rookie mage. No matter how powerful she is, it's a piece of cake for me. Bai Yongnian crossed his arms, confident he could successfully complete the mission. Lin Mingyuan's suspicions were correct. The enemy was indeed planning to attack Xin AI. If they couldn't eliminate her, their plan to destroy the Taipingtian camp would become significantly more difficult. The Cheetah Squad consisted of 5 members, each a master in their respective fields. Bai Yongnian had been an ace agent, frequently conducting covert missions before the disaster. Choosing a special agent for his second career change was a return to his roots. Li Zhuang's Sharp Knife Company, from which he had once won first place at the Northwest Military Region Martial Arts Competition, remained a soldier for his second career change, pursuing his goal of becoming an all-around master soldier, even if faced with a setback. Demolitionist Zhu Rong was a former police consultant in explosives. The oldest mechanic, Zhao Haid, held 2 doctorates and was the dean of the School of Mechanical Engineering at Dongzhou University. Only the mecha pilot, Wang Rui, was less impressive, having barely graduated from high school before the disaster. However, he switched to the rare class of mechanician, piloting the Cheetah III mech. While Zhao Haid may be the squad leader, the Cheetah Squad's strongest fighter is Wang Rui, the team's name given to him. The Cheetah Squad enjoys a positive internal atmosphere, and Wang Rui holds Zhao Haid in high esteem. He stands out from the crowd of mechanics thanks to Zhao Haid's support. No mechanic can succeed without the help of a mechanic. The difference between a mechanic and a mechanic lies in their single character, yet the distinction is significant. A mechanic pursues an endless army, a sea of mechanized machines, while a mechanic devotes all their energy to improving their mechas. This difference in class necessitates different skill points. A mechanic focuses solely on intelligence, similar to a mage's extremes, while a mechanic's balanced strength, agility, physique, and intelligence are equally important. Chapter 86, Shucking Sniper. The main road to Taipingtian camp was a constant stream of pedestrians and vehicles, occasionally spotted with professionals hurrying by. Aware of the impending storm, Lin Mingyuan had already taken precautions, declaring martial law within the camp. All professionals on duty were ordered to strictly guard all major roads for the next week and immediately intercept and question any unidentified strangers. At dinner, Lin Mingyuan discussed the doomsday prophecy with Li Tong, Yan Qianxue, and other key camp members. Some were dismissive, others nervous, but everyone took it to heart, their nerves tense. They would gather immediately at the sound of gunfire, lest they be caught unawares. Prophecies are indeed sometimes accurate and sometimes not. Even Lu Xiaodong, the prophet, could guarantee that the predicted scenes would actually occur. Many took it seriously, preferring to believe it rather than not. In the evening, Li Tong and Lin Mingyuan stood on the newly built watchtower overlooking the entire camp and the city. Li Tong puffed out smoke and said, "Since the Three Guns Alliance and the destruction of the Pengcheng camp, our Taipingtian camp has had fewer spies and informants. Moreover, you can't enter the Taipingtian camp without a pass. We can guarantee that the interior of the camp is now an iron wall. But with our manpower, it is difficult to monitor the entire TS city. There are also medium-sized forces, hunting teams, mercenary groups, etc. that are unwilling to surrender. There are all kinds of people in TS city, and it is difficult for us to find out bad-intentioned bandits who have sneaked in. Just take care of ourselves. Whether we can find them or not, we will inevitably have to fight in the end. Strength is the core competitiveness of professionals. As long as we can stay strong, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks the enemy has, they are just paper tigers," Lin Mingyuan said. "I really wish they'd arrived a few days later. Brother Yuan, I'm level 50 now. I've already checked the requirements for the second job, and it's not that difficult. The Dragon Summoner job requires 2 summoned beasts with dragon blood. I've already met the requirements of 30 intelligence and 40 constitution. Now, all I have to do is open up a summoning space and I'll complete the second job. When my strength increases, I'll be able to wipe out those gutter rats." Li Tong shared the good news with Lin Mingyuan. He reached level 50 more than half a month later than Lin Mingyuan, but when it came to the second job, Li Tong was dozens of times faster than Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan hadn't even met the first attribute requirement for the second job yet, not to mention the increasingly demanding requirements that followed. His friends were all on their way to completing the second job, but Lin Mingyuan was stuck at level 50. It's impossible to say he hadn't had any thoughts on this, but he knew that if he wanted a bountiful harvest in the fall, he couldn't avoid the hard work of planting, fertilizing, and watering in spring and summer. The strict requirements for the Sword Saint class turn away many mediocre individuals. However, for prodigies aspiring to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, completing the second class turn offers a significant boost in strength, making all the patience worthwhile. Dragon Summoner, that's a dream job. If you can tame a baby dragon, you'll truly soar, Lin Mingyuan exclaimed. To obtain a baby dragon, you must at least be strong enough to defeat an adult mother dragon. If I truly possess the power to defeat an adult dragon, would I still need to raise a baby dragon? I became a dragon summoner primarily because it gives me a stronger affinity for dragon-blooded creatures, allowing me to tame more in the future. I wouldn't even dream of taming a true dragon, Li Tuong said with a wry smile. Lin Mingyuan smiled, but said nothing. There might be a future opportunity to obtain a baby dragon, but it was still a bit far off. He didn't make any rash promises, promising Li Tuong a baby dragon when the time was right. After smoking a few cigarettes with Li Tuong and briefly chatting about recent events, Lin Mingyuan left first. Instead of returning home, he went straight to Xin Ai's house, still avoiding the door and appearing in her bedroom in an instant. The sudden presence startled Xin Ai, and she raised her hand to unleash her ice cone spell, only to see it was Lin Mingyuan. The brewing magical energy slowly dissipated, and Xin Ai gave him a charming look. Lin Mingyuan was pleased by Xin Ai's actions. He said, "Congratulations, you're finally not so slow anymore. It seems my occasional startles are working. You keep scaring me. Aren't you afraid the wolf will actually come?" Lin Mingyuan smiled, not wanting to engage in a quarrel. He glanced around the room and pointed to the bed. "I'll sleep here tonight. It's less than a meter away from you. I can handle any situation. You want to sleep on the floor? It's not too hard, is it?" Lin Mingyuan's tireless efforts to protect her made Xin Ai feel uncomfortable about sleeping on the floor. However, Xin Ai wasn't prepared to share a bed. "I've slept on park benches, in tree holes, and even fought stray dogs for their kennels. Sleeping on the floor is nothing for me. I've checked. This position is a blind spot. If the enemy breaks in through the window or the door, they won't see me immediately. That's to my advantage." Lin Mingyuan's careful analysis only made Xin Ai feel more embarrassed. "Okay, I'll get you a blanket." Convinced, Xin Ai returned with a thick blanket. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lin Mingyuan standing in the corner, shaking his head at her with a serious expression, then pointing towards the bed. Xin Ai understood and spread the blanket over her own bed. With her lips slightly parted, she spoke in a whisper as soft as a mosquito. "Are the enemies coming, hiding in a blind spot?" Lin Mingyuan whispered, "I'm not sure. I just felt someone watching this room, but they disappeared quickly. They must be a very experienced intruder. Then what should we do? Draw the curtains, go to sleep, and pretend nothing happened," said Lin Mingyuan. When the curtains were drawn, rendering the bedroom's interior inaccessible to outsiders, Lin Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and sat at the head of the bed, saying, "It seems my suspicions were correct. You've truly been targeted, and they're planning to attack you. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be the first to die." Xin Ai's delicate face shifted again and again. Unaware of the danger, she hadn't imagined the imminent danger. If Lu Xiaodong's prediction hadn't alerted Lin Mingyuan, the scene Lu Xiaodong had seen would surely have come true. Taiping Mountain would have been destroyed, and she would have perished before the battle even began. The most valuable and least valuable thing in the wasteland is human life. As our strength increases, the foes we encounter will become increasingly sophisticated. There are countless bizarre professions in the vast world. Never underestimate any enemy. Lin Mingyuan spoke earnestly, some of his words irritating him to the point of exhaustion. Fortunately, this time, Xin Ai finally listened. "It's getting late. Let's get some rest," Xin Ai said, lying down on the bed, occupying only half of the large double bed. "Why don't you give me back the quilt first? Don't be silly. I really can let you sleep on the floor. Come up here." Xin Ai feigned composure, acting calm and composed. "You asked for this, and it's dry out. Don't blame me if anything goes wrong." Lin Mingyuan chuckled, took off his shirt, and lay down beside Xin Ai. Sharing a bed inevitably involves physical contact, and Lin Mingyuan shifted, his elbow brushing against Xin Ai's soft, fragrant arm. The close contact of skin to skin made Xin Ai tremble with nervousness. Sensing the woman beside him moving, Lin Mingyuan couldn't help but smile. "Look how nervous you are. I wonder if I could eat you in one bite?" "Stop imagining things and just sleep." Lin Mingyuan took Xin Ai's hand. His calloused hands, worn from constant sword use, seemed to possess a mysterious power. The moment they touched Xin Ai's palm, her nervousness subsided. Her rapidly rising and falling chest calmed, and she leaned her head slightly against Lin Mingyuan's shoulder, falling into a sweet sleep. Lin Mingyuan's sleep was no longer simply a light sleeper, his sleep quality was imperfect, waking him instantly at the slightest sign of trouble. Even the most vague and elusive of malevolent intentions could be accurately detected by Lin Mingyuan. His keen senses were his primary tool for surviving in the wasteland. Throughout the night, Lin Mingyuan woke several times, each time sensing the approaching malevolent force. He made no noise, made no rash moves. He could sense the enemy's professionalism. The malevolent force he sensed might be deliberately released by the enemy. If he suddenly appeared, the enemy might simply vanish, leaving Lin Mingyuan unable to find any trace, only to alert the enemy. Lin Mingyuan was like a seasoned hunter, patiently waiting for his prey to fall into his trap, holding an irresistible bait. Xin Ai slept soundly until dawn, and when she woke, she saw Lin Mingyuan gazing at her with admiration. "I can't get enough of seeing him every day," Xin Ai exclaimed, feeling completely captivated by her charm. "This man belongs to me." Lin Mingyuan smiled without saying a word, picking up 2 crumpled pieces of toilet paper. Xin Ai was puzzled at first, then, infuriated, asked, "Did you do something obscene? They say distance creates beauty, and that's true. I want to ask you what kind of dream you had. You're drooling all night, and I've wiped your mouth 7 times. Lin Mingyuan was still laughing, and Xin Ai finally realized that his smile wasn't admiration, but a malicious mockery. She bit her lip, grabbed the pillow, and threw it at Lin Mingyuan. After a few moments of playful banter, Lin Mingyuan glanced at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, a time when he would normally have been exploring the dungeon for 2 hours. He made his bed and dressed, then continued to hide in a corner, waiting for his chance. Xin Ai opened the curtains, letting in bright sunlight. It was then that Lin Mingyuan felt a surge of hostility. The cunning prey he had been waiting for all night had finally revealed itself. Without a second thought, Lin Mingyuan flashed in front of Xin Ai, instantly shattering the glass as a 12.7mm sniper bullet pierced Lin Mingyuan's shoulder. Had he not dodged in front of Xin Ai, the bullet would have pierced her brain. Lin Mingyuan, accustomed to the excruciating pain of his wound, took it in stride. He didn't even glance at the shattered clavicle and shoulder blade in the bull-sized wound. He stared at Agent Bai Yongnian, 700 meters away, on the 3rd floor of a distant villa, grinning. Blood stained his gums, giving his smile a demonic, terrifying quality. "Got you." From 700 meters away, Bai Yongnian, a lip reader, peered through his sniper scope and saw Lin Mingyuan's words as he withstood the sniper's bruises. His heart instantly sank, as if being gripped by an invisible hand. "Damn it. I don't believe you're invincible." Bai Yongnian gritted his teeth and fired again. Lin Mingyuan had already vanished from Xin Ai's boudoir. "Hey, turn around." Hearing someone call from behind, Bai Yongnian instinctively turned back to see a fist the size of a sandbag crashing down upon his face. His consciousness instantly went dark. Chapter 87 Fire Frenzy. Old White must have missed it. I've sent him over a dozen messages, but he hasn't replied. Demo Manzu wrong side, setting down his little helper phone. The little helper is a new model developed by the Brotherhood of Steel for professionals. Its alloy casing boasts exceptional signal strength, is dust-proof and waterproof, and boasts incredibly robust internal components. The Nokia, once touted as being able to crack walnuts, looks like a younger brother to the little helper. Currently, the little helper is only circulated within the Brotherhood of Steel. How could the Brotherhood be so selfless as to share its painstakingly built communications network with others? They'll have to wait until the Brotherhood of Steel conquers half of China, then, in order to win over their support, open up their communications network and offer the little helper to the general public at the incredibly low price of 100 disaster coins. Mechanic Zhao Haid said, Bai Yongnian's life signal hasn't stopped yet. He's likely been captured by the Taipingtian camp after his infiltration attempt failed. We now have two options: either we reveal our identities and pressure the Taipingtian camp to hand over Bai Yongnian, or we stick to our plan and continue our attack on the Taipingtian camp. Bai Yongnian's capture won't affect us, no doubt. Let's fight. That Lin dared to offend our Brotherhood of Steel, proving he doesn't take us seriously. Even if we reveal our identities, he still won't hand us over. Why not just fight it out with real weapons? Mechanic Wang Rui was young and impulsive, fond of resorting to force. I'm afraid it won't go smoothly. If old Bai successfully eliminates Xin AI, the Taipingtian camp will naturally be safe. But if Xin AI survives, the situation will be different. We must attack Taipingtian despite Xin AI's magical bombardment, Zhu Rong said. I, Li Zhang, will never abandon my comrades. Since Bai Yongnian is still alive, we must rescue him. Soldier Li Zhang expressed his opinion, his lips tightly pursed, determined to go even if the others disagreed. I understand what you all mean. Get ready, the plan remains unchanged. Zhao had made the final decision. Bai Yongnian had to be rescued. By now, their plan had failed, and the Taipingtian camp would surely be well prepared. A fierce battle awaited. Inside the Taipingtian camp, the dull sounds of blows and the occasional groans of pain echoed from the prison cell. Lin Mingyuan watched Bai Yongnian, handcuffed and shackled to the wall, his body covered in bruises from the torture, yet he remained silent, and a deep respect welled up in his heart. Bai Yongnian, a professionally trained special agent, was a true man, enduring all manner of inhumane torture without even a murmur to betray his teammates. It was a pity that such a tough guy didn't pledge allegiance to Lin Mingyuan. Actually, whether you tell me or not, I know everything. You're a member of the Brotherhood of Steel. Your plan was to eliminate Xin AI while I was away, and then seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Taipingtian camp. With all due respect, your plan failed from the start. What made you think it would succeed later, or that your teammates could rescue you? With Xin AI here, the Taipingtian camp is impenetrable. You're doomed to fail. Lin Mingyuan's analysis, though leaving Bai Yongnian momentarily dazed, failed to shake his resolve. Bai Yongnian remained silent, determined not to speak. Lin Mingyuan had no choice, he was professionally trained. Gentle persuasion was useless, and even more so, torture. If Lin Mingyuan hadn't been so experienced and hadn't extracted the tooth containing the poison, he would have committed suicide by now. I hope your teammates are as tough as you. Seeing he couldn't get any more information out of him, Lin Mingyuan snorted coldly, turned away from the cell, and ordered the guards to keep a close watch on Bai Yongnian. At this point, the Taipingtian camp had entered a state of combat readiness. All civilians who hadn't completed their transition and were incapable of combat had taken refuge in sturdy, secure locations like the church and the caves in the back mountains. The professionals, each assigned their duties, remained on high alert, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Watch out for airstrikes. The enemy is coming. The lookout on the high platform lowered his binoculars and shouted. Lin Mingyuan, freshly released from prison, looked up at the sky. Thousands of missiles formed a dense barrage, bombarding the Taipingtian camp. The sheer number of missiles was formidable, yet their power was modest, even less powerful than military fragmentation grenades. However, the damage inflicted by these thousands of missiles simultaneously on the Taipingtian camp was significant. The pervasive explosions caused landslides on the Taipingtian mountainside, and several villas built on the edge collapsed with the mountainside, submerging them in rubble and dust. The timely warning from the lookout, coupled with the agility of the professionals, who quickly took cover, resulted in a massive airstrike that caused more confusion than damage. Taking advantage of the airstrike to suppress the professionals at the Taipingtian camp, the remaining 4 members of the Cheetah Squad finally launched their attack. Using their retractable hooks, they quickly ascended from behind the cliff. Clad in black special combat uniform, Li Zhang unleashed a 3-round burst at the lookout on the sentry tower. Blood splattered from the lookout's abdomen, chest, and head, a death sentence. Yan Qianxue's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. She had already determined the attacker's position by following the lingering bullet marks in the air. A flurry of arrows rang out, each one piercing the concrete wall with a resounding click. The lookout dodged immediately after the shot, saved by Li Zhang's battlefield experience. Li Zhang's infiltration from behind was only a minor nuisance. The real trouble was a 3-meter-tall mech that smashed through the gate and burst through from the front. Its shoulder panels opened, revealing a honeycomb-like pattern of missile launch ports. Immediately, another salvo of missiles unleashed, this time with no scattered targets. Mech pilot Wang Rui, piloting a cheetah III mech, concentrated his fire on the buildings where the professionals were hiding. Thousands of thumb-sized missiles tore apart the townhouses lining the road, raging flames and plumes of black smoke. Is this the mech pilot Lu Xiaodong had predicted, the one who crushed the fiery lion cane? He's got something. Lin Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The attack following Wang Rui's appearance had inflicted the heaviest casualties in the Taipingtian camp's history, with over a dozen professionals perishing in the barrage of missiles. Without hesitation, Lin Mingyuan activated his clairvoyance to assess Wang Rui's strength. Wang Rui, LV61, race, human occupation, Mecha Master strength 27, 47, agility 26, 46, constitution 29, 49, intelligence 24. Note, the attributes in brackets are when driving a mecha talent, mecha driving mastery, you have a super strong sense of direction and nerve reaction speed. After a long period of training, you have become a qualified mecha master, missile expert, you are proficient in micro-missile manufacturing, fuel saving, you know better how to control mecha fuel and extend the driving time of mecha. Skills, mecha overclocking the mecha, strength +5, agility +5 during the duration, energy consumption increased by 100%, equipment, thunder machine gun, the mecha arm is equipped with a thunder machine gun, equipped with an automatic locking module, thermal detection eye, the thermal detection device allows you to find enemies hiding behind cover, shoulder-mounted honeycomb missile launcher, release a large number of missiles to cause devastating attacks on ranged enemies. Cheetah War Blade, the indestructible energy blade attached to the cheetah armor. Lin Mingyuan was familiar with the mecha pilot profession. The selection requirements for mecha pilots were far stricter than those for pilots, emphasizing well-rounded development. A mecha pilot's stats were calculated by combining their own stats with those of their mecha. If a mecha pilot was too weak, even an invincible mecha wouldn't bring much combat power. Similarly, possessing the courage of a king without a top-tier mecha wouldn't be enough. Not only did they need a superhuman physique, but they also needed an exceptionally high IQ to build and modify mechas. Wang Rui was a qualified mecha pilot. His stats were balanced and high, and equipped with a cheetah III mecha that added 20 points to each of strength, agility, and stamina. He displayed the combat prowess of a top-tier professional. Ordinary professionals without specialized skills were no different from ordinary mortals in his presence. Shells flew from the thunder machine guns, equipped with an auto-lock module. The overwhelming firepower kept the professionals hiding behind cover at bay. Anyone who dared to show their head was instantly targeted and killed with a headshot. Without Lin Mingyuan, Xin Ai, and the others in charge, the Taipingtian camp would be nothing more than an ordinary camp in a third-tier city, perhaps even overrun by Wang Rui alone. Such a formidable foe required Lin Mingyuan to handle. The others were no match for him. Excited by the sight of prey, his shoulder wounds still aching, Lin Mingyuan licked his lips and drew his sword. Iron Lump, your opponent is me. Lin Mingyuan glided low to the ground, roaring and lunging at Wang Rui and his cheetah mech. His appearance exposed him to the auto-lock module, and Wang Rui immediately swung his gun around, locking onto him and unleashing a torrent of bullets, powerful enough to cut a waterfall. At that moment, Lin Mingyuan suddenly turned 90 degrees mid-flight, darting upwards without losing speed, more agile than a swift. Simultaneously, he unleashed a swift sword strike, unleashing feathers in the sky. Countless jet black, feather-like sword energy slashed against the cheetah mech. Sparks flew as the jet black feathers collided with a high-strength alloy steel, leaving a crisscross of cuts several centimeters deep in the mech's hull. While numerous wounds were numerous, none of them damaged the core, not even the mech's outer armor. What an astonishing defense, Lin Mingyuan exclaimed as the shutters on his shoulder-mounted honeycomb missile launcher opened again. Hundreds of black, honeycomb-like missile ports, like tiny honeycombs, erupted in flames, raining down a hail of missiles that could devastate buildings. Lin Mingyuan didn't want to test his agility to see if he could safely navigate that barrage. His physical condition was not high. With a single, instantaneous step, Lin Mingyuan appeared behind Wang Rui, traversing space. Lin Mingyuan had previously witnessed the cheetah mech's astonishing defensive capabilities. Ordinary attacks couldn't penetrate its defenses. At this moment, his ghost blade instantly activated, and the bloodthirster sword in Lin Mingyuan's hand took on a dark blue hue. His strikes suddenly accelerated, and with lightning speed, he stabbed towards the mech's cockpit. Lin Mingyuan's decisive strike failed to achieve the desired result. Wang Rui, manning the cheetah mech, sensed danger the moment Lin Mingyuan disappeared and immediately activated his mech's overclocking mode. With an additional 5 points to his already 46 points of agility, Wang Rui's speed was now comparable to Lin Mingyuan's. He managed to swerve and avoid Lin Mingyuan's fatal strike. However, the mech's massive size prevented it from completely escaping Lin Mingyuan's lethal blow. A small portion of the cheetah mech's left arm was severed, and the smooth incision sparked with sparks. Damn it, they actually damaged my mecha. This is unforgivable. The cheetah mecha that he regarded as a treasure was severely damaged. Wang Rui was furious in the cockpit, and the energy launcher mounted on his arm instantly activated a 1.6-meter-long bright yellow energy blade. Chapter 88 Defeat. Wang Rui wielded a massive energy sword, slashing down at Lin Mingyuan. His strikes were powerful and heavy, yet unstructured, highlighting his ferocity and fearlessness. Clad in his mecha and in overclocked mode, Wang Rui was considerably stronger than Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan made a tentative contact with his first strike, nearly sending his bloodthirster sword careening away. His feet crushed the concrete, sending him sliding back 2 meters, leaving 2 long drag marks. Great strength, but too heavy, Lin Mingyuan dismissed the slight setback. Before he could finish his words, he soared into the air and slashed 3 times in a row. Only Lin Mingyuan had the right to mock Wang Rui's clumsiness. With 51 points of agility, Wang Rui possessed the fastest speed of anyone in the Taipingtian camp, but compared to Lin Mingyuan, who now possessed 62 points of agility in combat mode, he was still a step behind. Lin Mingyuan's 3 strikes were unstoppable, and Wang Rui couldn't block a single one. Remember, the effects of the Ghost Blade hadn't worn off yet. All 3 strikes carried the Ghost Blade, ignoring all defensive effects and increasing their attack speed by 50%. In a split second, the cheetah mech's shoulder-mounted honeycomb missile launcher was severed by the sword's blade, piercing the cockpit that shielded it from the outside world, allowing air to flow in through the sword's wound. This strike completely exposed Wang Rui's inexperience. The blade, imbued with a chilling aura of death, brushed past him, startling him momentarily, leaving him vulnerable. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Mingyuan's 3rd strike severed the cheetah mech's right arm. Deprived of its energy supply, the energy sword vanished instantly, and both arms of the mech were severed, leaving it like a fangless, vicious dog. Wang Rui's brute strength was now gone, but his killing power was gone. Mechanic Zhao Haide, observing the battle from afar and not even present on the battlefield, was horrified. How could Wang Rui, possessing the cheetah mech, be defeated, and how could he be defeated so quickly? In a flash, the two engaged in a mere 10 seconds, and Wang Rui was already showing signs of defeat. No, I have to help him. Wang Rui's in trouble. Zhao Haide, still biding his time, could no longer wait and issued a command to his machines. The enemy's strongest force was already half depleted, and victory was within sight. Lin Mingyuan was about to offer a few words of trash talk to taunt his young and inexperienced opponent when he suddenly saw 10 bright silver metal spheres flying up from the manhole. What the hell? Before Lin Mingyuan could even think, the spheres flew straight towards him. Lin Mingyuan reacted immediately, rapidly launching himself into the air while summoning 11 crowmen. A whirlwind of feathers swept through, and the crowmen appeared in midair, the metal spheres within arm's reach. Instantly, a massive crimson fireball rapidly expanded below, each sphere igniting a fierce flame. The flames were extremely sticky, and once touched, even a plunge into water would not extinguish the flames, a truly vicious and venomous sight. The crowmen had barely arrived, barely appreciating the situation, when they were engulfed by swelling fireballs. Amidst the deep flames, traces of incinerated figures could be seen, their bodies reduced to ash within seconds. Frost Nova, Xin AI, whose primary concern was extinguishing the fire, finally struck. A vast frost mist erupted. Fire and ice were incompatible, one would inevitably be completely suppressed. The flames were fierce and vicious, but they were no match for Xin AI's immense power. The frost mist extinguished the flames, leaving vast swathes of ice crystals on the charred ground. Zhao Haide's sudden intervention denied Lin Mingyuan the opportunity to pursue them. Wang Rui, his mech severely damaged, began to retreat. How could Lin Mingyuan let him go? As he soared downward in pursuit, Zhao Haide's second wave arrived. Nearly 100 drones had already taken to the skies, dropping grenades and firing machine guns. In an instant, a dense barrage of fire blocked Lin Mingyuan's path. Go ahead, I'll cover you. Lin Mingyuan, Having just about paused to deal with the drones, suddenly heard Xin Ai's voice. He flapped his wings and resumed his pursuit of Wang Rui. First, an icy blue, chillingly cold armor enveloped Lin Mingyuan. Bullets sent shards of ice flying but couldn't penetrate the armor. Grenade explosions only disrupted Lin Mingyuan's trajectory but failed to injure him. As the drone swarm barraged Lin Mingyuan, a howling north wind swept through the sky, accompanied by heavy snowfall. The strong wind rocked the weaker drones, and the swirling snow obscured their vision. Then, the pervasive cold completely destroyed the drone's delicate internal components, forming thick clumps of ice on their exteriors, even blocking their barrels. The drones, several times heavier than before, lost power and fell in the blizzard. The fact that they were destroyed by Xin Ai's forbidden magic blizzard was proof enough that the drone swarm was formidable. The X-1 Ripper robot failed to tear Lin Mingyuan apart, being torn apart by a storm of blades instead. The mechanical self-propelled artillery's targeting system couldn't lock onto the high-speed Lin Mingyuan, and he was engulfed in the ensuing blizzard. The Dawn's heavy artillery, before it could even fire, was destroyed by a massive ice cone flying from 1,000 meters away. Zhao Haid, the mechanic, who relied entirely on mechanical creations for his own purposes, felt utterly miserable. His various tactics were being countered, and the combat prowess displayed by the Taipingtian camp shocked him. "I regret accepting this mission," Zhao Haid lamented, but regret was now futile. Lin Mingyuan intercepted the recklessly charging cheetah mech and demonstrated his newly learned advanced swordsmanship, Phantom Sword Dance, for the first time. Instantly, countless chaotic sword energies tore through the cheetah mech, sparks flashing, and fragments of the mech flew everywhere. Even without the Ghost Blade's defense ignoring effect, the terrifying power of Phantom Sword Dance was enough to dismember the cheetah mech. The seemingly chaotic sword energies finally converged, forming a massive force that completely pierced the cheetah mech. Wang Rui, trapped in the cockpit, was unable to escape, crushed to death by the crippled and deformed mech, which billowed out a cloud of black smoke. While the frontline battles were going smoothly, the secondary battlefields were less successful. Yan Qianxue was wounded by Li Zhang, and in this clash of archers, she was defeated. Had she completed her second transformation, victory would have been hers. Unfortunately, Yan Qianxue was over a dozen levels below Li Zhang, a vast gap in level. And she hadn't yet completed the crucial second transformation. Li Zhang alone caused chaos in the rear of the Taipingtian camp. Zhou Shuang, a key member of the camp and a level 42 soldier, was severely injured and completely crushed by Li Zhang. Ultimately, it was the scorpion-tailed Pterosaurvisa's aerial poison spray that forced Li Zhang into a desperate situation. Then, Feng Daotian, who had taken advantage of the opportunity, knocked him unconscious and captured him. Even after the cheetah mech was dispatched, Lin Mingyuan wasn't satisfied with the killing spree. His bloodshot eyes suddenly darted towards Zhao Haid, who had been observing him from the shadows. Zhao Haid was a brilliant man. His plan had completely failed, his position had been exposed, and any resistance would only lead to his demise. The moment their eyes met, Zhao Haid raised his hands and shouted, "I surrender. I surrender, come out." Lin Mingyuan was reluctant to trespass into the mechanic's hideout. Who knew what deadly mechanical contraption might be hidden within? Maintaining a surrendering posture, Zhao Haid slowly emerged from the attic and declared, "We surrender. I will fully compensate you for all your losses. Please do not harm us, or disaster will befall us." Lin Mingyuan's eyes flashed with impatience. "I despise your brotherhood of steel, old man. If you show any more arrogance, I'll slaughter you all today." Zhao Haid's words were sincere, avoiding the condescending attitude of the Brotherhood of Steel. Otherwise, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't care whether they surrendered or not. The Taipingtian camp was nearly reduced to ruins. They truly intended to completely destroy it and establish the Brotherhood of Steel's reputation as an untouchable force. Zhao Haid smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not threatening you, I'm just stating the facts. There are 5 members in our cheetah squad. Bai Yongnian was the first one captured by you. Later, when the gunfire stopped, Li Zhang was most likely captured as well. Wang Rui unfortunately died in battle, and I was also captured by you. Guess where our last member is?" Lin Mingyuan frowned slightly. "Just say what you want to say. I don't have time to play tricks with you, then I'll be frank. Before the war, our plan was to use missiles to clear the way and attract attention. Then Li Zhang would rush in from the rear to create chaos. Wang Rui and I would attack the front, while demolitionist Zhurong would drive a track drilling vehicle deep into the mountain to bury explosives. The explosives have been planted now. Once detonated, you and Miss Zin Ai might be able to escape, but no one else in the camp would be able to escape. Lin Mingyuan can fly and has instant steps, and Zin Ai can learn the portal after her second transformation. Only the two of them have the ability to escape by teleporting. All the others will die in the huge explosion and chain-induced landslides. From the outset of the battle, the Taiping Mountains face shook with relentless bombardment. No one noticed a drilling vehicle digging into the mountain's belly. Zhao Hai's plan was flawless, the only flaw being the physical strength. The cheetah squad was no match for the Taiping Mountain camp and was nearly annihilated by Lin Mingyuan and Zin Ai. Just because I contradicted Qi Hongzhen, you want to destroy over 500 professionals and tens of thousands of civilians from Taiping Mountain? How cruel. Lin Mingyuan was truly murderous. If Zhao Hai's plan succeeded, the Taiping Mountain camp would be completely wiped out from the face of the earth, leaving not a trace. Use your utmost to destroy all enemy forces. That's war, Zhao Hai didn't deny. War is brutal, and the Brotherhood of Steel is China's largest war organization. Zhao Hai, having joined the military, was accustomed to it. I don't kill prisoners. Now, order your demolition crew to disarm all explosives and surrender. I'll consider sparing you and your brothers. Lin Mingyuan had no interest in arguing with Zhao Hai, he just wanted results. Zhao Hai debated whether to threaten Lin Mingyuan with Zhurong, ultimately concluding that threatening him would likely backfire. The core of the Taiping Mountain camp was Lin Mingyuan and Zin Ai, but neither of them was afraid of the explosives Zhurong had buried deep within the mountain. Threatening Lin Mingyuan would only infuriate him, and the cheetah squad would be wiped out in TS City. Zhao Hai, with his lofty ambitions, didn't want to die there. After a brief moment of deliberation, Zhao Hai agreed and ordered Zhurong to dismantle the bomb and surrender to Lin Mingyuan, betting on Lin Mingyuan's integrity. Inside the mountain, Zhurong, stunned for a moment upon hearing the cheetah squad's complete collapse, members either killed or captured, sighed and followed Zhao Hai's orders to dismantle the bomb, then walked to the main gate to surrender. Zhao Hai's fears didn't materialize. Lin Mingyuan kept his word and, with a single word, imprisoned Zhao Hai, Bai Yongnian, and the others. The Taiping camp is about to become a thing of the past, Lin Mingyuan sighed as he gazed at the engulfing camp. The Taiping camp was finally gone. The first round of bombing had caused a landslide, and subsequent waves of artillery fire had shattered the road and caused the earth to collapse. In particular, the mountain's belly had been ripped through by fire, leaving a massive gaping hole forever. The Taiping camp, reduced to rubble, was inevitably abandoned after this battle. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Great Sage. Freezing rain condensed onto the ground, dousing the blaze. Plumes of black smoke billowed from the charred ruins. When the dust settled, the residents emerged from their safe houses, their eyes fixed on their unfamiliar homes, tears streaming down their cheeks. Their homes were gone. If you save the land and lose the people, both the land and the people are lost. If you save the people and lose the land, both the land and the people are lost. Brother Yuan, don't be sad. The Taiping Mountain camp is destroyed. At most, we can find another mountain to settle down on. Li Tong, riding a pterosaur, landed and, seeing Lin Mingyuan staring blankly at the ruins, offered solace. I've always known that Taiping Mountain isn't a place to live permanently. Besides its high ground, it offers no strategic advantages. There are climbs all around, and the soil is soft and unstable. I didn't expect Taiping Mountain to be destroyed so quickly. Let Li Chang arrange for the residents' relocation and find a quiet area to settle down. By the time we capture Blackstone City next year, we'll have a secure base. Lin Mingyuan wasn't particularly upset, but rather lamented that the Taiping Mountain camp had ultimately been destroyed. By the way, what were the casualties in the camp? Lin Mingyuan asked. Li Tong replied, 7 civilians died, all of whom disobeyed the rules and didn't take shelter in the church cave. 21 professionals were killed in action, 15 of whom were killed by missile strikes and 6 by enemy soldier Li Chong. The Brotherhood of Steel is very powerful. They can easily send a small team to cause chaos in our camp. They are really something. What do you plan to do with the 4 captured people? Li Tong's question really stumped Lin Mingyuan. He hadn't decided what to do with them. Neither killing them nor releasing them was a good idea. Public execution would be satisfying, but it would create a mortal enemy with the Brotherhood of Steel, and future attacks from the Brotherhood of Steel would surely cause constant unrest. Releasing them was also not a good option. Lin Mingyuan and Xin Ai had already used every possible means to deal with the cheetah squad. Letting Zhao Hanide and the others go would be like letting a tiger return to the wild. Not only would it reveal their abilities, but it wouldn't necessarily earn the Brotherhood's approval. They might even think Lin Mingyuan was weak and harass him even more. Ultimately, it came down to lack of strength. If Lin Mingyuan had the strength to fight, he wouldn't have to consider the Brotherhood of Steel's intentions. He'd chop them off if they dared to raise their claws, slaying as many as he could until the Brotherhood of Steel dared not send any more retaliatory forces. Let's leave them alone for now. We'll figure out what to do with them after we've relocated the camp, Lin Mingyuan said, rubbing his temple. The war that erupted at the Taipingtian camp affected the entire city of TS. Every professional in TS City saw the plumes of smoke and fire rising from the direction of the camp. Professionals seeking to exploit the situation had infiltrated the area near Taipingtian and witnessed a mass exodus of tens of thousands of people. Professionals from the Taipingtian camp were escorting civilians down the mountain in search of new settlements. The war was over, and the Taipingtian camp had ultimately won, but the mountain was in ruins, forcing them to relocate elsewhere. Li Chuang was responsible for this massive relocation, with Li Tong, Xin Ai, and others acting as the mainstay, resolving any problems encountered along the way. Lin Mingyuan had already returned to the dungeon. Lin Mingyuan's thirst for power kept him on his toes, leaving him with no time to spare. After a painstaking half-day exploration of the eternal battlefield, he still found nothing. The tedious, endless hours of effort without reward were growing tiresome. Even the steely Lin Mingyuan kept thinking about finding a couple of ordinary inherited sword techniques to make do. Night returned to reality, and a new home had been found near the former Three Spears Alliance base. The Three Spears Alliance had only recently been destroyed, and their influence lingered. No one dared to occupy their territory, making it unclaimed. Furthermore, it was close to the Crystal Monument and another dream portal. Another advantage was its location in the heart of the city, surrounded by several small and medium-sized camps that served as a barrier. In the event of a large-scale invasion, these camps could serve as cannon fodder, temporarily delaying the enemy's advance. Encountering an enemy with a Brotherhood of Steel meant the possibility of a massive retaliation, as they were quite capable of such a move. The residential areas had not yet been allocated for the first night, so many civilians had to squeeze into hotels. Lin Mingyuan didn't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In the wasteland, the rights of professionals were always prioritized. If a family had a skilled professional, their entire family would have no worries. Lin Mingyuan, Li Tong, and other core members of the camp were housed in the Shendu building, where only professionals were allowed in and out, ensuring privacy and security. Xin Ai still lived next door to Lin Mingyuan, but Yan Qianxue's new home was strategically located at the end of the hallway, a distance away from Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan visited Yan Qianxue, Zhou Shuang, and other professionals injured in the battle. Professionals possess far superior physiques to ordinary people, and even severed limbs can be reattached quickly without significant harm. Yan Qianxue, shot twice, had almost fully recovered and was able to return to combat. Zhou Shuang's injuries were more serious, with a perforated lung and dislodged intestines, but with proper treatment, he should be back in action within a week. He and Xin Ai had dinner together that evening, then each retired to their rooms to rest. The next day, Lin Mingyuan, as usual, plunged into the dungeon exploration. Xin Ai, having completed her second job, also left the camp to participate in hunting wild bosses to upgrade her level and equipment. She wouldn't be back for about a week. Lin Mingyuan wasn't worried about Xin Ai. After this battle, Xin Ai, now a top-tier professional in Luoxia province, was so cautious that she was thankful she didn't bully others. No one could possibly bully her. Xin Ai was no weakling, but a noble ice mage capable of standing on her own. Over the next few days, the residents of Taipingtian camp settled into their new home, and life returned to normal. However, the incident wasn't completely over. 5 days after the Cheetah Squad's attack on Taipingtian camp, Zhao Hanide, imprisoned in his cell, requested a meeting with Lin Mingyuan. Upon receiving permission, Zhao Haid was brought to Lin Mingyuan's office. Zhao Haid, dressed in a black and white striped prison uniform and with even deeper wrinkles on his face, got straight to the point. Last night, Mr. Lin Hengdong, the first officer of the Brotherhood of Steel's Luoxia Province branch and our Cheetah Squad's direct superior, contacted us. Upon learning of our current situation, he offered a condition: if Chief Lin is willing to release us, the Brotherhood will compensate you for all your losses. Just compensation. Lin Mingyuan's expression remained calm, his inner thoughts unspoken. Just tell me what else Chief Lin wants. Zhao Haid lost his temper, thinking Lin Mingyuan was greedy and seeking extortion. I don't need your compensation. I just hope that after I release you, our grudges will be over. I won't provoke you, and you won't bother me. Lin Mingyuan laid out his conditions: a truce, or rather, peace, with the Brotherhood of Steel. Zhao Haid looked embarrassed upon hearing this. The fact that he only talked about compensation and not a single word about resolving the feud made it clear that he didn't want a truce with Lin Mingyuan and was intent on getting even. Zhao Haid was a scholar, not a politician. His immediate expression betrayed his inner thoughts, not just his own, but those of the Brotherhood of Steel as well. Lin Mingyuan slammed the table and angrily declared, "You've suffered a crushing defeat at my hands, yet you still harbor such wicked ambitions. I've gained a whole new appreciation for the tyranny of the Brotherhood of Steel. Just stay in that cell and never get out again." Two professionals grabbed Zhao Haid's arms and dragged him away. Zhao Haid knew the opportunity to meet Lin Mingyuan was rare, so he refused to give up. He struggled and shouted, "If you're not satisfied, we can talk again. Or you can contact Mr. Lin, no need for that. Take him away." Lin Mingyuan ignored Zhao Haid's words. He knew the true nature of the Brotherhood of Steel's top brass, each one more arrogant than the other. Given Lin Mingyuan's temper, it would be a miracle if he didn't start an argument once they got through. There was no way to resolve the grudge, it would only deepen the hatred. This is too much? This is too much? Do you really think your Brotherhood of Steel is invincible? Everyone must kneel before you, and those who refuse will die? Lin Mingyuan, alone, had a ferocious expression. The Brotherhood of Steel's arrogance had completely infuriated him. "Brother Yuan, there's a strange man in camp who says he can solve your problems. Go check him out." Shen Ying hurried in to report, less than 5 minutes after Zhao Haid had left. "Solve my problems? That's quite a boast. I'll see how he solves them. Take me there." Lin Mingyuan immediately stood up and followed Shen Ying outside. From a distance, he could hear the chattering of children. When he reached the first floor, he saw an old man in tattered linen clothes, barefoot, holding a wooden staff, and a straw wreath on his head, smiling and handing out candy to the children. The old man was gaunt, with a large frame and an extremely tall stature, standing over 1.95 meters barefoot. "It's the great sage Dongfang Bai." Lin Mingyuan recognized the old man immediately upon seeing his features and signature attire. Dongfang Bai, one of the three great leaders of the nature cult, nicknamed the Great Sage, was a professional tree shepherd. His most famous battle was the defense of the Twilight Forest. At that time, the Brotherhood of Steel and the nature cult were at loggerheads. To destroy the nature cult's key stronghold, the Twilight Forest, home to the baptismal pool that could transform humans into elves, the Brotherhood of Steel mobilized a massive force, crushing the nature cult's professionals. It was then that the great sage Dongfang Bai took action. Armed with the legendary World Tree branch, he revived thousands of war ancients, ravaging the forest's mechas. Tanks looked like children's toys before the 10-meter tall war ancients. Dongfang Bai, a one-man army, defeated the Brotherhood of Steel's forces head-on, earning him fame. The top warriors of the nature sect were not inferior to the Brotherhood of Steel, but in terms of the number of professionals, the sect was far less than that of the Brotherhood of Steel. The nature sect, which was short of new blood and extremely lacking in middle and low-level professionals, struggled for 2 years but was eventually destroyed by the Brotherhood of Steel. The disheartened great sage Dongfang Bai lived in seclusion in Luoxia province, where the Brotherhood of Steel had no influence. That was why Lin Mingyuan knew him. Chapter 90, Trying to Find a Way. Why is he here? Lin Mingyuan wondered. Alright, kids, go play. Seeing the real culprit emerge, Dongfang Bai coaxed the children away and approached Lin Mingyuan. Dressed in linen and holding a wooden staff, Dongfang Bai, with a rather sage-like demeanor, made a good first impression. He exuded the refreshing scent of flowers, plants, and ancient trees, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility. The old man said he could solve my problem. Do you know what it is? Lin Mingyuan asked gravely. Young brother, why are you playing dumb when you know the truth? I can't solve other people's problems, but yours is perfectly within my reach. Dongfang Bai, with over 60 years of experience, far surpassed Lin Mingyuan in his ability to wield wit. Lin Mingyuan had no connection to the cult of nature. The only thing that could have attracted Dongfang Bai was the cheetah squad of the Brotherhood of Steel. He had come for the cheetah squad. Lin Mingyuan spoke frankly. I understand what you mean. I can hand over the cheetah squad to you, but you have to explain how you'll help me solve this problem. Lin Mingyuan wanted to hear Dongfang Bai's words. Dongfang Bai said seriously, you've dealt with the Brotherhood of Steel before, and you're familiar with their ways, but you're not aware of their ambitions. They want to take over the 4 major Chinese regions, Northwest, Northeast, North China, and Central China. The mineral-rich Northwest is the Brotherhood's stronghold, and North China and Northeast China have already been infiltrated, including Central China. The Cheetah Squad is the peg the Brotherhood has wedged into Central China, helping them recruit talent and spread their prestige. The Cheetah Squad, destined to make a name for themselves in Central China, suffered a crushing defeat in TS City, a devastating blow to the Brotherhood's reputation. So, whether you kill them or let them go, the Brotherhood will not let you go. Your presence damages the Brotherhood's reputation. That's absolutely right, Lin Mingyuan exclaimed. Dongfang Bai's words resonated deeply with Lin Mingyuan, explaining why the Brotherhood was so relentless in pursuing him. It seemed he was the target they were using to establish their authority. Then how can you help me? Lin Mingyuan asked the key point. Dongfang Bai said, to be honest, the Brotherhood of Steel's wanton destruction of the forest and the construction of factories that discharge sewage seriously violate the teachings of our naturalism sect. Moreover, the Brotherhood of Steel wants to completely drive us out of North China. The Brotherhood of Steel is our naturalism sect's enemy. As for the trouble that's giving you a headache, it's actually very easy to solve. Forgive me for being frank, but in the eyes of the Brotherhood of Steel, you and your camp are not worth mentioning. I will take the Cheetah Squad away and declare to the outside world that I captured the Cheetah Squad. Once you are completely out of the way, with the naturalism sect as their target, how can the Brotherhood of Steel still pay attention to you? That makes sense, Lin Mingyuan nodded. He didn't care about Dongfang Bai's contempt for him. Compared to the real monsters, he, a swordsmanship genius, was nothing. He had to wait until Lin Mingyuan mastered the legendary swordsmanship and completed the second transformation of the Sword Saint before he could have some weight in Dongfang Bai's eyes. Dongfang Bai was willing to negotiate with Lin Mingyuan because the cult of nature was known for its gentle, benevolent nature. Had the Brotherhood of Steel's leaders been there, they would have assembled their army and suppressed Lin Mingyuan and his companions, refusing to even bother engaging in a conversation. The difference in level was stark. Old sir, please come in and rest a while. I'll send someone to bring the prisoners out now. You can take them with you on your way. Lin Mingyuan warmly invited Dongfang Bai, hoping to chat and build rapport. He hoped to have a chance to invite Dongfang Bai to join the cult of nature when it was defeated and he retreated to Luoxia province. It was always a good idea to establish a good relationship beforehand. Dongfang Bai readily agreed and joined Lin Mingyuan in the living room. Lin Mingyuan poured him a cup of hot tea, and Dongfang Bai handed him a sugar cube, the same candy he had given to the children. The sugar cube was transparent, emerald green, and exuded a natural, botanical fragrance. As soon as Lin Mingyuan popped the candy in his mouth, a pungent taste washed over him, like swallowing a mouthful of mustard. Fuck. Why is the candy spicy? Lin Mingyuan's face immediately changed. If the character panel hadn't indicated the poison state, Lin Mingyuan would have almost thought Dongfang Bai was going to murder him. Dongfang Bai explained with a smile, this candy is called Heart Crystal Tree Sap Candy. It's made from the sap of the questioning heart tree. If an innocent and pure-hearted child eats it, their mouth will naturally be filled with fragrance. The candy is sweet, but if a wicked bandit eats it, it will be bitter. If a jealous woman eats it, it will be sour. The fact that you can taste the spiciness proves that you've been restless and murderous lately. It's time to calm down, then I can't calm down until you take Zhao Hanide and the others away. Otherwise, I'll have no peace all day long. Lin Mingyuan smiled bitterly. It was obvious that he had been very annoyed by the Brotherhood of Steel recently. Dongfang Bai didn't talk too much about the Brotherhood of Steel, but turned to talk about his experiences traveling around the country in the past month. Dongfang Bai hadn't come to TS City specifically for the Cheetah Squad. He'd just happened to hear about the Brotherhood of Steel while passing through TS City on his way home from a trip around the world, and had come to investigate. As his tea grew cold, the talkative Dongfang Bai, having exhausted all the topics he could discuss, stood up to say goodbye. Lin Mingyuan accompanied him from camp, watching him carry off the 4 pressing issues. He breathed a sigh of relief, having finally, for now, resolved the Brotherhood of Steel's troubles. The great strife was approaching, and no one could escape the maelstrom of war. They must seize this last period of peace to complete their transformation. Lin Mingyuan's sense of urgency urged him to return to the dungeon and continue his exploration. Previously, he would explore for about 12 hours before returning to the real world to rest. Otherwise, staring at the crimson desolation of the eternal battlefield all day would drive him mad. After the Cheetah Squad incident, Lin Mingyuan's dungeon exploration time had increased to 20 hours, with only 4 hours of rest in the real world before he rushed back into the dungeon. His pursuit of the legendary swordsmanship had become a madness. True to his insatiable desire, Lin Mingyuan finally discovered the remains of the fire demon Baal 45 days after entering the eternal battlefield, exactly 1.5 months later. First, from a distance of 10 miles, Lin Mingyuan spotted a broken sword deeply embedded in the earth. At such a distance, even a human being would be smaller than an ant, yet the broken sword, piercing heaven and earth, was still clearly visible, revealing its immense size. According to Su Wu'an's biography, their team was first intrigued by the sight of the enormous, earth-shattering broken sword, and they went to investigate. This discovery led them to discover the remains of the fire demon Baal. The broken sword was the weapon left behind by the fire demon King Baal after his death in battle. The sight of the broken sword proved that Baal's remains were not far away. In an instant, all fatigue vanished, and Lin Mingyuan, invigorated, flew to the broken sword. Flying closer, they could see a vast, mountainous corpse lying beneath a broken sword. Baal, the Fire Lord, was thousands of meters long, his head like a mountain peak, and a single finger as thick as 5 telephone poles combined. Thousands and tens of thousands of years had passed since his death in the Eternal War, yet his remains remained impervious to decay, remaining 80% intact. His massive corpse had become a dangerous replica, quietly awaiting the chosen one to claim his legacy. Entering the replica was a fascinating experience. One stepped on the broken sword, slanted into the earth, to the hilt. Below lay Baal's gaping, dark maw. Then, one leaped down into a deep passage leading to Baal's inner body. However, the test began even before entering Baal's body. Baal's broken sword, battered by wind, rain, and acid rain, had been left unmaintained for thousands of years, its surface pitted and thick with rust. It looked like a completely decommissioned legion, but as Lin Mingyuan stepped on it, he heard a crackling sound as the sole of his custom-made sneaker melted directly into the broken sword. The ordinary broken sword held a blazing heat, melting his shoes as soon as he stepped on it. Terrified, Lin Mingyuan quickly jumped down and gently touched the broken sword with his fingertips to feel its warmth. Even when not in combat, Lin Mingyuan maintained a constitution score of 30. With such a formidable physique, not only could he easily walk through a fire, but even a flame like a lighter wouldn't even burn his skin. But the moment his fingers touched the broken sword, the intense heat instantly scorched his fingers, burning them red and obliterating his fingerprints. Can I even pass the first test? After much difficulty finding the remains of the fire demon Baal, Lin Mingyuan couldn't even enter the corpse, let alone explore it. True, Lin Mingyuan had wings, he didn't need to leap through the broken sword like the others, he could fly in. But if a broken sword once wielded by the fire demon Baal held such intense heat, wouldn't the interior of Baal's remains be as scorching as a molten inferno? Even the broken sword can't withstand the heat, so jumping in rashly would be courting death. Looks like I need to build up some fire resistance. Lin Mingyuan wasn't in a rush. After all, Baal's remains had already been found, and the meat was in the pot, ready to be eaten any time. Lin Mingyuan wasn't in a rush. His first priority was to deal with the terrifying heat that would inevitably emanate from the fire demon Baal's body. After leaving the dungeon, Lin Mingyuan first visited his treasure vault. With the camp's relocation, the vault's location had also changed, now hidden in a partition on the top floor of the Shendu building. Only Lin Mingyuan and Li Tong knew its location. Lin Mingyuan's vault contained hundreds of fine pieces of equipment, but the first thing he saw upon entering was the purple epic item, Deep Sea Anchor, nestled in a corner. To this day, Lin Mingyuan still couldn't equip the deep sea anchor due to its demanding stat requirements. With such stringent requirements, the deep sea anchor's effects were bound to be extraordinary, but that would have to wait until Lin Mingyuan met the required stats. Chapter 91 Ant Power. Taking his eyes off the deep sea anchor for a moment, Lin Mingyuan began searching through his collection. He remembered several items that directly or indirectly increased fire resistance. Re-examining his collection, Lin Mingyuan found 3 fire resistance items: the Crimson Explorer, the Lady of the Lake's Wading Boots, and the Burning Earrings. The Crimson Explorer was a crimson robe, the Lady of the Lake's Wading Boots resembled crystal high heels, and the Burning Earrings were a pair of silver earrings. The Crimson Explorer directly increased fire resistance, the Lady of the Lake's Wading Boots allowed walking on water, and every 5 minutes, he could cast the Lady of the Lake's blessing upon himself, granting him a layer of water elemental shield, effectively resisting fire damage. Once activated, the Burning Earrings continuously drained Lin Mingyuan's health while significantly increasing his fire resistance. The Crimson Explorer was a robe, occupying the breastplate and leg armor slots, unlike the tattered angel battle armor, which was a full-body armor, occupying the entire armor slots, armor, breastplate, leg armor, combat boots, helmet, and so on. After changing his outfit, Lin Mingyuan equipped a freed-up equipment slot with a giant's belt, +5 constitution, ogre gauntlets, +3 strength, and a gemstone crown, +1 all attributes. These 3 pieces of fire resistance equipment combined with the 3 attribute items were quite effective, enough for Lin Mingyuan to venture into the dungeon formed by the remains of the Fire Lord Baal. However, wearing all of them looked a bit out of place, like a cross-dresser. He definitely wouldn't be able to show himself in this outfit, so he simply decided not to leave and returned directly from the treasure vault. Obtaining the Dream Hub proved incredibly convenient. He could enter the dungeon from any safe area, eliminating the hassle of searching for a dream portal each time he entered. The sky was pitch black, the ground crimson, and vast ash, like volcanic ash, slowly fell from the sky. Looking out over the desolate world, there was no sign of life. Lin Mingyuan returned to the eternal battlefield dungeon, now standing at the broken sword. Lin Mingyuan, wearing crystal high heels, stepped on the sword. The blue, high-quality Lake Fairy waders were made of high-quality material and didn't melt easily like sneakers. He barely felt the heat of the broken sword. Lin Mingyuan walked all the way to the hilt, and only from the highest point could he clearly see the face of Baal, the Fire Lord. With the exception of a few demons resembling succubi, most demons were hideously ugly. Even as a demon god, Baal had the freedom to change his appearance. His face, a face that could still a child's night cry, was etched with a pair of demonic horns, whose shape had been severed by someone. His face, grimacing with the rage and resentment of death, lingered on it. His mouth gaped, forming a passage. The path was pitch black, but within it, a red flame, like magma, could be seen surging. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mingyuan leaped down. His body plummeted, his gaze fixed on Baal's withered, blackened, and dry throat. Landing with a heroic air, Lin Mingyuan pulled out his thermometer. The temperature inside Baal's body was a staggering 70 degrees Celsius. A piece of flesh would be roasted in no time. Lin Mingyuan, clad in crimson explorer robes, possessed the effects of primary fire resistance. His primary magic resistance also granted him immunity to a certain degree of fire damage. Combined with 30 points of constitution, Lin Mingyuan's perceived temperature was around 23 or 24 degrees Celsius, still a comfortable temperature, not sweltering. Fire resistance was the prerequisite for entering the dungeon, a relatively low barrier, as Su Wuyan had easily entered the body of the fire demon Baal in his previous life. Unlike Lin Mingyuan, Su Wuyan possessed a comprehensive equipment arsenal, allowing him to select 3 pieces of fire-resistant equipment. Before acquiring the Fire Demon Lord's Forged Swordsmanship, he was an ordinary swordsman. The only fire resistance he could obtain came from limited-time fire resistance potions purchased from neutral merchants. The key to Su Wuyan's ultimate success in obtaining the inherited swordsmanship was the epic piece of equipment he obtained during his first exploration of Baal's remains. Unfortunately, Su Wuyan didn't explain in detail what the epic piece of equipment was or where he obtained it. Lin Mingyuan pondered as he cautiously advanced along the only path forward. Even Su Wuyan could obtain crucial epic equipment, so there was no reason Lin Mingyuan couldn't. Reaching the throat, Lin Mingyuan's wild thoughts were forced to cease as the first enemy appeared ahead. Due to the extremely high internal temperature of the fire demon Baal, The fire elemental energy was abundant, giving rise to the fire elves. Fire elves are not the same species as elves. They are incorporeal, pure elemental beings. They are tall, slender, and humanoid in form, but they walk by floating, leaving a trail of fire in their path. Anyone who steps on it will suffer the fire damage. Insight hadn't been used once today, so this was the perfect place to use it. Flame Elf, LV62, Race, Elemental Creature, Strength, 17 Agility, 36 Constitution, 19 Intelligence, 41, Talent. Flame Essence, increases all fire damage caused by an additional 30%, Scorching Skin. Enemies within 3 meters of you will continue to suffer burning damage. Set on fire, immediately explode after your death, causing a devastating firestorm. Skills, Exploding Fireball, release a fireball that can explode a second time, causing massive fire damage. Flame Cloak, guide a ring of flames to surround itself, causing high fire damage to enemies within 3 meters. Firewall, summon a firewall to block an area, causing continuous fire damage. The Flame Elf's talent skills are very monotonous, all related to fire, and there is offense but no defense. All skills are used for offense. As a professional, such a panel is seriously unbalanced and unqualified, but as a monster, possessing such abilities will give anyone who encounters it a headache. The Fire Elf's low iron content and lack of defensive skills made it an easy target for slaying. However, it possessed a self-destruct talent, preventing it from unleashing a firestorm while alive. Instead, upon death, it would focus all its energy to unleash a devastating firestorm. Killing it was a necessary evil. The Fire Elf was a spelled turret, and Lin Mingyuan's body couldn't withstand the constant barrage of spells. Killing it would mean facing the firestorm. Lin Mingyuan regretted not being a ranged class. He could have shot the Fire Elf from a distance without fear of the firestorm. At that moment, the Fire Elf, drifting slowly through the passage, noticed something unusual. Flames erupted from its body, unleashing a cloak of flames. Combined with its scorching skin talent, it dealt high, continuous fire damage to any enemy that approached. A decision had to be made. Lin Mingyuan's recklessness surged. He was timid in the face of pressure from powerful forces in real life, so how could he dare to strike hard in a dungeon? He dove forward, so fast he seemed to be flying close to the ground. The Fire Elf in the distance raised his hand and unleashed a swift, exploding fireball. Lin Mingyuan sidestepped through the narrow passage, narrowly avoiding the exploding fireball. The flame spirit only had one chance to attack. If it failed, it would be doomed. Lin Mingyuan was too fast. In a flash, Lin Mingyuan had rushed in front of the flame spirit. The water shield he had preemptively released, blessed by the lake lady, continued to ripple, boiling like water. The combined sustained damage from his flaming cloak and scorching hide was enough to roast a person to a mummy in seconds. A melee fighter without sufficient fire resistance would be in a real pickle against a flame spirit. The lake lady's water shield could withstand the flame spirit's sustained close quarters damage for about 2 seconds. 2 seconds was enough for Lin Mingyuan to do a lot, like pierce the flame spirit's energy core, then use flash step to evade, even looking back at the explosion. A massive firestorm swept across a radius of dozens of meters at the instant the fire spirit died. The relentless flames burned everything within its reach like a high-temperature incinerator. Without flash step, Lin Mingyuan, who had killed the fire spirit, would have been lucky not to have been incinerated. His fire resistance wasn't high enough, and facing a firestorm with power comparable to forbidden magic would have been almost certain death. Flash step was truly powerful. It solved the problem of cutting in and out, and it was Lin Mingyuan's most important ability, often succeeding in doing so. The combination of Flash Step and Ghost Blade was Lin Mingyuan's unstoppable combo during the early stages of the Cataclysm. After dispatching the fire spirit he encountered, the familiar experience point didn't appear. Lin Mingyuan, already level 50, had reached a plateau, and his experience points wouldn't increase until he completed his second rank. In addition to the fire spirit, Lin Mingyuan encountered other monsters, such as oil bats, lava crustaceans, flame dragons, and scorched angels. These monsters ranged from level 60 to 80, each with a myriad of abilities. They thrived within the corpse of the Fire Lord Baal, forming a seemingly untold ecosystem. Lin Mingyuan advanced cautiously, each step arduous, each monster proving incredibly difficult to defeat. The Baal Ruins dungeon was simply not the place for him right now. Many of the monsters were far superior in level to Lin Mingyuan's, and even his insight spell couldn't fully discern their details. After a full day, Lin Mingyuan had only advanced as far as the dried-up aorta. After a 4-hour battle with a level 73 Scorched Angel, slaying it at the cost of severe burns covering 60% of his body, Lin Mingyuan was forced to pause and return to camp for a moment of rest. His first act upon returning was to shed his embarrassing fire-resistant suit and change into his casual attire. As he opened the door, a soft, fragrant body fell into his arms. It was Xin Ai, freshly returned from the wilderness. Lin Mingyuan had already sensed her presence and, feigning surprise, picked her up and spun her around twice. "How was your time out there?" Lin Mingyuan asked with concern. "The weather was pleasant, the vegetation was lush, and the monsters were weak," Xin Ai said, her biggest feeling revealed with a smile. "If you like a challenge, try searching for the ghost castles that randomly appear around TS City," Lin Mingyuan casually said. "The ghost castles have been appearing in TS City for several months now, but they haven't been conquered yet. This is mainly because they're not fixed in location. They randomly appear around TS City, lure a group of living people into the castle, and then quickly disappear." Lin Mingyuan, whose main job is to clear dungeons, is somewhat slow to grasp real-world situations and has been hesitant to tackle the ghost castle events that guarantee regional legend status. "If I ever come across one, I'll definitely go in and explore. Oh, and I have a gift for you when I get back." At this point, Xin Ai handed Lin Mingyuan a bottle of clear amber liquid and said, "This is the ultra-rare consumable ant power extract that dropped when I killed the giant iron ant boss. Consuming it grants a random bonus of 1 to 5 points of strength." Chapter 92, Deep Sea Anchor. Xin Ai knew that Lin Mingyuan's second-level Sword Saint class was almost the most challenging of all second-level classes, with exceptionally demanding requirements and a high demand for attribute points. So, when Xin Ai obtained a rare and precious consumable item that increased strength, her first thought was her boyfriend. "I haven't given you anything, yet I've accepted such a generous gift from you. Will your kindness to me make people think I'm a gigolo?" Lin Mingyuan felt mixed emotions as he held onto the ant power puree, which increased strength by up to 5 points. People can say whatever they want. They're just jealous. Besides, when have you ever cared about worldly opinions? I just want to ask you one question. Is my gigolo delicious? Xin Ai hooked her arm around Lin Mingyuan's neck and pulled him closer, suddenly switching from defense to offense, her queenly demeanor bursting forth. "Haha, it smells so good," Lin Mingyuan laughed, using a well-worn trope. "Drink it quickly. Let me test your character." Xin Ai was in high spirits, happy to be able to help Lin Mingyuan. "I don't have much confidence in my character. Give me a lucky kiss." Lin Mingyuan pointed to his face. Xin Ai stood on tiptoe, and her soft, sweet lips planted a strawberry on it. Lin Mingyuan struck while the iron was hot and drank the ant power puree in one gulp. Before he could savor the flavor, a system notification came. "You used the consumable ant power puree, permanently increasing your strength by 4 points. 4 points, that's enough," Lin Mingyuan said with relief, thankful he hadn't wasted such a good thing. At this moment, Lin Mingyuan's panel strength in his non-combat state was 42 points, his base strength reached 38 points, his ogre gloves +3, and his gem crown +1. Unknowingly, Lin Mingyuan had met the basic requirements to equip the Deep Sea Anchor. Lin Mingyuan had been looking forward to finally equipping the Deep Sea Anchor for so long, and he couldn't wait to see the power of this epic equipment. "Come on, let's go to a good place." Lin Mingyuan took Xin Ai's hand and led them to the treasure vault. "There's so much equipment here. I've heard you have a treasure trove, and it turns out it's right here." Xin Ai was stunned by the sheer amount of equipment radiating blue, green, and white. Her eyes flickered as she spotted the first shelf where Lin Mingyuan had recently removed his lake fairy waders. "Wow, these crystal slippers are so beautiful. Can you give them to me?" Xin Ai's eyes fixed on the beautiful crystal slippers. I can't give them to you just yet." "Why?" Xin Ai tilted her head. She knew Lin Mingyuan wasn't a stingy person, and besides, the crystal slippers were women's, and he couldn't wear them. Wait, could it be that Lin Mingyuan had a penchant for cross-dressing? Surprise crossed Xin Ai's face at this thought. "Don't let it get out of your head. I encountered the remains of Baal, the Fire Lord, in the Eternal Battlefield dungeon. His remains formed a dungeon, and within it lies the inherited swordsmanship I need. However, the dungeon's temperatures are extremely high and the environment is harsh, so I need fire-resistant equipment to help me cope with the extreme conditions, Lin Mingyuan explained. Oh, I see. Forgetting the incident with the crystal slippers, Lin Mingyuan walked straight to the massive anchor, weighing thousands of pounds, and reached out to touch it. You obtain equipment. Deep Sea Anchor. Until this moment, Lin Mingyuan met the required stats for equipping the Deep Sea Anchor: Strength 40, Constitution 30, and Intelligence 20. Touching the Deep Sea Anchor was the only way to gain its recognition. Otherwise, Lin Mingyuan could still use the Deep Sea Anchor, but only as a heavy, indestructible weapon, much like the Blood Anchor Clark. The moment Lin Mingyuan heard the system notification chime, the Deep Sea Anchor rapidly shrank, transforming from a rusty ancient anchor into a small ornament the size of a baby's fist. The Deep Sea Anchor wasn't a weapon, it didn't occupy a weapon slot, but rather a much rarer accessory. Accessory items could only be equipped with 4, including a necklace, 2 rings, and 1 special accessory slot. Professionals can wear as many necklaces as they want, but only one can be active at a time. Even if all 10 fingers are covered in rings, a maximum of 2 can be active. Earrings, nose rings, and other accessories all belong to the special accessory slot, and a maximum of 1 can be equipped. In fact, the restrictions on accessory equipment do not apply to ordinary professionals. Accessory equipment is so rare that most ordinary professionals have empty accessory slots and no equipment, so restrictions are naturally out of the question. For example, although Lin Mingyuan has a large amount of equipment in his treasure vault, he only has 2 accessories, the heritage pendant of the Crow God and the burning earrings that Lin Mingyuan equipped in the dungeon. Now that he has equipped the Deep Sea Anchor, Lin Mingyuan cannot equip the burning earrings, which are also special accessories, as the 2 items conflict. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Mingyuan's future accessory slot will belong to the Deep Sea Anchor. Epic accessories are much rarer than epic weapons and epic equipment. The Deep Sea Anchor's availability as an accessory was the best news Lin Mingyuan had heard today. Even if the Deep Sea Anchor's weapon attributes were any stronger or its effects were any better, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't have equipped it. The very thought of a swordsman fighting with a heavy anchor was too distracting. After lamenting, Lin Mingyuan further examined the Deep Sea Anchor's attributes. Name: Deep Sea Anchor. Quality: Epic. Purple. Ability 1, increases the user's strength by 5 and constitution by 5. Ability 2, summon a ghost ship. After the legendary warship Whale Song was sunk, the anchor was lost in the deep sea. The Whale Song's spirit and the souls of countless drowned crew members sank with it. You can summon a ghost ship to fight for you. The Deep Sea Anchor originally belonged to the legendary warship Whale Song, a remarkable magical item in its own right. After the Whale Song was destroyed, only the anchor remained intact. The spirits of the legendary warship Whale Song and the souls of all the drowned crew members were drawn into the anchor for protection. After an unknown number of years, the anchor was salvaged. The passage of time had forgotten all traces of the Whale Song's existence, and it lost its name, becoming the Deep Sea Anchor. Epic equipment often has only a single effect. 2 effects are considered top-tier epic equipment, and 3 effects are considered legendary. The effectiveness of the Ghost Ship Summoner is still unknown, but the Deep Sea Anchor's 5 strength and 5 constitution bonus alone makes it worthy of its epic status. The Ghost Ship Summoner's effect is similar to the Crowman support provided by the Hundian Cloak, and both can only be used once every 24 hours. Tomorrow, when Lin Mingyuan enters the dungeon, he'll have the opportunity to test whether the Ghost Ship Summoner is a powerful additional skill or just a useless ability. Lying in bed that night, Lin Mingyuan smiled. Today had been a dazzling day filled with joyful events. First, he had finally found the remains of Baal, the Fire Lord. Then, Xin Ai, returning from battle, had brought him the precious Ant Power Essence, a valuable consumable item that grants him 4 strength. Thanks to the 4 points of strength added to the Ant Power Essence, he finally met the threshold for using Deep Sea Anchor, allowing him to master it. After 4 hours of rest, his fatigue had subsided. Lin Mingyuan visited the treasure vault to change his gear and return to the dungeon. He was in poor health during the dungeon, suffering extensive burns. Every movement caused blisters to burst, and blood flowed profusely. For Lin Mingyuan, as long as he survived, no matter how severe the injuries, he didn't care. He had the Bloodthirster sword. Shadow Step, acquired from his previous slaying of the bloodthirsty Count Nuffle, was his signature skill. Evolution points upgraded it to Blink Step, which became Lin Mingyuan's signature skill. Compared to Shadowstep, the Bloodthirster, also crafted from Nefel, seemed rather insignificant. In fact, the Bloodthirster's effectiveness was incredibly powerful. Infused with the fangs of the primordial vampire during its forging, the sword could essentially replicate a third of a vampire's regeneration capacity. During prolonged battles of attrition, the Bloodthirster could continuously restore its owner's health. However, the Bloodthirster's effectiveness had always been limited by Lin Mingyuan himself. He rarely took damage, and given his increasingly robust physique, even minor injuries were of little concern to him. It wasn't until he reached the incredibly difficult Eternal Battlefield dungeon, where the average monster level was between 60 and 80, and was trapped by that scoundrel Go Huaang, unable to return to camp and completely cut off supplies, that his injuries began to mount. This was when the Bloodthirster's healing power presented a new problem. The Bloodthirster's ability to drain health only worked on living beings with blood, and most monsters in the Eternal Battlefield were undead, their corrupted blood filled with dead energy, making it impossible to restore health. Fortunately, the corpse of the fire demon Bale harbored a wealth of life. Aside from a few elementals like the fire spirits, the majority of the creatures residing within Bale were essentially humanoid blood bags, providing Lin Mingyuan with a steady supply of healing. He easily located a dangling oil bat on a dried-up capillary, the thickness of steel bars ahead. The oil bat's innate ability was to produce corpse oil by devouring rotting flesh. Upon encountering an enemy, it would spray it with corpse oil, causing increased fire damage to any unit contaminated by it. While a single oil bat with 1 or 2 layers of corpse oil was effective, a swarm of them became truly terrifying, capable of instantly applying dozens of layers to a single target. Even a small flame from a lighter could trigger the effects of the advanced fire spell Pyroblast. Lin Mingyuan didn't even give the oil bat a chance to unleash its corpse oil. Swooping down like an eagle, he leaped and slashed the bat with a single strike. The bat, cleaved in two, didn't bleed a single drop, completely absorbed by the bloodthirsty sword. The bloodthirsty sword, saturated with blood, glowed with a strange crimson light. It was pure blood energy, transformed by the bloodthirsty sword into healing energy, which flowed through the hilt into Lin Mingyuan's body. Cells were repaired, and the burn marks on his body quickly faded until they were restored to their original state. The blood energy plundered from killing a single ball-sized oil bat was enough to heal minor injuries, aside from a severed limb. The bloodthirsty sword's power was rarely put to good use. Chapter 93 The Fire Demon King's Bone-Breaking Ring. After navigating the narrow, monster-heavy passage, the challenge lay ahead. Within the vast space formed by the Adam's apple of the fire demon Bale, 5 formidable fire elves danced around a bonfire, as if performing some ancient, barbaric ritual. On either side, rivers of filthy arterial blood, suffused with broken bones and debris, flowed. Within the bonfire, Lin Mingyuan spotted a bone ring, tempered in the flames, emitting a captivating purple glow. That must be the epic equipment Su Wuyan has obtained. With the strength of Su Wuyan's team, we don't have the strength to continue deeper into Bale's corpse. Having determined that the ring was Lin Mingyuan's target, he was troubled by the 5 fire elves. If the fire spirit appeared alone, Lin Mingyuan could dispatch it at close range before blinking away to escape the firestorm unleashed by the concentrated energy of the fire spirit's death. However, with 5 fire spirits present, Lin Mingyuan struggled to get close despite their simultaneous fire spells. He could only force his way in with blinking, which had a minimum cooldown of 3 seconds. After forcing his way in, Lin Mingyuan had to injure but not kill all 5 fire spirits, then kill them instantly once blinking was cooled down, and then blinking away. This was the ideal scenario, but the execution was incredibly difficult, like treading on thin ice. Lin Mingyuan conservatively estimated a success rate of less than 30%. Failure would inevitably result in the fire spirit's devastating fire spells, and all his plans would ultimately be undone. Since I'm unsure, why not try my newly acquired epic equipment? Lin Mingyuan glanced at the anchor trinket pinned to his chest. His mind raced. Just as he was about to use Summon Ghost Ship, something unexpected happened. The ritual for the 5 fire spirits had completed. Just now, Lin Mingyuan had been curious about the purpose of the fire elves' bizarre dance. Now the answer was before him. The ancient, barbaric ritual transformed the fire elves, composed of pure elemental bodies, into a higher-level demon, a Balrog. Hand in hand, the 5 fire elves plunged into the flames of the calcined bone ring, each forming a part of the Balrog. A blinding light emanated from the cracks. The 5 parts of this powerful demon, with a massive body, sturdy limbs, Twisted horns, thick magma coursing through its veins, and a heart forged from eternal fire, were gluing together. Lin Mingyuan didn't interfere with the fire elves' evolution. To him, a newly born Balrog was far less threatening than 5 self-destructing fire elves. If the fire elves evolved successfully, he would have slain an ultra-rare, elite Balrog, which would undoubtedly yield valuable loot. He even secretly hoped they would succeed. However, this transformation ritual wasn't the proper way to create a fire demon, and its success rate was extremely low. Only fire elves possessing high-level demonic physiques, desiring to escape their elemental bodies, would risk their lives to undergo the transformation ritual, hoping for that 1 in 1,000th chance. The 5 fragments of the body failed to join together. The cracks widened, the light grew more dazzling, and each fragmented limb displayed finer cracks. Ultimately, with a resounding bang and a raging firestorm, the 5 fire elves perished in their dreams. There's always room for dreamers in this world. The fire elves' failure presented Lin Mingyuan with his chance. After the firestorm's ravages, the temperature within the Atom's apple space was no longer visible, and Lin Mingyuan's thermometer melted. Clad in the triple reduction of his Crimson Explorer, the Lake Fairy's waiters, and his own primary magic resistance, all he could feel was the scorching summer breeze. The temperature felt out of his comfort zone, and the intense heat made him anxious. He rushed to the bonfire in 2 steps. With his lightning-fast hands that could pick up copper coins from an oil pan, Lin Mingyuan took out the skeleton ring from the fire and tested it immediately. The system determined that Lin Mingyuan's attributes met the requirements for using the skeleton ring, and the performance of the skeleton ring was displayed in front of Lin Mingyuan in the form of a light curtain list. Name: Firelord's Bonabreaker Ring. Quality: Epic, Purple. Ability: Firelord's True Form. The Bonabreaker Ring, forged from the eternal fire, was a complete accident. The fire spirits throughout Baal's body inherited some of Baal's memories and learned about a ritual for transforming into a Firelord. Using the Firelord's bones as fuel, they throw them into the eternal fire, then perform a savage war dance by the bonfire to communicate with the Firelord's will. If they pass the test, their bodies will transform into Firelords. The failure rate of the transformation ritual is over 99%, but the fire spirits continue to take Firelord bones to fuel the weak eternal fire. The tiny bone fragments that cannot be melted by the eternal fire are tempered by the eternal fire, and the Firelords will to form a ring that can temporarily transform into Firelord's true form. Note: the eternal fire is the Firelord's energy core, located in the Firelord's heart. It seems that something has occupied the Firelord's heart, and the weak eternal fire has been transferred to the throat. The Firelord's Bonabreaker Ring is a regular epic equipment with a very powerful effect. The bone-crushing ring's additional abilities reveal that the Fire Demon King was a supremely demonic being in his lifetime, no less powerful than the demon gods of lies and betrayals Lin Mingyuan had encountered. Forged with absolutely no effort, it was crafted from the broken bones of his corpse, then incinerated with the eternal flame, now infinitely weakened by death, and combined with a shred of his remaining willpower to create a powerful, epic piece of equipment capable of temporarily transforming into a fire demon, a high-ranking demon. The note following the bone-crushing ring clearly warns the recipient of a treasure hidden within the Fire Demon King's heart. With even the eternal flame squeezed out, one can only imagine how powerful his inherited swordsmanship must have been. Seeing this note, Lin Mingyuan pieced together the truth behind Su Wuyan's acquisition of the inherited swordsmanship. In his previous life, Su Wuyan's team, having reached the throat, were killed or maimed. They lacked Lin Mingyuan's thorough preparation and immense strength, and reaching the Atom's apple was already their limit. The fire elves who arrived in droves, eager only to ascend to the rank of fire demon, disregarding the Fire Demon King's bone-crushing ring. Su Wuyan struggled to reach the throat and snatched the bone-crushing ring, but he knew full well that his strength was insufficient to traverse the perilous remains of the fire demon and reach the heart. So, he exited the dungeon and spread the news of treasures lurking within the remains of the fire demon Baal, attracting other greedy professionals to rush in and help him clear the monsters ahead. Finally, he transformed into his true form, crushing the other professionals with one blow and claiming the final victory. Much of Su Wuyan's autobiography boasts of his own unwavering will and great character. Lin Mingyuan didn't believe Su Wuyan's embellished stories. He would never hesitate to assume the utmost malice of others. What Su Wuyan can't do, I might as well do. I must clear the dungeon solo. The situation was different. Lin Mingyuan naturally wouldn't rote Su Wuyan's plan. Su Wuyan's scheming was due to his lack of strength. Now that Lin Mingyuan had obtained 2 pieces of epic equipment, his strength had reached its peak. Furthermore, he was wanted by the Arc Group. He didn't even need to feign knowledge of the treasure hidden within the fire demon Baal. Simply revealing his whereabouts would prompt the Arc Group's professionals to swarm him, adding to the complexity. After passing through the throat, a narrow, straight path lay ahead. Lin Mingyuan advanced slowly, taking cautious steps. Near the end of the day's exploration, he encountered trouble. He encountered 3 fire elves carrying a few bones. They were here to fuel the Eternal Queen's fire and await the next transformation ritual. What was meant to come would come. Lin Mingyuan effortlessly obtained the Fire Demon King's bone-breaking ring, but if he continued on to claim the ultimate treasure, the inherited swordsmanship, he would inevitably encounter swarms of fire elves. This time, the situation was even more dire. 3 fire spirits unleashed a wall of fire, completely sealing Baal's trachea. A heat wave surged, sending 3 orange fireballs spiraling through the wall. Lin Mingyuan's hair, even dozens of meters away, was singed, emitting a pungent smell of burning protein. Deep Sea Anchor, give it some strength. Lin Mingyuan gripped the Deep Sea Anchor, ultimately unavoidably needing to invoke the secondary effect of his epic equipment. Dauntless legendary warship whale song, restless souls of the drowned, heed my call and destroy my enemies. Lin Mingyuan's cry sent the scorching temperature plummeting. The sound of a massive ship breaking through the wind and waves echoed with the shouts of 100 sailors charging forward. A vast, transparent, blue vessel passed through Lin Mingyuan's body, barreling along his trachea. The exploding fireball, already approaching Lin Mingyuan, burst like a bubble the moment it made contact with a ghost ship. Lin Mingyuan, the master of the summoned ghost ship, was naturally immune to attack. However, as the ghost ship pierced his body, he felt a chill as if he were plunged into an icy cellar. Lin Mingyuan clearly realized that if he were the target of the ghost ship's attack, he would die. The raging wall of fire, meeting the ghost ship with only a second's resistance compared to the exploding fireball, collapsed with a bang. A deep, heart-wrenching roar, as if emanating from the ancient wilderness, echoed. The ghost ship, with the irresistible force of a surging ocean, slammed into the fire spirit. Its body, crafted from pure fire element, was instantly crushed by the overwhelming energy, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The ghost ship had a 3-pronged attack. The first was impact, the second was blast. If the impact failed to destroy the enemy, the ghost ship would explode on the spot, unleashing pure dark energy, dealing exorbitant damage comparable to a firestorm. As for the ghost ship's third attack, after the ship shatters, 100 undead sailors will leap from the ship to fight for Lin Mingyuan. After their demise, their spirits will return to the Deep Sea Anchor to recuperate, awaiting Lin Mingyuan's next summons. Lin Mingyuan was destined to miss the ghost ship's second and third attacks today. The 3 fire elementals were easily crushed, and the ensuing, intense firestorm counteracted the ghost ship's energy. The epic equipment, the Deep Sea Anchor, proved to Lin Mingyuan that no matter how much effort it took to improve his stats, it was worth it. For those with a reckless focus on strength and physique, mastering the Deep Sea Anchor would require a significant investment of useless intelligence points. The key to mastering the Deep Sea Anchor is a 20-point intelligence requirement, a significant blow to power-hungry warriors with low intelligence. They simply don't have the luxury of investing intelligence points, and equipment that directly increases intelligence is typically reserved for mages, making it prohibitively expensive. Furthermore, mages simply can't possess 40 strength and 30 constitution. Simply put, mastering the Deep Sea Anchor requires a special class that specializes in strength and constitution, with a high intelligence score. If Lin Mingyuan had not been injected with a smart shot on the day of the disaster to gain 19 points of intelligence, he would still be willing to invest only 1 free attribute point. Otherwise, Lin Mingyuan probably would not have had the opportunity to master the Deep Sea Anchor. Chapter 94 The Final Battle. By the time Lin Mingyuan had completely passed through the trachea, he was halfway to his final destination, the heart of Baal, the Fire Lord. This was already the 4th day of Lin Mingyuan's Fire Lord raid. Demons have a completely different anatomy than humans. The trachea connects to 4 lungs. While humans have 2, demons have twice as many. Each of these lungs has a different function. The main lung breathes in air to supply the body with oxygen. The backup lung stores oxygen. The filter lung filters and converts toxic gases, and the energy lung automatically produces oxygen in a vacuum. Millions of years of evolution have created the demons, a superior race capable of fighting in any extreme environment. Lin Mingyuan was not an expert on demonic behavior and had no understanding of the functions of the demon's 4 lungs. He only knew that the demon's fatal weakness, the heart, was in the middle of the 4 lungs. Any lung could lead to the final destination, leaving Lin Mingyuan with 4 branching routes. Each lung offers a completely different environment. Once a branching route is chosen, there's no turning back. Lin Mingyuan attempted to enter the first branch, the main lung. Upon entering the branch passage, he first felt a sharp rise in temperature. The deeper he went into Bale's body, the higher the temperature rose. Even Lin Mingyuan, who possessed resistance to fire, felt sweat break out on his forehead upon entering the main lung. Accustomed to the lungs, he observed the main lung. Fire spirits, with their high oxygen requirements, lived in the oxygen-rich environment of the main lung. Wisps of fire drifted along with the fire spirits, leaving traces of their complex interior. Lin Mingyuan took a quick look and hurriedly exited. The main lung housed hundreds of fire spirits, and Lin Mingyuan hated them the most. He passed the first path. Entering the backup lung, the light inside was dim and extremely dark. He could hear the breathing of some enormous creature, but he couldn't see its location. The unknown was the most terrifying. Lin Mingyuan had no idea what lived in the backup lung, but he didn't want to trespass into its territory. Lin Mingyuan spent only a second in the filter lung before emerging. The dense toxic atmosphere within made it inhospitable, and he would need to build up more poison resistance to move freely within it. That was too much trouble. He decided to wait until he saw what happened at the final fork in the road before making a decision. With this in mind, Lin Mingyuan stepped into the final energy lung and looked up. A chill suddenly shot from his tailbone to his crown, and his scalp went numb. He saw that every tiny alveolus among the thousands of alveoli above his head was infested with oil bats. Like a vast slaughterhouse, the number of oil bats was innumerable, impossible to count. Before waking the oil bats, Lin Mingyuan hurriedly exited the fork in the road, his face pale. The most dangerous of the 4 forks in the road was the energy lung, where the oil bats swarmed. A single oil bat posed little threat, but once their numbers swelled, they would instantly pile up hundreds or even thousands of layers of corpse oil, killing even a giant with a tiny spark. Without a group attack, the oil bats were a nightmare for any class without extremely high fire resistance, or even fire immunity. Energy lung was a dead end for everyone else. But Lin Mingyuan happened to possess a wide area AoE skill. If he could kill most of the oil bats, energy lung would be the easiest path to traverse. After some simple thought, Lin Mingyuan came to the conclusion that the most dangerous path was the safest. Moreover, even if the worst came to the worst, with enough layers of lethal corpse oil on him, Lin Mingyuan still had a way to avoid death. Immediately, Lin Mingyuan activated the second and third effects of his Hunpian cloak, summoning his crowman squad, spreading his wings and preparing for a fierce battle. Currently, crowman squads of Lin Mingyuan's level were already lacking in combat effectiveness. Most of the time, he summoned them as cannon fodder, scouting the way, or helping to block abilities, in short, sending them out to die. The crowmen Lin Mingyuan summoned were projections of the Crow God's crowman guards. The fact that they consistently maintained the same level as Lin Mingyuan was enough to prove that the Crow God's kingdom lacked crowman warriors of Lin Mingyuan's level. Being mere projections without much intelligence, they naturally followed orders without fear of death. Lin Mingyuan commanded the Raven Man guards to charge into the energy lungs and slay the oil bats. While individual oil bats were higher in rank than the Raven Man, their combat effectiveness was inferior. The sudden intrusion of the Raven Man warriors resulted in a surprise attack that killed many of the oil bats, sending their bodies, each the size of a yoga ball, raining down from the sky. The initial attack gave the Raven Man warriors an advantage, but once the oil bats swarmed awake, the Raven Man warriors were doomed. Each of the oil bats opened its mouths and furiously spewed dark yellow corpse oil, coating the bodies of the low-flying Raven Man warriors. The bats, saturated with corpse oil, slowed the warriors to a crawl, as if they were carrying 1,000-pound weight. Such a slow pace made it impossible to avoid the small fireballs belched out by the oil bats. In an instant, the Raven Man warriors' bodies were engulfed in flames, like human torches. Their wings instantly scorched, and they plummeted like kites with their strings cut, their bodies reduced to pitch-black char before they even hit the ground. The fuel bats possess only 2 abilities, corpse oil accumulation and small fireballs. Individually, they're not particularly powerful, but when combined, they become invincible. The White Crow Master was formidable, having bought Lin Mingyuan 10 seconds. Ultimately, the excessive accumulation of corpse oil severely slowed him down, preventing him from dodging the fireballs and leading to his instantaneous destruction. Time had already run out. As the fuel bats focused their gaze on the crow warriors who had broken into their lair, they failed to notice the pitch-black crows roaming around, forming a massive encirclement around them. With the White Crow Master's demise, the Thousand Illusion Crows killing formation was activated. Hundreds of crow sword energies instantly pierced through the complex hollow energy lungs, puncturing alveoli one by one and severing oxygen supply lines. In an instant, hundreds of fuel bats were slain by the sword energy. The slaughter had begun. Numerous fuel bats perished every second. For half a minute, Lin Mingyuan wove a massive sword formation, unleashing each ray of deadly sword energy without reservation. The crows, after passing through once, merged into the other side's formation, gathering strength for their next attack. Meanwhile, Lin Mingyuan continuously released sword energy into the Thousand Illusion Crows killing formation. The sword energy crisscrossed the heavens and earth, leaving no empty space untouched by murderous intent. The fuel bats, flitting around like headless flies or futilely spewing corpse oil, ultimately met their doom. The carcasses of the fuel bats rained down. In just 2 minutes, tens of thousands of fuel bats, 1,000-year-old brood, were decimated. The fuel bats dropped no equipment, attribute fruits, or skills. It seemed that none of the monsters within Bale's body would drop equipment. Since entering Bale's corpse, Lin Mingyuan hadn't gotten anything. The most valuable monster in a dungeon was their experience. If Lin Mingyuan completed his second transformation, even if the experience gained from a single fuel bat was modest, the experience from tens of thousands of fuel bats would be enough to push him to level 60. Lin Mingyuan understood this. Ordinary white monsters had a low drop rate, and the fuel bats weren't wild monsters, but rather gravikeepers bred from Bale's corpse to protect his body. The path to the heart of Bale, the Fire Lord, was now clear. Lin Mingyuan spread his wings and soared across the battlefield littered with bat carcasses, traversing the thick pulmonary artery, finally reaching the final destination of the Five Organs Paradise, the heart of Bale, the Fire Lord. At each stage, a gatekeeper boss would block the hero's path to rescue the princess. The princess was a parchment scroll floating within the heart's ventricles, emitting a golden beam visible only to professionals. Legendary swordsmanship lay within reach. The gatekeeper blocking Lin Mingyuan was a 4-meter-tall Fire Lord. For thousands of years, countless fire spirits had participated in rituals driven by illusory dreams. Generation after generation, countless fire spirits had perished. Ultimately, there would always be a victor. That victor would journey to the heart of the Fire Lord Bale, read the inheritance, and draw upon Bale's remaining power, hoping to become the next Bale. The fire demon blocking the path wasn't the only successful fire spirit. There were other fortunate fire demons who had completed the ritual. However, there was only one inheritance, and the successive fire demons would clash fiercely for Bale's legacy. Those who remained standing until today must be the strongest fire demons, nurtured by a brutal elimination system spanning centuries. Lin Mingyuan's heart sank, and he immediately activated his insight. Fire Demon, LV80, Race, Demon, Strength, 67 Agility, 54 Constitution, 69 Intelligence, 38 Talents, Skills, Equipment. All talents, skills, and equipment were unavailable, as Lin Mingyuan had expected. All he could see were the fire demon's exceptionally high stats, a level above his own. The fire demon opened his eyes, expecting to face a challenge from a new fire demon, but he hadn't expected a human to enter Bale's heart today. The fire demon gazed at Lin Mingyuan 1,000 meters away. He grabbed his pitch-black Cinderslayer greatsword, its mysterious runes gleaming and burning with crimson flames. He leaped from the mountain of bones, pointing the sword at Lin Mingyuan. A fierce battle was inevitable. Faced with a formidable foe, Lin Mingyuan pursed his lips, drew his bloodthirster sword, and instantly entered combat mode. At this point, Lin Mingyuan, wearing attributed gear, activated his battle fever and arena domination talents. His 3 attributes were Strength 57, Agility 68, and Constitution 51. While Strength and Constitution were slightly lower than the fire demon's, his agility surpassed it. And these weren't even his peak attributes at this point. After 5 minutes of combat, all attributes would increase by 5, putting him on par with a level 80 high demon fire demon. Lin Mingyuan's accumulated attributes were already impressive, though still a bit short of the demanding requirements for a second-rank sword saint. For ordinary professionals, these were already monster-level attributes that were only a dream away. Arena domination was quite difficult to trigger, being effective only in one-on-one duels. As it happened, Lin Mingyuan faced only one enemy in the vast battlefield, the fire demon. Kill! Lin Mingyuan lunged forward, his cry resonating within his heart. At this point, there was nothing left to say. The brave prevailed in a narrow encounter. Today, only one of Lin Mingyuan and the fire demon could survive. Feathers flying, before anyone arrived, black, feather-like sword energy erupted like a torrential downpour. The fire demon's flaming fists shattered the sword energy aimed directly at his vital points, relying on his physical strength to block the attack. The chaotic sword energy left only scratches on the fire demon's skin, which was incredibly flexible and hard, far exceeding that of alloy. Whenever Lin Mingyuan saw this scene, he would lament how weak swordsmen were before their class upgrade to sword saint. If Lin Mingyuan had become a sword saint, would the flame demon still dare to underestimate his sword energy? Being cut into blood gourd would be the least of his worries, and even dismemberment would be possible. He would have no idea what a human shield was in front of a sword saint. The flame demon's formidable physique broke his trick. At this moment, the two collided fiercely, like Mars hitting the earth. Swords clashed, blood splattered, and a human arm and a third of a demon's head were forever left on the Crimson Heart muscle plane strewn with bones. Chapter 95, The Fire Demon King's Crucible Swordsmanship. The brutality of the battle was on full display from the outset, with both Lin Mingyuan and the fire demon paying a heavy price. Knowing he was no match for the fire demon in terms of strength, Lin Mingyuan was unwise enough to challenge him in a test of strength. Just as his 3-foot-long blade collided with a 20-foot-long great sword of the burning ashes, the bloodthirster sword instantly transformed into a phantom blue, piercing through the blade and slashing towards the fire demon's head. The fire demon remained unmoved. His strike was intended to cleave the seemingly frail human in two, but the fire demon had overestimated Lin Mingyuan's toughness. Now boasting a strength of 51, even rifle bullets couldn't penetrate his skin. He was truly a formidable warrior capable of withstanding a hail of bullets. Lin Mingyuan's unarmed left arm, braced to block the blade's blade, was undoubtedly severed, protecting his torso from further damage. Meanwhile, Lin Mingyuan's decapitation strike was also unsuccessful. The illusory ghost blade should have severed the fire demon's head, but it was pushed slightly away by the sudden scorching rays from the fire demon's eyes, causing it to deflect and only sever a third of the head, including one of the fire demon's eyes. In just one encounter, Lin Mingyuan lost his arm, the fire demon's brain was shattered, and he also lost an eye. Lin Mingyuan had memorized the fire demon's scorching eye rays, and would be prepared for them next time. Before the head-on collision, Lin Mingyuan had another option, to use the ghost blade to accelerate his attack, blind the fire demon's eye, and then dodge with a flash step, ensuring no damage. But then, a bold idea occurred to Lin Mingyuan. After all, this was a dungeon, and a limb wouldn't matter. He simply sacrificed his left arm to save a flash step opportunity. Then, the moment the two men crossed and separated, Lin Mingyuan activated another flash step. Following the original plan, both men sprinted at full speed, unable to stop suddenly. Their figures crossed each other. The moment the fire demon lost sight of Lin Mingyuan, a sudden burst of spatial energy erupted, and Lin Mingyuan's body suddenly vanished from its original position, appearing behind the fire demon in an instant. With a lighter body and greater speed, Lin Mingyuan maintained his forward momentum and pierced the fire demon's head with a single strike. As a high-level demon, the fire demon's brain was a vital organ, but not a fatal one. Unless completely decapitated, death was inevitable. A single brain injury wouldn't significantly affect his thinking ability. Despite the repeated blows, the fire demon didn't yield to Lin Mingyuan's suppression. The moment he pierced the fire demon's head, the fire demon locked onto his position. Crimson hellish chains emerged from the ground. Sensing danger, Lin Mingyuan attempted to launch himself into the air, but he was too slow. The crimson chains had already bound his legs, pinning him to the ground. Oh no, Lin Mingyuan cried out in alarm. His insight couldn't discern the impact of the flame demon's abilities. First, the eye rays deflected a decisive strike, then the infernal chains trapped him. Meanwhile, his blink step was still on cooldown. Even more despairing, even if it did, it wouldn't work. Once entangled in the infernal chains, any teleportation abilities would be blocked, rendering Lin Mingyuan completely unable to sense space. He forced an abrupt stop, scooping up a massive wave of red earth, where flesh and blood had been reduced to ash. The flame demon suffered a slight sprain in his knee and ankle, but that was no longer crucial. Lin Mingyuan, incredibly fast and agile, was caught by him. The infernal chains pinned him to the spot. The flame demon grinned, raising his cinder's greatsword high. This strike was a sure kill. With his blink step blocked, and his power inferior to the flame demons, he had to fight a two-handed greatsword with a one-handed sword. Lin Mingyuan, unable to move, was destined to be cut in two. Having overcome all 81 tribulations, Lin Mingyuan gritted his teeth, determined not to fall before the dawn of victory. The effects of two legendary equipment activated simultaneously. The deep roar of an ancient whale shook the heartstrings. A ghost ship approached from behind Lin Mingyuan, slamming directly into the fire demon. Simultaneously, an eternal flame erupted from Lin Mingyuan's feet, and his mortal body rapidly transformed into the fire demon's form. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mingyuan transformed into a 3-meter-tall fire demon, with twin horns on his head, his body ablaze with unquenchable flames. The fire demon was stunned. How could a human suddenly become one of his own kind? His doubts didn't stop him from striking. He grasped his sword with both hands and smashed it hard, slashing Lin Mingyuan's bloodthirster sword away. His cinder-extinguishing greatsword pierced Lin Mingyuan's chest, nearly severing him in two. A little deeper would have crushed Lin Mingyuan's heart. 3 days had passed since Lin Mingyuan acquired the Fire Demon King's bone-breaking ring. He had already tested the Fire Demon's true form's abilities. Upon transforming into the Fire Demon's true form, Lin Mingyuan's body structure would be fully transformed into that of the Fire Demon. Simultaneously, his three-dimensional attributes would be increased to 50 points if less than 50, with no increase above 50. He also gained the Fire Demon's passive talents, Thick Skin and Flame Apostle. Thick Skin significantly increased Lin Mingyuan's resistance to physical damage, and it was precisely because of this that he avoided being cleaved in half by the Fire Demon's decisive strike. The Fire Apostle's effect consisted of two parts. First, fire immunity, making the Fire Demon immune to all fire damage except for a few special flames. Second, fire control, allowing the Fire Demon to control fire to a certain degree. This effect was closely tied to the Fire Demon's strength. A weaker Fire Demon could only ignite itself, burning nearby enemies. A stronger Fire Demon, with a wave of his hand, could unleash a raging blaze rivaling the flammastorms of forbidden magic. Aside from the two talents that were automatically acquired, active abilities needed to be learned. The problem was, the Fire Lord's Bonabreaker ring only allowed for transformations lasting 3 minutes. How could 3 minutes be enough to practice his innate abilities? In theory, Lin Mingyuan could also use the Fire Lord's abilities, like Eye Raise and Infernal Chains, but in reality, he couldn't use them. Only a true Fire Lord had the time to slowly hone and master their full range of abilities. Lin Mingyuan was only a half-baked passive talent. Having even a half-baked Fire Lord ability was enough. Lin Mingyuan survived the Fire Lord's fatal strike. The 3-meter-tall Fire Lord's body cleaved to his knees, the infernal chains that bound him snapping instantly. Then it was Lin Mingyuan's turn. The roaring ghost ship dislodged the Fire Demon, freeing Lin Mingyuan from a predicament where he could only take the beating, unable to fight back. Then, the ghost ship exploded, its monstrous magical damage ravaging the Fire Demon. Meanwhile, the ghost sailors who had leaped from the ship became even more ruthless. With each strike against the Fire Demon's flesh, the surrounding muscles turned to deathly pale, their fresh flesh stripped of its life force, a tasteless, dead flesh. Suddenly, the east wind overtook the west. The severely wounded Fire Demon roared heavenward, and in an instant, countless thick pillars of fire shot up from the ground in a chaotic pattern. The Fire Demon itself was immune to fire, but the ghost sailors were not. The surging subterranean fire quickly annihilated the fragile ghost sailors. Each pillar of fire formed a perfect defense for the Fire Demons. The area of constant subterranean fire was considered off-limits to other races, but it couldn't stop another Fire Demon. Lin Mingyuan, in his Fire Demon form, charged fearlessly into the subterranean fire. The steel-melting flames felt like a spring breeze to the Fire Demon's body. The Fire Demon's true form has limited time, a swift victory is imperative. Within the subterranean flames, the shorter Fire Demon's swordsmanship is as swift and agile as a swift, flickering and teleporting around the towering, powerful Fire Demon, whose swordsmanship is known for its sheer force. Each flicker leaves a deep wound in the mighty demon's flesh. The towering fire demon, exhausted from the ghost ship's explosive attack and the constant wounds and bleeding from his struggle with Lin Mingyuan, slows and weakens. Finally, a horizontal slash is blocked by Lin Mingyuan, leaving him with an arm. The fire demon suddenly realizes he's losing ground. One grows weaker with each blow, while the other, fueled by his battle frenzy and the healing power of his bloodthirster sword, grows stronger and stronger. The outcome is now clear. In the fierce battle, Lin Mingyuan loses all sense of self, focused solely on inflicting damage. He unleashes the nimble movements and agile strikes of the Crow Court swordsmanship to the utmost, and the fire demon's defeat is evident. But at that moment, the fire demon's true form expired. Lin Mingyuan, who had been engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the fire demon, suddenly felt a burning pain all over his body. The flames swirling around the fire demon inflicted continuous damage on Lin Mingyuan. The end of the fire demon's true form severely impacted the otherwise one-sided battle. Only then did the fire demon's true form reveal its true strength. Its tough skin and flesh were impervious to attack, and it could control its flames to continuously burn its enemies. In its true form, Lin Mingyuan was undeterred by the fire demon's every move, engaging him head-on in a bayonet duel. But in his human form, Lin Mingyuan found it difficult simply to stand before the fire demon. The gap between a high-level demon and a common human was truly immense. Seeing Lin Mingyuan's body continuously burnt and scalded in his human form, the fire demon sensed an opportunity and summoned a fierce flame to cover his body in an attempt to force Lin Mingyuan back. 5 minutes had passed since the battle began, and battle fever had reached its peak. Lin Mingyuan's strength was at its peak, while the fire demon was at its lowest. If they didn't seize this opportunity to utterly destroy the fire demon, they would have no chance until his injuries healed. Burning with flames, Lin Mingyuan could clearly smell the aroma of barbecue emanating from his body, yet his eyes remained resolute as never before. Unleashing his 73 points of agility at full speed, Lin Mingyuan's sword strikes were lightning fast. The fire demon could only see the flicker of the sword, unaware of the source of Lin Mingyuan's attack. Phantom Sword Dance. Die, a chaotic volley of sword energy tore through the fire demon's body, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. The fire demon's chest was a blur, unable to fight back. He could only defend himself, unable to fight back. The burning flames continued to burn Lin Mingyuan, leaving no room for him to die first. The bloodthirster sword diligently provided continuous healing for Lin Mingyuan, but the healing it provided was insignificant against the pervasive flames that sucked even the breath away and incinerated his internal organs. Lin Mingyuan's life was like a candle in the wind, and the fire demon, bleeding to death, was also hanging on to last breath. Now it was a matter of time before who would collapse first. Lin Mingyuan's consciousness was already hazy, his eyeballs already seared. He relied solely on his muscles to strike, completing a phantom sword dance. A final, massive burst of sword energy, a fusion of all swords, was unleashed, sending the fire demon flying 10 meters. A massive hole appeared in his chest, his ribs, internal organs, and spine shattered. Ultimately, he gave way. The fire demon, the bearer of the fire elves' entire hope, finally met his end at the hands of this foreign challenger. With a wail of unwillingness, the fire demon collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. You killed the fire demon, gaining 0 experience points. Please complete the second level upgrade as soon as possible. The system's notification sounded, bringing a sigh of relief to Lin Mingyuan. Unable to see his own form, he had no idea he had been charred to a crisp, with only a few strands of uncarbonized black and red muscle supporting his skeleton. He followed a path he remembered until he reached a location where the inherited swordsmanship was stored. He reached out and grasped the scroll of inheritance, floating in mid-air and emitting golden light. You have discovered the inheritance, the Fire Demon King's Crucible Swordsmanship, legendary. Do you want to learn it? Yes, he said yes weakly, and the scroll turned into countless golden lights and merged into Lin Mingyuan's body. With his last breath exhausted, Lin Mingyuan knelt on the ground, with a breeze blowing on his face. His body, which was cremated by 70% and weighed only 20 kilograms, collapsed in the wind, leaving only charred bones that continued to shatter on the Crimson Plain. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Reborn. After a brief moment of revival, He retrieved the inheritance scroll and, upon opening his eyes again, he was back in the familiar world of reality. After removing his crystal slippers, cleaning them, and packing them for Xin AI, Lin Mingyuan lay in bed, a smile spreading across his face. After 47 days of searching day and night across the desolate eternal battlefield, he finally achieved his dream of obtaining the second inherited sword technique, the foundation of his future. The Fire Demon King's Crucible Sword Art, a sword technique personally passed down by the demon god, held immeasurable potential. Only then could Lin Mingyuan finally be certain of a bright future. At worst, he would become a demigod. Su Wen, with his mediocre talents, had risen to the level of a fire god thanks to the Fire Demon King's Crucible Sword Art. Lin Mingyuan would surely surpass him. There was no rush to cultivate the inherited sword technique. Lin Mingyuan needed to rest and relieve his physical and mental fatigue. He also needed to wait for the fire demon's true body to regenerate. Even the initial stages of cultivating the demon god's inherited sword technique in a mortal body were incredibly difficult, but cultivating the demon god's sword technique in the fire demon's body would be a seamless and instant success. After dozens of days without a good night's sleep, this was the first time Lin Mingyuan could drift off without worry, without having to worry about how to fall into deep sleep the next day. From day to night to dawn, Lin Mingyuan slept a full 20 hours before waking. He was completely dazed, and it took him more than 10 seconds to remember anything. Recalling the fight with the fire demon yesterday, Lin Mingyuan was overwhelmed with emotion. From the beginning, he had adopted a life-or-death attitude. Even when defeated, he never retreated, forcing forward step by step, ultimately gaining enough advantage to kill the fire demon first. Had Lin Mingyuan retreated even a step, the outcome might have been different. In fact, in the end, Lin Mingyuan and the fire demon perished together. Lin Mingyuan didn't defeat the fire demon, and he died soon after. Fortunately, he still had a breath left to hold on and obtain the inherited sword technique. Otherwise, if he had killed the fire demon but died from his injuries, he would have died of anger. Time was almost up. Lin Mingyuan instantly arrived at the rooftop of the Shendu building. A strong wind blew, and thin clouds drifted around him, creating a fairyland. Lin Mingyuan closed his eyes and began to diligently review the inherited sword techniques imprinted directly into his memory palace. After briefly studying the Fire Demon King's Furnace Sword technique, Lin Mingyuan compared it with the Raven Court Sword technique he had already mastered. In terms of movement and technique, the Raven Court Sword technique completely surpassed the Furnace Sword technique. The Furnace Sword technique lacked much technical knowledge, perhaps because fire demons were so physically imposing and relied on force to prevail, thus emphasizing less skill. The strength of the Furnace Sword technique lay in its strengthening and transformation of the body, as well as its continuous refinement of the physique. It focused on how to control and improve the quality of flames, like a textbook for cultivating fire demons. Neither of the inherited sword techniques Lin Mingyuan had learned were tailored for humans. The Raven Court Sword technique was designed for crowmen, while the Fire Demon King's Furnace Sword technique was only suitable for fire demons and was hostile to humans. Fortunately, both inherited sword arts had ways to compensate. The Hunpian Cloak, bestowed by the Crow God, gave Lin Mingyuan wings to conquer the skies, allowing him to unleash the might of the Crow Court Sword Art to its fullest potential. Meanwhile, the Fire Demon King's Crucible Sword Art was essentially developed for fire demons. Lin Mingyuan happened to possess the Fire Demon King's Bone-Crushing Ring, which could transform him into a fire demon. He could use the Bone-Crushing Ring to transform into a fire demon's physique and then practice the Crucible Sword Art. The Crow Court Sword Art emphasized technique and profound principles. The breathing techniques only strengthened the lungs, allowing Lin Mingyuan to survive at high altitudes where oxygen was scarce, while the Crucible Sword Art's transformation was comprehensive, from skin, flesh, and bone marrow to internal organs. In other words, by practicing the Fire Demon King's Crucible Sword Art, Lin Mingyuan could use it as his foundation, preventing him from practicing other sword arts that required physical transformation, such as the Moon Shadow Walker Secret Sword Art, which could only be practiced by those with elven physiques, or the White Luo Extinguishing Sword Art, which transformed the human body into an undead physique. Lin Mingyuan wasn't greedy for more. More advanced sword techniques wasn't necessarily better. No matter how many he mastered, he could only use one against his enemies. Rather than being overly proficient, it was better to specialize in one. Lin Mingyuan had already made up his mind. Raven Court Swordsmanship is the outer layer, the Fire Demon King's Furnace Swordsmanship is the inner layer, and a supplementary inherited swordsmanship, and his sword system would be complete. The Fire Demon King's furnace swordsmanship required igniting the eternal flame. To ignite the eternal flame, a human physique required constant use of the furnace swordsmanship breathing technique in areas rich in fire, such as volcanic craters or lava pools, absorbing fire energy and transforming the body. Months of persistent practice were required to ignite the eternal flame and construct a furnace. For a fire demon, this complexity wasn't necessary. Lin Mingyuan waited several hours until the fire demon's true form cooled down. Then, he activated the effects of his epic equipment, the Bone Crusher Ring, and a fire demon over 3 meters tall appeared on the rooftop. Eternal fire, ignite. Lin Mingyuan closed his eyes and focused his mind on his heart. A tiny, almost invisible flame, like a candle in the wind, ignited within his heart. Suddenly, flames erupted from Lin Mingyuan's body, uncontrollable. The flames burned on their own, automatically mastering a form of magic that consumed him. A human body would require months of painstaking practice to ignite the eternal fire, but a single thought was all it took. The disparity between races was truly immense. After the eternal fire was ignited, it accelerated the flow of blood throughout the body, forcing it to be calcined by the eternal fire, removing impurities before flowing back into the internal organs. The molten, thick blood of the fire demon, like magma, grew purer with each calcination. Simultaneously, the pure blood coursing through the body nourished muscles, bones, and internal organs, transforming every aspect of the body. If the human body is a piece of unforged, impure iron, then the heart, blazing with the eternal flame, is the furnace. Countless trials and tribulations have forged Lin Mingyuan's body, transforming it into its final form, perfect for the art of the furnace sword. After 3 minutes, the flame demon's true form ended and returned to the human body. Lin Mingyuan winced in pain. The eternal fire, burning the impurities in his blood and making it even more vigorous, was too much for the human heart to contain. The agony of the blazing flames made Lin Mingyuan sweat profusely. But Lin Mingyuan knew he couldn't stop yet. The most difficult step in the art of the furnace sword was the initiation. He had already ignited the eternal fire, but due to his physical condition, he couldn't withstand it. He must continue transforming his body, adapting it to the eternal fire. This process wouldn't be completed in a day or two. Lin Mingyuan instantly approached the guards, informing them of his upcoming retreat, and then quickly disappeared into the Divine Capital building. At the steel mill outside the city, 12 furnaces churned around the clock, bubbling with orange-red molten steel. This was the place in TS City where Lin Mingyuan could find the most abundant fire element. Lin Mingyuan, clad in a red robe, stood in the hall, ablaze with flames. He had been in seclusion at the steel mill for a week. Xin Ai, Li Tong, and others had visited him, but Lin Mingyuan hadn't awakened. On the 3rd day, flames erupted from his body like a fire demon. The alarmed guards tried to extinguish the blaze, but the raging flames didn't damage Lin Mingyuan's skin or the Crimson Explorer robes he wore. The burning flames indicated that the Fire Demon King's furnace swordsmanship had reached perfection. His body had adapted to it, but Lin Mingyuan was no longer conscious. His consciousness wasn't here, but within the inherited illusion created by the Crow God, leaving only his body's instincts to operate the furnace swordsmanship. At the beginning of his crucible swordsmanship training, Lin Mingyuan was overwhelmed by the excruciating pain of his entire body being transformed. Unwilling to endure this pain, he entered the final illusory realm of the Crow God's inheritance to complete the Crow God's final test. The Crow Court swordsmanship is taught in 3 parts. The first is the foundational section, which teaches movement, swordsmanship, and combat. To complete this, Lin Mingyuan must defeat the White Crow instructor who taught him the Crow Court swordsmanship. With his natural swordsmanship and 10 years of practical experience, he easily mastered the foundational section. The second section, the ultimate section, requires Lin Mingyuan to experience countless dismemberments by the 1,000 illusion crows killing formation, learning and mastering it. On that occasion, Lin Mingyuan nearly became trapped in the illusion and starved to death. Learning from this lesson, Lin Mingyuan delayed unlocking the most crucial chapter of the Crow Court swordsmanship inheritance, the sword intent section. The biggest difference between inherited swordsmanship and ordinary swordsmanship lies in the sword's essence. Inherited swordsmanship possesses a soul, and the sword's essence is its very essence. Only by mastering this essence can one truly master the inherited swordsmanship. No matter how complex or difficult a sword technique is, as long as one is diligent, one will eventually master it. However, the sword's essence is invisible and intangible. If you understand it, you understand it. If you don't, you won't understand it no matter how hard you try. Mastering it depends solely on talent and understanding. Lin Mingyuan possesses abundant talent, and can be considered a prodigy in the way of the sword. As for his understanding, Lin Mingyuan couldn't say for sure, but he felt it was close. Lin Mingyuan's abiding swordsmanship is about relentless perseverance. He acted with confidence, for hesitating too much leads to failure. Lin Mingyuan made no contingency plan, resolutely venturing into the inherited illusion. Today was the 7th day, and the crucible swordsmanship had been operating continuously for 24 hours. Lin Mingyuan's body had fully adapted to it, and he experienced no discomfort. In the steel plant's central open space, Lin Mingyuan slowly opened his eyes. The inheritance pendant hanging from his neck quietly shattered. Lin Mingyuan had completed the entire inheritance. In this illusion, he observed thousands of crow statues of various forms, mimicking their forms, movements, and spirits with complete mastery. Standing among the crow statues, Lin Mingyuan felt no sense of dissonance, as if he were one of the crows himself. In that moment, Lin Mingyuan finally mastered the sword intent of the crow court swordsmanship. At that moment, with a single thought, without even drawing his sword, 5 pitch-black crows appeared from thin air, charging forward and collapsing the steel plant's outer wall. Enemy attack. It's alright, it's Boss Lin emerging from his confinement. The guards, shouting the threat of an enemy attack, raised their guns, only to see Lin Mingyuan emerge from the gaping hole torn by the sword energy. After months of practice, Lin Mingyuan finally reached the state of possessing a sword within his heart, even though he lacked a sword in his hand. Having grasped the profound essence of the crow court swordsmanship, Lin Mingyuan no longer needed to draw his sword. His thoughts evoked sword energy, imbuing him with the aura of a master swordsman. Lin Mingyuan's gains didn't stop there. The moment he grasped the Raven Court sword intent, his swordsmanship, which had been stuck at expert level, finally advanced to master level, finally fulfilling one of the prerequisites for becoming a second-rank sword saint. Lin Mingyuan's physique was now completely different from a week ago. Previously, he looked thin when dressed but muscular when undressed, his muscles present but not noticeable. Now, he had transformed into a completely muscular hunk, his body tempered by the eternal fire, each muscle fiber imbued with explosive power. His body was also incredibly tough. Aside from his body structure being different from that of a fire demon, lacking a demonic true name or the bonuses of his demonic bloodline, in pure physical terms, Lin Mingyuan was a fire demon in human form. Furthermore, 2 new talents appeared on Lin Mingyuan's talent panel, the A-level talents Flame Apostle and Thick Skin. The transformation also added 8 points to strength and 8 points to constitution. This, as compensation for the level increase from 0 to 50, brought his stats to 46 strength, 47 agility, and 38 constitution without any equipment bonuses. Furthermore, with each subsequent level up, there's a 1 in 3 chance of receiving additional attribute points automatically added to strength or constitution. This is the power of the Fire Demon King's Crucible Swordsmanship. Using the heart as a furnace, it constantly refines the body, allowing non-fire demon races to possess the fire demon's physique and talents. Lin Mingyuan could even feel the terrifying force of the air being compressed and exploded in his palms when he clenched his fist. The combination of 2 A-level talents and 16 attribute points most directly demonstrates the power of Crucible Swordsmanship, which can transform a professional completely. Chapter 97: A New Journey. Practicing the Fire Demon King's Crucible Swordsmanship from level 0 to 50 should grant Lin Mingyuan an additional 16 attribute points, evenly distributed between strength and constitution. This would be a great help. Becoming a sword saint requires meeting 4 prerequisites. Lin Mingyuan already has the master level swordsmanship and has mastered 2 of the 3 inherited swordsmanship techniques. For the third, he only needs to choose a supporting inherited swordsmanship technique. He has a plan in mind. As for creating his own epic swordsmanship, he can find a way to complete it while searching for the third inherited swordsmanship technique. What he lacks most now is actually attributes. The 16 attributes supplemented by the Crucible Swordsmanship are exactly what Lin Mingyuan needs. After receiving feedback on the Crucible Swordsmanship, Lin Mingyuan currently has 46 strength and 38 constitution. Wearing the deep sea anchor gives him 51 strength and 43 constitution, which already meets the requirements for strength and constitution. As for 47 agility, wearing the Hunbian cloak increases it to 57 agility, just 3 points shy of the 60 agility required for the second job. Acquiring +3 agility equipment was easy for Lin Mingyuan. He sent a message that afternoon, and that evening he traded his +3 strength ogre gloves for the +3 agility whisper circlet. Unfortunately, after mastering the Fire Lord's furnace swordsmanship, Lin Mingyuan could no longer equip non-fire equipment below epic tier. Once combat began, he would inevitably unleash incineration, a continuous fire attack that dealt fire damage to all melee enemies. Under the effects of incineration, non-fire equipment below epic tier would be unable to withstand the constant heat and would be destroyed. Of course, by now, Lin Mingyuan no longer needed the minor stat gains and special effects of ordinary blue and green equipment, and he truly despised non-epic equipment. He stored the incineration circlet in his treasury, waiting for his second job to be revived and equipped with the final 3 agility points. It was midday, the sun high in the sky, a cloudless azure blue. The scorching heat scorched the earth, the air rippled with heat waves. On the rolling yellow sandy grounds, the fiery main lion clashed with Lin Mingyuan. Its mane blazed, its eyes bloodshot, and its roar, like rumbling thunder, it charged at Lin Mingyuan. Its massive 1.3-ton body shook the earth as it charged, like a runaway locomotive barreling down with an unstoppable force capable of piercing even a building. Lin Mingyuan stood still, his muscles throbbing, yet compared to the terrifying beast with its flaming mane, he looked like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Mingyuan, only 1/3 the size of the fiery main lion, calmly reached forward and placed his hand on the lion's massive head. In that moment, time stood still. The runaway locomotive had been pinned down alive. The next second, a powerful shockwave erupted from the area where the human and beast collided. Wind and sand swept through, trees failed, and the compacted earth, harder than concrete, was torn apart, creating a massive crack 1/2 a meter wide and tens of meters deep. The outcome was decided. The fiery main lion, endowed with dragon blood, had lost a battle of strength to human, and it was a complete defeat. The proud fiery main lion could not tolerate such humiliation, even if its opponent was its master's close brother. Enraged, the fiery main lion refused to back down and, with a snort, opened its maw and bit Lin Mingyuan's wrist. Li Tong, watching nearby, jumped to his feet at the lion's sudden attack. Fearing for his friend's safety, he saw only a slight dent in Lin Mingyuan's wrist. The lion's sharp teeth hadn't even pierced Lin Mingyuan's skin. Li Tong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He knew Lin Mingyuan had always been a graceful and agile swordsman, rarely engaging in direct confrontation. But how could he, after not seeing him for a few days, have transformed his fighting style into a violent one? Lin Mingyuan looked at the fiery main lion with a smile. With his reaction speed, he certainly wouldn't be bitten by it. However, Lin Mingyuan wanted to test the strength of his current defense. After entering combat mode, he possessed 48 points of constitution, coupled with his A-level talent of tough skin and flesh. Lin Mingyuan's defense was incredibly astonishing. Ordinary weapons couldn't hurt him at all, and he could move freely even in the battlefield bombarded by artillery. The Fire Demon King's furnace swordsmanship had transformed Lin Mingyuan in all aspects, transforming him from a light and agile, elusive, high-damage burst swordsman to a powerful, aggressive swordsman who relied on force to win. Now, Lin Mingyuan could adapt to a variety of styles and combat situations without any flaws or shortcomings. Even after the test results came in, the fiery main lion persisted, using Lin Mingyuan's arm as a chew stick to bite it fiercely. Although Lin Mingyuan wasn't injured, he could still feel the pain. He snorted slightly, and the eternal fire in his heart suddenly jumped an inch higher. In an instant, Lin Mingyuan's entire body was ablaze, including his bitten right hand. The rising flames directly burned the fiery main lion's upper fangs and tongue. The fiery main lion quickly let go, emitting a scorched black smoke and wailing as it ran to its master, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. The fiery main lion, which could control fire, naturally had a high resistance to fire, but it was no help against the equally powerful incineration fire of Lin Mingyuan and the flame demon's innate ability. If it insisted on not letting go, its huge lion head would become a braised lion's head. Awesome! Brother Yuan, you've evolved again. Li Tong patted the aggrieved lion's head as a reassuring gesture and excitedly ran over to congratulate Lin Mingyuan. However, when he was 50 meters away from Lin Mingyuan, he could no longer withstand the intense heat of the incineration fire. Any closer would surely result in burns. Quickly put out the fire. This flame is even more powerful than the fiery main lion's, Li Tong said with envy. The fiery main lion was Li Tong's primary summon beast, and he honestly thought he had trained it well enough, yet it was easily crushed by Lin Mingyuan. He couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful Lin Mingyuan was now. Many people have been whispering that your potential has reached its limit, and that Xin AI will be the future head of the camp. I really want to bring those idiots who spread rumors to justice. What the hell is exhausting potential? Li Tong, happy for Lin Mingyuan, inadvertently revealed a fact: there had been a recent undercurrent within the camp. Some malicious individuals had been spreading rumors that Lin Mingyuan had exhausted his potential and would never complete his second rank. As more and more top-tier professionals completed their second rank, the rumors intensified. Lin Mingyuan, however, remained a recluse, completely absorbed in dungeons and had no time to pay attention to the rumors. This, to those with ulterior motives, seemed like he acquiesced to the rumors, indicating that his strength had indeed reached a plateau, with no prospect of a breakthrough in sight. In this early stage of the cataclysm, where everyone's strength was rapidly improving, and a single encounter could transform a professional, failure to improve was the greatest setback. Many people felt that the swordsman class was holding Lin Mingyuan back. The swordsman class was a polarizing one, either reaching godhood or utterly awful, with no middle ground. Even those who achieved godhood did so much later than other classes. Lin Mingyuan remembered clearly that in his previous life, Feng Taichu, the first to achieve sword saint status, completed his transformation only 8 months after the catastrophe, with winter just around the corner. His successful transformation shocked all of China, and every swordsman received a system notification. The swordsman class was a dead end. Everyone, including the swordsmen themselves, felt this way. Many who had transitioned early without knowing the situation were stuck at the second sword saint level, regretting their decision. When the swordsmen saw no path forward, the news of Feng Taichu's second-level transformation gave all the lost swordsmen a shot of hope, giving them the courage to rise to the arduous challenge. Because the path to Sword Saint wasn't a dead end, it was a path to supreme nobility. Feng Taichu, having gained immense renown among swordsmen, lived up to expectations and became China's future foremost swordsman, the guardian of the nation. Much has been written about Feng Taichu's rise to prominence. His fundamental swordsmanship is the legendary UG4 Spirit Swordsmanship, combining the power of the 4 sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, for unparalleled might. The reborn Lin Mingyuan considered following Feng Taichu's path, but the UG4 Spirit Swordsmanship was hidden in Kyoto, a place Lin Mingyuan was unfamiliar with. Rushing headlessly towards a vague dream might not yield the desired results. It would be better to proceed steadily, first establishing a foothold in TS City and acquiring the Crow Court Swordsmanship. Then, in the Eternal Battlefield dungeon during the Emerald Dream event, he would acquire the Fire Demon King's Crucible Swordsmanship, a similarly arduous path to success. Now that Lin Mingyuan had achieved what he desired, his future was infinitely bright. Facing the slander privately leveled against him by those with ulterior motives, Lin Mingyuan smiled calmly, saying, "Let them belittle me. Facts speak louder than words. I don't bother explaining anything. One day, reality will give them a hard slap in the face." Lin Mingyuan was well aware of the reason for the rumors. When they had captured the Three Guns Alliance and Pengcheng camp, the Three Guns had committed countless atrocities and possessed formidable firepower. Lin Mingyuan had adopted a policy of annihilation against the Three Guns Alliance, leaving few of its members surviving. Meanwhile, at Pengcheng camp, Xin Ai's forbidden magic had established her prestige, intimidating the professionals already loyal to Xin Ai and Li Ziterwen. After Li Ziterwen's execution, the remnants of Pengcheng camp naturally surrendered to Xin Ai. Because the Taipingshan camp was an elite camp, its total number of professionals was smaller than that of the Pengcheng camp. Once the Pengcheng camp professionals joined in large numbers, the power of influence at the lower and middle levels naturally shifted to the Pengcheng camp professionals. Many of them had never seen Lin Mingyuan in action, let alone his contributions. Short-sightedly, they considered themselves Xin Ai's direct subordinates, seeking only to establish Xin Ai as a legitimate successor. Xin Ai had mentioned this to Lin Mingyuan, but he didn't care who was in charge, ignoring the turbulent undercurrents. "By the way, I have something to tell you. I'll be away from the camp for a few days. If all goes well, I'll be back in a week, and no later than a month. Tell Li Chuang and the others, and I won't relay the details one by one. If anything arises in the camp that can't be resolved, report it to Xin Ai. If she can't resolve it, she'll come looking for me. She knows where I've been," Lin Mingyuan said. "Okay, Be careful on your journey. Chapter 98 Heavy Rain. Li Tong knew that Lin Mingyuan held a startling secret. Life is full of uncertainty, so Li Tong rarely delved into Lin Mingyuan's affairs. Whether he was a prophet or a reborn being from the future, as long as he remained his good friend and brother, that was enough. Since the beginning of summer, Lin Mingyuan had spent most of his time in dungeons, becoming somewhat disconnected from the real world. Only after spreading his wings and flying out of TS City did he see the world more clearly. The once crowded roads had been cleared by passing professionals, and weeds had grown on both sides. The wilderness was silent, with only the whirring of the wind to be heard. A few months ago, the roads were teeming with zombies and zombie beasts, but now the sight of zombies in the wild has become rare. The zombie epidemic has become so widespread that only a small number of high-level elite zombies can survive in this new world. Ahead lay a bridge, the mighty river nourishing everything. Lin Mingyuan landed on the bridge and gazed out at the ever-flowing water. During a brief respite, the seemingly peaceful and safe wilderness bared its fangs at Lin Mingyuan. 5 water arrows shot from below, shattering the stone guardrails and exploding against Lin Mingyuan's chest. Lin Mingyuan looked down and saw a water ghost with azure skin and disheveled hair, half exposed on the surface of the river. It was it that had launched the attack. A single test revealed Lin Mingyuan's far greater strength to the water ghost, and it sank to the bottom with a gurgling sound. Pretending to be so cool, "I want to run away," it asked Lin Mingyuan if he agreed. Suddenly, hundreds of crows appeared on the river surface, resolutely bombarding the water. The waves rolled, and crows formed from sword energy flew like water, piercing the river surface with holes. The water could not fill the holes left by the sword energy for a long time. Only when he heard the system's prompt sound did Lin Mingyuan withdraw his attack, and the crows circling the river surface transformed into wisps of black air and dissipated. Even before becoming a sword saint, Lin Mingyuan already possessed the demeanor of a peak physical damage dealer. The disturbing water ghosts made Lin Mingyuan lose all interest in looking at Ginger. Summoning the Hunter on wings, Lin Mingyuan's thigh muscles erupted with exaggerated power, and he instantly flew high into the sky like a rocket. The purpose of Lin Mingyuan's trip was to go to the Silver Knights camp near Lordran, the capital of the Silver Empire. They had the auxiliary inherited sword technique, Silver Edge, which Lin Mingyuan needed. The best combination of a sword saint's inherited sword techniques is a fundamental sword technique plus a main combat sword technique plus an auxiliary sword technique. Lin Mingyuan had already obtained the main combat sword technique and the fundamental sword technique. Now he needed the last auxiliary sword technique, Silver Edge. Silver Edge was of rare grade. There were only 3 grades of inherited sword techniques, rare, epic, and legendary. Most inherited sword techniques were of rare grade. The Silver Edge's effect continuously imbues the weapon with the Silver Edge effect, increasing its sharpness and durability, and granting the triple effects of armor penetration, demon sundering, and evil sundering. With the Silver Edge, even when not in Ghost Blade mode, Lin Mingyuan possesses considerable destructive power, placing him at the top of the heap among the auxiliary inherited sword techniques. How can one obtain such an exceptional inherited sword technique? Through the normal route, Lin Mingyuan must swear allegiance to the Silver Empire, join the Silver Knights, and achieve numerous military exploits to become the Order's leader. With a normal path, there are also the unnatural and devious ones. Killing the Silver Knight's leader has a chance of revealing the inherited sword technique, or one can coerce or bribe the Silver Knight's leader into handing over the inherited sword technique. Back during the Blood Moon, Lin Mingyuan ambushed and killed dozens of Silver Knights who descended upon the neighborhood to gain a significant amount of experience. Lin Mingyuan had already established a feud with the Silver Empire, and the normal path was blocked. Of course, even if the normal path hadn't been blocked, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't have stooped to serving the Silver Empire. Lordran hadn't arrived yet. It would take a full year after the cataclysm for the Silver Empire's capital to be teleported to Earth via the second celestial confluence. The Silver Knights, who had come to Earth to establish a stronghold, had already cleared a wilderness and set coordinates for Lordran's arrival. That Silver Knights was Lin Mingyuan's target. Flying slowly through the sky, the journey's destination was Lordran, Dawn City, on the edge of Luoxia province. At full speed, it could be reached in a day, but Lin Mingyuan wasn't feeling the urgency anymore. There were 4 requirements for becoming a second-rank sword master, master-level swordsmanship and the most challenging attributes. This journey aimed to complete the 3rd prerequisite, mastering the 3rd inherited sword technique. The silver edge could be obtained in a variety of ways. In the later stages of the cataclysm, one could even purchase a scroll of inheritance. Lin Mingyuan would undoubtedly achieve this with ease. This left only the final requirement for the second rank, creating one's own epic sword technique. This is neither easy nor difficult. With sufficient experience and natural talent in the way of the sword, Lin Mingyuan only needs a flash of inspiration to create his own epic sword technique. The key is that this flash of inspiration is very time-consuming. No one knows when it will suddenly come. It could be a day or two, or even a year or two. To meet this final requirement, swordsmen determined to become sword masters have devised various tricks to gain advantages. For example, they purchase half-developed sword techniques with epic potential at a high price, obtain the sword manuals of sword masters to draw inspiration from their predecessors' experience, or seek out high-level magic pattern masters to temporarily obtain an epic sword technique created by others through rubbing, thereby deceiving the system. There are many ways. Excluding those unreliable methods, Lin Mingyuan has a 100% chance of achieving enlightenment and creating his own epic swordsmanship. That method involves descending into Blackstone City on Earth in a month, becoming the Lord of Blackstone, and obtaining the City Lord Hub, allowing him to move into the City Lord's mansion. Behind the City Lord's mansion lies a 1,000-year-old Bodhi tree. His first enlightenment benefit will inevitably lead to enlightenment. And that's when Lin Mingyuan ascends to become a sword saint. The confluence of the celestial spheres is essentially the process of multiple worlds invading Earth. The first confluence of the celestial spheres invaded Earth only low-level monsters like zombies, kobolds, and skeletons. As these low-level monsters continue to wreak havoc, completely disrupting Earth's ecosystem and natural laws, the world's defenses will be further weakened. In the second year, a large number of otherworldly structures and higher-level monsters will flood into Earth, further eroding and disintegrating its own defenses. This process is irreversible. Even the most gifted and formidable individual could not influence the fate of the entire planet. The tide of the Great Era rolled in, unstoppable. Lin Mingyuan could only harness it to strengthen himself, ready for the uncertain future, whether good or bad. Regardless of how fast or slow his transformation progressed, Lin Mingyuan would have to wait a month to complete his final transformation. During that time, he could do anything. At noon, after leaving TS City, Lin Mingyuan passed a completely abandoned town. Abandoned vehicles littered the streets, charred buildings lay scattered across the landscape, and the remains of evolved insects could be seen among the ruins. Lin Mingyuan could picture a swarm of insects devouring the city like a swarm of locusts, with desperate professionals burning the city in a last-ditch effort, only to be overwhelmed by the overwhelming swarm of insects. This was the norm in the wasteland. A single mishap could bring devastating consequences. Flying over the city, a lush, moist primeval jungle stretched out before them. Lin Mingyuan glanced curiously at the map. It marked a former chemical plant, but now it had transformed into a prehistoric forest environment characterized by high temperatures, high humidity, and an overflowing ferns. This should be the ancient hunting grounds, but the forest is too small and hasn't fully formed yet. Due to the celestial sphere convergence and the invasion of other dimensions, Earth's environment has become complex and volatile. Cities border vast forests, or endless seas of sand. Improbable geography abounds on post-catastrophic Earth. In previous lives, the prehistoric forest expanded to the size of 3 TS cities, home to billions of prehistoric creatures. This area, known as the ancient hunting grounds, boasted a challenge level of 70 to 100 and a high level of danger. Now, the ancient hunting grounds have begun to take shape, and the deep roars of dinosaurs can be heard from time to time. Suddenly, the weather shifted. 30 seconds earlier, the sky had been clear and sunny, like a child's casually painted canvas. Suddenly, it was covered in dark clouds, and a terrifying thunderstorm illuminated the gloomy sky. The howling winds that tore through the forest made flying difficult. Lin Mingyuan was forced to retract his wings and quickly make an emergency landing to find shelter. His extensive experience surviving the apocalypse taught him not to be surprised by anything unusual. The apocalypse was like that. Unexpected events were always unexpected and hard to predict. Tracing the soft soil, Lin Mingyuan darted through the forest floor, his eyes fixed on the surroundings. He soon spotted a small cave that offered shelter. It was small, and the massive proto-dinosaurs would surely be unable to enter. So it presented no significant danger. The light dimmed, and inside, dry branches piled into a massive bird's nest. The scattered feathers within the cave revealed the home of a chocobo. With a flick of his finger, he fired a small fireball, instantly igniting the chocobo's nest. The soft bonfire illuminated the cave, bringing warmth to the weary travelers. Lin Mingyuan's body released heat, instantly drying his clothes, and he sat down against the wall to rest. "There's a cave ahead. Hurry up and follow us," a voice suddenly echoed through the torrential rain. Lin Mingyuan opened his eyes to see a 5-man hunting party, soaked to the skin, rushing into the cave in a panic. "Little brother, let's rest a while in your precious place. We'll leave when the rain stops." The leader of the hunting party was a man in his 40s named Xiang Hongda. He carried a large shield on his back, a splitting axe in his hand, and a broad smile graced his square face. He was the core of the hunting party, which consisted of shield warrior Xiang Hongda, hunter Wang Huo, archer Wang Peng, medic Yan Qianxue, and assassin Shen Dong. There were 4 men and 1 woman, with Xiang Hongda being the oldest. Wang Huo and Wang Peng were brothers, and his younger brother, Wang Huo, had completed the second transformation first and was the only one of the team to have done so. Those who have completed their second-class transfer at this point in time are considered strong. Even within major factions like the Brotherhood of Steel and the Arc Group, there aren't many skilled second-class transfers. Hunter is also a common second-class transfer for archers. Archers are known for their poor survivability, but switching to Hunter enhances mobility in complex environments and allows you to tame pets to assist you in combat. Chapter 99, Lonely Ghost. I've just arrived, too. Please make yourselves at home, Lin Mingyuan said politely. Those unfamiliar with Lin Mingyuan might mistake him for aloof and arrogant. He rarely appears in public, and the few who know him often misunderstand him. Those who know him well know that he is gentle, unassuming, and very easy to talk to. Xiang Hongda bowed to Lin Mingyuan in gratitude and sat down with 4 other team members near the campfire to warm themselves. The highest-ranking and most powerful member of the team was the hunter Wang Huo, a taciturn man who bore an 80% resemblance to him. His stocky brother, Wang Peng, sat in a corner, maintaining a rain-soaked bow. A tamed hound sat majestically at the cave entrance, keeping watch for the team. Hunters lacked the powerful abilities of summoners and could only tame ordinary beasts. To possess powerful magical creatures, they had to cultivate them from a young age. Dr. Yan Qianxue removed her coat and wrung out a moisture. Muscles etched faintly beneath her snow-white abdomen, her youthful figure swathed in chapelier. Shen Dong, the assassin in camouflage, stole a glance at Yan Qianxue. Seeing her looking at him, he immediately turned his head, straightened his posture, and pretended to be a gentleman. What bad luck! We were so close to tracking down the Thunderskin Triceratops, but the rainstorm blocked the way. When the rain stopped, there was no trace left. Wang Peng brought up the topic with regret. Only our team is authorized to hunt in the primeval forest. It may escape for a while, but it won't be forever. Sooner or later, it will be ours. As Shen Dong spoke, he glanced at Lin Mingyuan, tossing his dagger up and down, as if warning him not to ruin the plan. Lin Mingyuan remained unmoved. From what they said, it seemed that they were hunting a boss called the Thunderskin Triceratops. The experience and equipment gained from killing the boss were completely useless to Lin Mingyuan. Even if it did reveal skills, they wouldn't necessarily be what he wanted. Lin Mingyuan had no interest at all. Brother, meeting is fate. Are you interested in joining us to hunt the Thunderhide Triceratops? After we succeed, the spoils will be divided according to your contribution. You won't suffer any setbacks. Xiang Hongda, unlike Shen Dong, who was so repulsive to outsiders, enthusiastically invited Lin Mingyuan to join. Never mind, I have things to do. I won't bother you anymore. After the rain stops, we can all go our separate ways, Lin Mingyuan politely declined. Okay then, Xiang Hongda nodded. He had only mentioned it casually. If Lin Mingyuan didn't want to come, then forget it. After saying this last sentence, Lin Mingyuan fell silent, listening to the chatter of the hunting team. The members of the hunting team were all veterans, boasting freely without revealing any key information about their identities or origins. The rainstorm had come and gone quickly, stopping in about 15 minutes. The downpour had expanded the primeval forest by several kilometers, and the ferns had grown even taller, blocking out the sun. Lin Mingyuan stood up, said goodbye, and walked to a secluded place, summoned his wings, and soared into the sky. After Lin Mingyuan left, Shen Dong finally let out the words he had been reluctant to say. Why recruit a stranger whose origins we can't even fathom? What if he harbors evil intentions? I think he must be quite capable. Having ventured so deep into the primeval forest all alone. More friends, more paths, Xiang Hongda said with a chuckle, ignoring Shendong's questioning. Yang Qianxue commented, "You're just so wary. You see everyone as a bad guy. I think that guy is quite friendly. You can't judge a person by their appearance. You're so naive, you'll be sold out sooner or later," Shendong said. "I'm not afraid. Brother Wang Huo will protect me, right?" Yang Qianxue's beautiful eyes fixed on the stern Wang Huo, their gaze glued to him. She paid no attention to Shendong, whose eyes were blazing with jealousy. "Stop talking nonsense. Dahui has tracked the scent of the Thunderskin Triceratops. It's not far away," Wang Huo said indifferently, maintaining his aloof and handsome persona. As if by some strange coincidence, Lin Mingyuan, soaring through the air and sniffing the fresh, post-rain air, also spotted the Thunderskin Triceratops, its head raised to nibble on the tender leaves high above. With its massive bony skull shield and 3 terrifying horns sprouting forward, the Thunderskin Triceratops differed most from ordinary Triceratops in its golden complexion. Its resilient skin shone with arcs of electricity, absorbing the abundant lightning elements of the thunderstorm. At this moment, the Thunderskin Triceratops was at its most powerful. "They're so confident, they should be able to defeat the Thunderskin Triceratops," Lin Mingyuan continued forward without interfering. However, 2 minutes later, the primeval forest erupted in activity. A high-pitched, passionate dragon roar shook the sky. Lin Mingyuan could hear no trace of despair or pain. The Thunderskin Triceratops' fighting spirit was high. Instantly, a massive golden lightning column pierced the jungle like a laser cannon, creating a vast tunnel several meters wide and stretching hundreds of meters. This was the Thunderskin Triceratops' attack. Lin Mingyuan's relaxed demeanor sharpened into focus. The Thunderskin Triceratops' attack power was truly impressive. Could that squad be crushed by the Thunderskin Triceratops? Lin Mingyuan's fears were realized, and every face on the hunting team was filled with grief. The Thunderskin Triceratops's combat power was completely different from what had been reported. A single strike severely damaged Xiang Hongda, who possessed a 41-point constitution and possessed a tower shield and possessed all his defensive abilities to the maximum. Without Xiang Hongda to hold the foremost, none of the 4 members of the hunting team dared to confront the Thunderskin Triceratops head-on. Shendong, carrying Yang Qianxue, who was administering the drug to Xiang Hongda, took off running. Shendong had grasped reality even earlier. The moment Xiang Hongda collapsed, the team's defeat was sealed. Xiang Hongda could not be saved, and forcing his way to save him would result in everyone's death. "Let me go." "What are you doing?" Yang Qianxue demanded, shocked and furious, having been suddenly and forcibly taken away. "Shut up, stupid woman. I'm saving you. Boss Xiang is doomed." "Are we going to risk everyone's lives over a dead man?" Shendong demanded confidently, his pace relentless, and in a flash, he had already fled 100 meters. "You coward. How dare you say we've lost when brother Wang Huo hasn't retreated yet? Let me go." Yang Qianxue was helpless and pounded Shendong's back to vent her anger. "Don't mention Wang Huo to me. If he was smart, he would have run with me." Shendong glanced back at the 2 brothers who had held their ground and sneered. They were still too young and inexperienced. Did they really think that just 2 long-range shooters like them could turn the tide? Don't be ridiculous. At this moment, a figure flew past overhead. Yang Qianxue, who was carried on Shendong's shoulders, vaguely saw that the person flying in the sky seemed to be the boy they met in the cave. Shendong also saw Lin Mingyuan. While Yang Qianxue could only see Lin Mingyuan's silhouette vaguely, Shendong could clearly see Lin Mingyuan's full appearance. He saw that Lin Mingyuan had a pair of black wings on his back and was awe-inspiring, like a black angel descending to the earth. Brothers Wang Huo and Wang Peng grappled with a Thunderskin Triceratops. Arrows pierced the humid, post-rain air like locusts, piercing its body. The 2 ranged archers could deal damage, but slaying the massive, ancient beast would require a protracted battle of attrition. 10 arrows fired by the brothers could only inflict superficial wounds on the Triceratops, while a single lightning strike from the creature could instantly kill either of them. Fleeting through the rainforest, the brothers were walking a fine line. A single misstep could spell doom. Lin Mingyuan arrived, and the 2 brothers risked their lives to fight the Triceratops while shielding the severely injured Xiang Hongda. With tears in his eyes, Xiang Hongda pulled out a dagger. He could no longer burden the Wang brothers. He was about to commit suicide, leaving them to flee. when a brilliant silver flash suddenly shone, eclipsing even the sun. A silver light, cleaving time and space, plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding roar that shook the Rhine forest. The force was like 100 tons of TNT exploding, creating a massive crater where the Thunderskin Triceratops had been. Within the crater, the Thunderskin Triceratops had been decapitated, its blood gushing out in a pool. Its thick bone plates were severed by the silver blade's falling blade. The Thunderskin Triceratops, which had just been aggressively chasing the Wang brothers, was instantly dispatched by Lin Mingyuan with a single strike. Lin Mingyuan sheathed his sword and slowly ascended from the crater. Yes, it was you, Xiang Hongda's eyes widened. He had never imagined that the stranger he had met in the cave half an hour earlier had saved him and the entire hunting party in their time of need. How are you? Lin Mingyuan said, turning to look at Shendong, who had returned with the doctor's daughter, licking his face and looking embarrassed. Shendong didn't even have the courage to meet Lin Mingyuan's gaze, who had instantly dispatched the Thunderskin Triceratops with a single strike. He stood respectfully, head bowed, like a student being reprimanded by his teacher. Lin Mingyuan, having lived through the apocalypse for 10 years, had seen all sorts of people. He could fully grasp Shendong's mentality. He'd abandoned his teammates and fled when the odds were against him, exploiting his neighbors and embracing apathy and selfishness as his survival motto. He was a typical scumbag. But without a doubt, people like Shendong always live the longest. Yan Qianxue didn't bother to criticize Shendong. She hurried over to treat Xiang Hongda, straightening his dislocated bones. The pain made Xiang Hongda frown, gasping for air as he thanked Lin Mingyuan. We'll never forget your life-saving grace to our team. Ask for anything you want, we'll do it. The two taciturn archer brothers nodded silently. Xiang Hongda's response reflected their thoughts. Forget about the orders. You can't help me. Just live your life well. Next time you go hunting, make sure you're well informed. Don't let anything like today happen again, Lin Mingyuan warned, and prepared to leave. Xiang Hongda didn't have the nerve to recruit Lin Mingyuan this time. Lin Mingyuan's instant burst of combat power made it clear to Xiang Hongda that they were from completely different worlds, their connections were at different levels, and they couldn't go together. But looking in the direction Lin Mingyuan was leaving, Xiang Hongda couldn't help but ask, may I ask, benefactor, are you going to Dawn City? Yes, what do you suggest? If you're going to Dawn City, I advise you not to. Dawn City has been destroyed, Xiang Hongda advised. To be honest, the five of us are wandering ghosts who escaped from Dawn City. We are now affiliated with the Donglin City Professional Alliance. We came here to hunt the Thunderskin Triceratops because we accepted the mission issued by the Alliance. It doesn't matter. I'm going to find the real culprit who destroyed Dawn City. Lin Mingyuan knew the truth about Dawn City's destruction. Dawn City was the anchor point for the future Silver Empire capital, Lordran, to descend. The primary mission of the Silver Knights who descended on Earth early was to raise Dawn City and prepare for Lordran's premature arrival. Chapter 100 Thief. Lin Mingyuan's domineering declaration left Xiang Hongda speechless. He chose to go to places that others dared not go. Only the big guys dared to speak like this. Lin Mingyuan was the big guy, no doubt about it. Xiang Hongda and his team were ranked high in the Donglin City Professional League, but they were almost wiped out by the Thunderskin Triceratops. The Thunderskin Triceratops that almost wiped out their team was killed by Lin Mingyuan in one move. The difference in strength was obvious. Such strength was definitely comparable to Yan Qianxue, Li Chenzhao and other big guys in the Professional League. If you are determined to go to Dawn City to find out, I think we can help. Xiang Hongda wanted to go back to his hometown to take a look. Their team naturally did not have the ability to return to Dawn, but with Lin Mingyuan's big and thick leg covering them, they would not encounter any danger. It all depended on whether Lin Mingyuan needed them. Xiang Hongda was uneasy and looked at Lin Mingyuan nervously. Originally, this trip was meant to acclimate themselves to the wasteland and relax. Obtaining the Silver Edge was a natural outcome. It wasn't impossible to bring Xiang Hongda's team along. Aside from Shendong, who was a bit of a coward, the others were all quite capable. After a moment's thought, Lin Mingyuan nodded and said, if you want to go to Dawn City, come with me. I can't guarantee your protection, though. If there's any danger posing a threat to me, I might leave first. Lin Mingyuan made it clear, he wasn't a pushover who would unconditionally help others. Of course, we won't hold you back. Having spent a long time in the wasteland, Xiang Hongda understood that Lin Mingyuan had only just met them, and while helping them was a matter of courtesy, not his duty. They weren't his sons, so why should they rely on him for everything? Self-reliance was the hallmark of a wastelander. Xiong Hongda, a shield warrior with a primary strength bonus of 40 points, had an astonishing recovery ability. With the help of a doctor, he had regained basic mobility in just 10 minutes and could return to battle after a day of recuperation. Xiong Hongda, who had recovered his health, did not pursue Shendong's responsibility in the end. The main reason was the friendship between fellow townsmen. Dawn City was raised by the Silver Knights, and a large number of professionals died tragically. Very few were able to escape Dawn City, so Xiong Hongda was very tolerant of his fellow townsmen. In addition, the situation at the time was indeed bad, and Xiong Hongda himself felt that abandoning him and escaping was the best option. In the end, he even thought of committing suicide to force the Wang brothers to leave. If it weren't for Lin Mingyuan's divine intervention, he would have committed suicide. Although Xiong Hongda did not pursue the matter, the team members saw Shendong's true face. Wang Hao and Wang Peng despised him, and even Yan Qianxue lost his good face towards him. Shendong still did not leave the team despite being looked down upon. He was just a clinger because the team needed a scout-type role, and since they were all from the same hometown, he could integrate into the team. If he left the team, he would just be an ordinary assassin, and his room for development would be greatly reduced. For the sake of his future, he could not leave. Lin Mingyuan had seen many people like Shendong. They were a deadly threat to the team. They were fine when things were going well, but when things went wrong, they were often the first to abandon their duties, undermining morale. If Lin Mingyuan were the team leader, he would have dismissed Shendong long ago. However, this was Xiong Hongda's team, not his. They handled their own affairs, and Lin Mingyuan didn't need to interfere. After picking up the Horn Thrust skill book dropped by the Thunderskin Triceratops, the group set out again. Lin Mingyuan soared through the sky, forcing the team members to run. Fortunately, his slow flight allowed them to keep up. Once they left the primeval forest and got back into the team's SUV, the journey became easier. Xiong Hongda's team finally enjoyed the feeling of being led by a leader. They didn't have to worry about anything, just driving. Any dangers along the way had been cleared by Lin Mingyuan, leaving them with only the decapitated corpses of monsters. The journey was smooth sailing until they reached their agreed resting place, a motel next to the Luanshan gas station. The inn was relatively clean. Xiong Hongda's squad, which frequently traveled this route, hired someone to clean the motel regularly. In the evening, smoke rose from the inn's kitchen. The Wang brothers were cooking. Before the disaster, both brothers had been chefs, and their skills were quite good. Before dinner began, the drinks were already served. Xiong Hongda pulled out his treasured mayote from his hidden cellar and set out two simple side dishes, a plate of peanuts and a plate of smashed cucumber. Lin Mingyuan and Xiong Hongda took their seats, taking turns as the main guest. Yan Qianxue, accustomed to assisting others in both combat and daily life, enjoyed serving food and pouring wine. Shendong, sensing Lin Mingyuan's dislike for him, volunteered to stand guard. Before the disaster, I drove a truck for freight. I've traveled extensively and was familiar with the province. But after the disaster, the world has become increasingly unfamiliar to me. Xiong Hongda lifted his glass and downed it in one gulp. He used to sip the spicy beijiu for a long time, but now he can gulp it down without burning his throat. While professionals improve their physical fitness, they also lose a lot of pleasure. At least getting drunk is a bit more difficult. Who says it's not true? This damn world forces you to adapt. Those who adapt will soon be able to live well, but those who can't will be eliminated by the times. And the situation will only get worse. Disasters will be frequent. Not only ordinary people, but even professionals could be killed by sudden accidents, Lin Mingyuan said. He had seen the future firsthand, and what he described was the future's reality. I envy you so much. You can see a wider world. We, like you, would probably be stuck in one place our whole lives. Seeing too much isn't necessarily a good thing, Lin Mingyuan said with a hint of emotion. The conversation grew increasingly profound and weighty, so Yan Qianxue interrupted, asking, Brother Lin, the monsters we saw you kill along the way were all beheaded. Is there a reason for that? Lin Mingyuan smiled. He had considerable experience in this area. He said, many monsters have different body structures than humans. Some have their hearts on the left side, or even no hearts at all, replaced by other organs. Some monsters with unusual structures can survive being riddled with puncture wounds. But 99% of monsters die without their brains. It's not that I'm cruel or have some eccentric quirks, it's simply that decapitation is the most efficient method. Lin Mingyuan opened up the conversation, moving from monster species to survival experiences. Lin Mingyuan's experience in apocalyptic survival was immense, encompassing much obscure knowledge known only to lowly scavengers. Xiong Hongda was amazed by this. It felt like a mastermind had risen from the bottom, so he understood the suffering of the world. A drink was the perfect place to bond, and the feast helped Lin Mingyuan and the 4 members of his team become familiar with each other. Half drunk, Lin Mingyuan and Xiong Hongda planned their route for tomorrow's trip, avoiding any drunkenness that might cause them to make mistakes. According to the planned route, they would reach Dun City by noon tomorrow, giving them a chance to encounter the Silver Knight. Xiong Hongda and his friends were enjoying themselves. Shendong, who had done something wrong, listened to the joyful drinking and revelry inside, while he could only stand outside, his thoughts aroused. I might not be able to make it in the team anymore. Boss Xiong is magnanimous, but that boss is a stickler for justice. If I continue to cling to him and piss him off, he'll kill me, and no one will dare reason with him. Better to leave. Shendong considered leaving the team, but he felt a little reluctant to leave. He thought, it looks like they were going to get drunk tonight. I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to steal their equipment. If I can steal that boss's flight equipment, I'll be rich. From now on, I'll have the freedom to do whatever I want. The more Shendong thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he had found the path to success. As expected, Lin Mingyuan was indeed drunk. After the banquet, he staggered back to his room and soon began snoring. Shendong's body was shaking with excitement. He leaned against the wall and listened silently for another 5 minutes. The snoring was very regular, no fake. Confirming this, Shendong silently opened the door and slid in like a loach. At this moment, Shendong only hoped that Lin Mingyuan didn't sleep with his clothes on. He didn't have the courage to remove the equipment he was wearing. Shendong sighed in relief after taking a closer look at the room. Lin Mingyuan slept undressed, and all his equipment was hanging on a hanger. As soon as his hand touched the seemingly ordinary black cloak, Shendong's eyes almost popped out of his head. The notification sound of obtaining legendary equipment rang out like a bomb in his ears. He had known Lin Mingyuan was wealthy, but he had never expected him to be so wealthy. He even possessed legendary equipment. He was a walking treasure trove. Shendong touched the red robe with ecstasy, only to be slightly disappointed. The Crimson Explorer was only a superior grade blue item. Unconsciously, Shendong's expectations had soared to the heavens. His best equipment was the green bone eviscerating dagger. Wow, an epic trinket, worth as much as a legendary. The anchor pendant on the robe caught Shendong's attention. Touching it with his hand, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was an epic trinket. Unfortunately, he didn't meet the stat requirements to equip it, so he couldn't verify the deep-sea anchor's specific abilities. Next, Shendong's thieving hands reached for Lin Mingyuan's pants and shoes, but they weren't even equipment. Turning his gaze, Shendong gazed at the bone ring on the table. Greed is a mindless pursuit, and Shendong had completely forgotten that the table was empty when he first entered the room, and that the ring was on Lin Mingyuan's hand. He stepped forward and took the ring in his hand, another epic item. That rich bastard is so damn rich. 2 epic trinkets and a legendary item, and now they're all mine. Shendong, grinning widely and about to burst into laughter, suddenly heard a voice behind him. It's pretty cool, right? You haven't seen it, have you? I'll let you see it to your heart's content before you die. It'll make your life worthwhile. Lin Mingyuan stood behind Shendong, stripping off his robe to reveal his incredibly powerful physique. Shendong looked as fragile as a bean sprout in front of him. You're awake. Shendong turned abruptly, sweat pouring down his forehead. His expression shifted again and again, knowing this was impossible. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and the boning dagger slipped from his sleeve into his hand, stabbing Lin Mingyuan in the abdomen. The blade struck flesh with a crisp, cracking sound, but the dagger didn't break, and Lin Mingyuan remained uninjured. The tough skin of his abdominal muscles sank slightly, but Shendong, exerting too much force, broke his wrist. It's so fragile. Lin Mingyuan shook his head, raised his hand and pinched Shendong's neck. With a little force, Shendong's neck was twisted 180 degrees. There was a sound of bone cracking that made people's scalp numbing, and Shendong died tragically on the spot. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.